Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Too much, man!
Climate and everything are the same word.
Would you drop them?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I don't want reality.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! What?
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I'm staying in the race.
Consequences.
Come on!
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century. There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a great day for being sad. That's hot.
So hot right now.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
From phrasing.
Follow the rich way, man.
It's science. Aren't I a good guy? I don't want reality. I feel like I'm taking drugs now.
What now?
Right now.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just
That's
crazy enough to
interesting.
work.
Yeah.
Well, here we are again. Good to see all you folks. Happy Saturn-Day. Got a lot to talk about. Still the weekend, so we're going to try and have a little bit of fun. It won't be Sunday fun, day levels of fun. But, wait, my mouth is broken. You can't even see me talking. That's good. This is good. That's what I meant to do. Alright, chat, buckle up those seatbelts. Time for us to take a little journey. And for me to fix my face. What the fuck is happening? There we go. Mic check 1, 2. Okay, how good and also great. Like I was saying, good to see all of you. Moanoip, Autumn Leaves, and Anti-Corporatus 123. The YouTube chat, unexpected winners. 4th for Mrs. Jen's cat. So close to getting that medal. Delso Verde. Muzzy. Who else? Many Doctors. Bob Carmody. Begat. Donald James X. And I think that's everyone, although I am in top chat. Just rude. There we go. Fixed it. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I suppose we better start in the United States. Alright, yeah, seems like everything's good. Got the holidays coming up. Some of you may be excited about that. We'll talk about that in a second. But as usual, Americans have, not figured out how to be responsible with guns yet.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
I'm gonna quickly take a look at this one. CBS Miami, of course. And by the way, not a Florida man story, although we often have met Florida man. This is a Florida woman story. So, hashtag feminism. Whoa. The fuck? Please, I just realized. Wait a second. Hold on. Wait. Are you not getting any of the sound? Wait, hold on. Wait a second. What? Hold on. What is going on? Has anybody heard any of the music or any of the things in the background today? Has it just been me talking this whole time? No, I feel like nobody mentioned that there was no music at any point. You're hearing everything? The music was fine? Well, it just switched over, like, on my settings for some reason, so it just totally threw me off. Alright, let's try this again.
So we're working on for CBS News Miami Morning Edition next at 9. And we are following breaking news this morning. A 15-year-old is in the hospital after police say she was shot by mistake by her own mother. It happened off of Northwest 92nd Street and 7th Avenue just after 10 last night. Miami-Dade police say they got called out to a dispute where that gun was accidentally fired. It hit the teen in the shoulder. She is...
So thankfully, that girl is fine. But yeah, accidental gun firing off. Imagine being that mother. Great question. Great point. I'm trying to imagine being the mother that's so irresponsible I shot my own child. All right, let's get to the holidays, huh? Let's talk about them. They're coming up. They're coming up. Let's go to Colorado. Started off Denver 7.
A Denver Nuggets star is giving a big boost to a Denver nonprofit just in time for their annual Thanksgiving meal giveaway.
And this is an organization you, our generous Denver 7 viewers, have helped as well. In an exclusive TV interview with me today, Russell Westbrook talked about his big donation and the importance of giving back.
What you can start doing, you need to open all these cans.
Russell Westbrook is cooking. Always here.
Westbrook off 1 foot. And he banks it in.
In the sink, right there.
But this time, in the Epworth United Methodist Church kitchen in downtown Denver.
When I'm coming to a new place, which is different, I always want to connect with the inner city and underserved.
Westbrook is helping the Epworth Foundation's Daddy Bruce Feed a Family team get ready for their annual Thanksgiving meal giveaway.
I think it's great to see Russell Westbrook now that he's freed himself from LeBron's grasp, sort of connecting with the new community here in Denver. But you know, you may not be Russell Westbrook. Actually, hold on. Let's watch a little bit more of this. Actually, I thought we were further on.
And he didn't come empty-handed. He came with a $20,000 check from his Why Not Foundation.
We thank God for allowing Russell to be so generous, and we are knowing that this is going to help feed a lot of people who otherwise might not get a chance to eat. So we appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Pastor Frank Jones, the executive director of the Daddy Bruce Foundation, says it is no coincidence that Russell is here.
Russell's team was looking for organizations to give funds to. She came to see us because of the interview we had on Channel 7 with you. So I'm appreciative of you for interviewing us so that we...
Look at that. Journalism actually did something sometime. All right. But you might not be Russell Westbrook, but there's other ways to give.
Doug and John are on location this morning, of course, for our 3rd annual turkey drive with the Community Food Bank of New Jersey. So we're going to get right out to Doug, who is out there with Team Livingston. Now, Doug, okay, we saw Chris and Christine collecting the turkey. We saw John collect the turkey. I mean, the pressure is on.
I feel that pressure, Natalie. I'm not immune to occasional nervousness, knowing that John Elliott is sort of the face of New Jersey. I'm just going to continue to say things that annoy KJ and Chris about John Elliott's status in the state of New Jersey all morning.
Okay.
But, you know, Christine and Chris are who they are, and they're certainly going to collect their fair share of turkeys. We have this new feature this year, which is a turkey counter, and we're at the shop right here in Livingston, New Jersey. I want to show you the 2 bins. Right now, we have our official turkey count, I believe, on the screen will be 9. There's a turkey somewhere that's not here. There are 8 in here.
Missing turkeys.
I feel like we have integrity. What you can see is 8 turkeys. There's another turkey somewhere. In this bin.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Are canned goods.
We're missing. This is a missing turkey caper all of a sudden. This started off as a discussion of charity. Now we're talking turkey caper. I might have to stop everything. Charity is not a replacement for social justice. No, it's 100%, right? Maybe even more than that. I don't know. I'm not a mathematician.
It's not just about turkeys. That may be what our counter is the easiest thing to count, but people are coming and bringing whatever food they can. If you have food at home, canned goods that you want to bring here, please do. If you want to go shopping in ShopRite and bring canned goods and other goodies outside, please do. But once again, turkey counter here in Livingston, New Jersey is at 9. We expect that number to grow. Polls will close in the 10 o'clock hour, of course. But yeah, we do feel the pressure, Natalie, and thank you.
Okay. Well, there we go. How am I in space without being a mathematician? Not formally. I can do some maths, but you know, not officially a mathematician in any way. All right. Now, let's talk about a potential problem for Thanksgiving everywhere in the United States. That being the egg shortage, which is being caused by something you may or may not be aware of if you've been watching this channel. But the increase in bird flu cases around the country is really, it's not helping.
Tonight we are following up on the lack of eggs at grocery stores around here. We first told you about the shortage a few weeks ago. Signs at stores like these at King Soopers saying they're experiencing a sourcing difficulty, trying hard to get eggs, and it's tough because of a new state law requiring that all eggs sold in the state be cage-free by the new year. But Colorado egg producers tell us bird flu is to blame for this, not the new law.
Those signs in the store got people up in arms. Yes, and then we combine it with the avian influenza, and the word that I got is that the shortage is caused by the law, and that is not true.
Illegal. So tonight at 10 o'clock, we are talking with local farmers about how they're working to keep supplies steady and also how long the shortage may last.
Looking closer, the bird flu outbreak is also raising prices of eggs in Colorado and across the country. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics says that egg prices are up 62% from 2023 as more than 107 million birds have been impacted nationwide. It comes as a lot of people get ready to hit the grocery stores to prepare.
Am I the only person that on first seeing her thought, wait, what is Meghan Markle doing on my TV?
Their Thanksgiving feasts.
And bird flu also affecting Thanksgiving turkeys. A report from the American Farm Bureau Association out this week says farmers raised 205 million turkeys this year, and that's the lowest number since 1985. However, prices are down 6% because of lower demand. The report also found cheaper prices for vegetables, pumpkin pie mix, and whole milk. Now, dinner rolls and cube stuffing, those will cost a little more.
Okay. Now, let's stay on this topic. Unfortunately, it's not just Colorado where they're having problems with avian flu. Also Montana. And actually, those aren't the only states. It's just the ones we're talking about right now.
Tonight on our live broadcast at 10 o'clock, a poultry flock in western Montana is diagnosed with avian flu. State veterinarians made the diagnosis earlier this month following the death of multiple chickens in the flock. The owner took to social media to alert neighbors living within a 6-mile radius from the location near the Tura exit to keep an eye on their flocks. Officials euthanized the flock to prevent it from spreading.
At 2 p.m., we started culling, gassing my flock, and we finished at 6:30. It was devastating. I picked up every single one of my chickens and handed them off to be gassed.
Horrifying.
So I did all the catching and saying my goodbyes.
Anyone seeing potential symptoms of the illness should have their flock tested immediately.
Woof. I mean, technically, that is what is mandated by law. I believe if you detect something like that in a flock as an agricultural, like as a farm, right? Like I'm pretty sure you're essentially like if you don't like I think to some degree you're essentially endangering a great number of more birds theoretically. And oh god, I just hate stories like that. Now we're not going to leave Montana, and we're actually going to talk about something we were talking about yesterday. If you remember, we were talking about how in a place called what's it called? Oh shit! Now I can't even remember it. It's not Blue Sky. That's it. Now I got the app stuck in my head. Bozeman, and there's another place I can't remember the name of it, but they're both very, very expensive places to live in Montana, where essentially the ultra wealthy have taken over. This is a story from NBC Montana on a new urban camping law that has gone into effect in Bozeman.
New tonight, Bozeman's new urban camping ordinance is now in effect. The law requires anyone who camps in a public right-of-way to purchase a $25 30-day permit. The new ordinance was approved.
So in a place where, if my understanding is correct, I think it is, where most homes are multi-million-dollar homes and are essentially, unaffordable to many people who are below, below a six-figure income, essentially. I think even that is, to some degree, is being a little, it's like the apartments are all like thousands of dollars a month. And now they've decided, you know what? If you want to be homeless, you're going to have to pay up. Sorry.
Way to purchase a $25 30-day permit. The new ordinance was approved last month. We spoke to neighborhood service officials who report around 70 people submitted applications for a permit so far. Officials add they have no reports about people struggling to purchase a permit at this time. They say early challenges to the ordinance are the time and resources needed to communicate with people about what they need.
Yeah, exactly. Can't afford to be homeless. Sorry, don't have the money to do it. It's wild. I'm blown away. But you gotta squeeze the money out of the homeless too. I mean, come on. They're benefiting from that tiny 25 square foot patch of land or whatever it is. All right, it's a little bit more than that, but you get what I'm saying. It's ridiculous. Oh my god.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
All right. Now let's talk about some trending stuff. If you haven't heard of it yet, the X alternative, Blue Sky, is absolutely exploding. I think we've talked about it multiple times this week. We're going to talk about it again. Perhaps if you're on Blue Sky or thinking of being on Blue Sky, you should consider following me.
The rise in popularity of the social network called Blue Sky enjoying huge growth in the aftermath of the presidential election. Our Rebecca Jarvis spoke to its CEO about her company's vision.
It's the new social media app gaining huge buzz.
Do you guys know that there's this new thing called Blue Sky?
I am having more fun on Blue Sky than I have had on Twitter in years.
Blue Sky surpassing 20 million users with a flood of new people, including celebrities like Lizzo, Gabrielle Union, and Ben Stiller.
What's the biggest reason people are signing up for Blue Sky right now?
Well, most of all, I think people trying it out are just having a great experience. And people are saying that they forgot what it feels like to have fun online again, but they're having it here. They're talking to real people, not bots.
We spoke to the CEO, Jay Graber, about Blue Sky's surging popularity and the type of dialogues happening on the platform.
What are the conversations happening on Blue Sky? Blue Sky.
There's some politics. There's also a lot of sports, fandoms, people talking about art, a lot of artists posting their art. Now you have people who just form around their interests, like the gardening feed or the cat feed.
The platform looks a lot like Twitter, and that's no accident. Blue Sky was invented there in 2019, hoping to give users more control over their data. But since then, it's been spun off, and today it's its own independent app. And in the
Aww. A capitalism happened. Sometimes, those bad performing assets in a company, they just gotta get, get those things out of there. But yeah, they've gained over 20 million users in like a few weeks, I think. It's pretty incredible.
aftermath of the recent election.
You were first? That's true. I write that down. Choki was first. I did delete that post because I realized that Blue Sky doesn't allow you to edit posts, which is an interesting feature / I don't know what to call it. But there was like a big typo. Like it pissed me off so much I had to delete the post. I feel bad, Choki. I'll let you know when I repost so you can be the first again, so that everybody knows for sure. But yeah, I'll make another post soon that hopefully doesn't contain grammatical errors from my first post on Blue Sky. I don't know. It feels weird. Feels like a weird vibe.
Users say they're drawn to an alternative to X.
I think Elon Musk's association with our newly elected president was kind of the straw that sort of broke a lot of people's backs.
What determines whether something is seen by a lot of people or not?
We don't have a single black box algorithm that's pushing stuff into your feed. What gets shared is really like what's popular among your community.
While Blue's...
Ooh, fancy. No black box algorithm, and it just tells you what's popular in your community. That actually sounds like something that's enjoyable. And if you want to follow me on Blue Sky, you can find my link on my YouTube bio. Twitter didn't let you edit tweets originally either. Is that true? I feel like I was on Twitter so early on. I don't even remember it like that. It's been so long now. When did it first come out? Like 2012 or something? Maybe even before that. The world, it's hard to remember all the stuff that's happened in the world. Alright, now let's talk about a different thing that's surging in popularity. But it's not a social media app. It's women's sports.
The Washington Spirit and Orlando Pride face off in the National Women's Soccer League Championship game in Kansas City. The league as a whole already with reason to celebrate, with NWSL attendance in 2024 surpassing 2 million for the first time. And it's not just women's soccer fans that are flocking to this season. This past spring, 18.9 million watched the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship. That's the highest rating ever in the sport and at any level or gender since 2019. The soaring demand for women's sports has opened doors beyond the playing field, giving birth to sports bars that prioritize women's competitions. We took a closer look at where this trend started and where it is headed next.
So we're downtown. We're actually only about 1.5 miles from CPKC Stadium right now, walking. Yeah. So
it may be an empty storefront now, but Monica Brady and Rachel Glenn see so much more.
Did you know as soon as you walked in this was the spot?
It felt right.
Yeah.
Yes.
The duo with a game plan to help level the playing field when it comes to women's sports in Kansas City.
We're going to have the bar right here against the brick wall.
I just realized we have a celebrity in chat. Michaela Peterson is in chat. Apparently her father was blocked from Blue Sky after 24 hours. That's fast. That is fast.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
We're going to have the bar right here against the brick wall, really showcasing the history of the space.
The near 2,000 square foot space, their site for the Dub. What will be the city's first women's sports bar, prioritizing women's games and matches on the screen.
Why the name, the Dub?
A lot of reasons. Honestly, in sports, you want to go get the W. You want to get the win. So it's short for win, short for women. You know, we're the hub for every dub. So
yeah.
So give me a sense of what we're going to see on the screens when you guys are open.
We're going to be showing all the sports we can. You know, NWSL, WNBA. We want to look into college sports for sure. It's never that women haven't had the talent; they just haven't had the exposure. So let's be that place where we're giving them that.
Partners in business and life, Brady and Glenn are both passionate sports fans, but their inspiration for the Dub came from another, a woman 1,800 miles away in Portland, Oregon.
3, 2, 1.
2 years ago, in April of 2022, Jenny Wynn followed her gut in opening the Sports Bra, the first ever bar dedicated to women's sports.
The idea sparked in 2018, but it was just kind of this fantasy world that my friends and I joked about. But then in 2020, the pandemic happened, and it just turned everything upside down. And that's when the idea that started to kind of grow in my brain as maybe a way to give back to Portland.
After investing her life savings in the sports bra, Wynn made the money back within the first year of her business being open. Still thriving when we caught up with her last week.
Thank you. It kind of opened the doors to what is possible. Because if we could change the narrative behind what's on TV in a place like a sports bar, where for 40 plus years, sports bars have been a certain way. And the sports bar turned all of that on its head with what I feel like are very minor changes, but minor changes that created a dramatic impact.
So much so, Reddit co-founder Alex Ohanian took notice.
Every bar I ever walked into was only showing exclusively men's sports.
Husband to tennis legend Serena Williams, Ohanian's 776 Foundation is backing Wynn to help franchise the business.
And I'm just...
Seems like a great time, and it's good to see women's sports getting the recognition they deserve after... I don't even know where to start counting exactly. But yeah, it's good. It is a good thing to see. And I figure since it was the weekend, it was the sort of story we could get into here without me feeling like I'm ignoring some other even more hard-hitting whatever thing. Like, I feel like that's my week every week, is like looking at 10,000 things and deciding what's important to bring to everybody. It's actually somewhat frustrating to try and decide between all these things, but I'm just glad we can do this all. So kind of what's great about streaming a lot. Talk about a lot of things. Now let's not stop talking. Let's not stop talking about sports, but let's talk about how sports are actually affecting people's health. This is a very interesting, very short video here. But this one blew me away. Not expecting this.
My husband had Parkinson's, and one of the things he did was box, and it was very good for balance and to deal with the stiffness of the disease. Then I heard that people with Parkinson's were rock climbing. And I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So off we went to watch people who have tremors climb these giant walls in a gym and then go outside and climb cliffs. And no one knows how they can do that, because some of them have what's called dyskinesia, where they have jerky motions all the time. Some are wheeled up to the wall that they rock climb in wheelchairs. They get on that slope. These hills go straight up like that. Some are still tremoring, but some of them stop tremoring while they're climbing. Nobody knows how they can do that, but they do. And they feel so filled with accomplishment.
If you're
going to attack art,
it's just shocking to me,
which is what he did
right?
with the film,
I mean,
then that should say something.
If
you're going to attack art, which is what...
It's just very unexpected. And I'm sure the research will be done into this to some degree. Yeah, I just found that fascinating. I don't know what it means scientifically. But, you know, if you told me the people in wheelchairs can climb, I mean, I would have said that sounds crazy. I was wrong? I was wrong? What was I wrong about? Okay, now go to talking politics, more specific here. I think many of you know what's coming, but I'm going to have to get through a few things before we get to that. But we are going to be watching a, oh God, disturbing interview. Tucker Carlson podcast at some point later on today. Before we do that, though, let's get to it. Politics. And this was at the premiere of, I believe, The Apprentice. Or at least this guy is Sebastian Stan. This guy is the star of the film. He played Donald Trump in the film, which I find shocking looking at him. He doesn't look anything like Donald Trump. But yeah, let's see what he had to say about the political climate right now.
If you're going to attack art, which is what he did with the film, then that should say something, because if he doesn't want you to see it, then why is that? You should at least ask yourself. But probably because truth hurts. In terms of art, it's a language. It's a way to communicate with each other. We don't always have the tools and the skills to say the things that we do, but we go to the movies sometimes for the experience, not just learning facts, but the experience, and that's, I think, what's important. And if we get rid of that, I think we're going to be in real trouble.
Yeah, and I haven't seen that movie yet, but I've been wanting
I've
to.
always believed about public service.
Please hold. Please hold there, Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
Yeah. I was wrong that everyone could enjoy a sports story on set. That's okay. That's fine. I understand. You know, not every story can speak to every person that watches the stream, and I am sorry for that. I am sorry. I'll try to be better. All right. Let's see here. Joe Biden held a dinner at the White House to, I guess you might call it like self-congratulate, and also to congratulate all the people that got us here, I guess. Yeah. I'm going to challenge that for now.
I've always believed about public service, and especially the presidency, is the importance of asking ourselves, have we left the country in better shape than we found it? I can say with all my heart, the answer to that question is a resounding yes, because of you. Because of you. I believe we can be proud we're leaving America in a better place today than we came into office 4 years ago.
Really?
This country is living through the worst pandemic we'd seen in over 100 years.
Okay, maybe on a couple of things, he's actually right on this. If you say over the entire 4 years, maybe a couple of things are better. We really needed the next 4 years to make a lot more progress. And I would... this self-congratulations going on here. Not feeling it, man. Not feeling it.
Our economy was in a tailspin. We had just witnessed something we thought we'd never, ever see in America. A violent insurrection on January the 6th.
Oh, my God.
And so much more. We've come a long way since then, but I fully believe...
This time you fucked up so bad that they didn't even need another Jan 6th to try. You know, like that. Now's not the time to take a victory lap on Jan 6th, buddy.
America's better positioned to lead the world today than any point in my 50 years of public service.
Really?
I followed that standard because I had no choice. I'm Joe Biden's husband. That's the title I'm most proud of. Jill's the rock of our family. She's been one of the, I think, one of the finest first ladies in history, in my view. William Butler Yeats wrote, "Think where man's glory most begins."
Dude is trying to win points at home right now in this speech. He's like, you know what? People, they made their decision. It's time for me to start winning some points with Jill.
I'm staying in the race.
Okay. Let's go to this really, really stupid story here. Actually, oh wait, you know what? Before we do that one, I'm out of order. This is also a stupid story, but in a different way. Let's go to a formerly Democratic stronghold county in New Mexico, which wound up backing Donald Trump. Here's Reuters on the ground. The interviews.
Poverty and a fentanyl crisis has gripped Socorro, a town of just over 8,000 people in the Rio Grande Valley of New Mexico.
I don't know if it's because we're closer to the border, but drugs has these communities tore up.
Unemployed car mechanic Jose Benavides said he's hoping the incoming president will fix the issues he and many residents here.
Unemployed car mechanic? This guy? Pro-Trump. And the fact is, I mean, we're going to be talking about it plenty here, but, I mean, unemployed people, gotta say, you're in for a rude awakening.
Said he's hoping the incoming president will fix the issues he and many residents here face.
He said I'll have more money in my pocket this time, so let's see. Like I said, there's nothing to lose. I mean, I don't know. He's a character, and I guess I'm a character myself. So.
Jesus Christ, man.
I guess it was just the thing.
That gives me so many concerns when he's like, you know, he's a character, I'm a character. Oh boy. What does that even mean? When somebody says that to me, so many red flags go off. I'm like, okay, can we break down what that means real quick?
I guess.
Benavides voted for Donald Trump this year after choosing Joe Biden in 2020. That's a glimpse of a larger trend. Trump's 3-point win in Socorro, after Biden took it by 7 points in 2020, is emblematic of inroads Trump made.
Hold on. What does that say? Oh, okay. I thought it was something else.
Biden took it by 7 points in 2020 is emblematic of inroads Trump made in counties with high poverty levels and those with large Hispanic or Native American populations. Socorro is among 11% of U.S. counties that have been stuck in high levels of poverty for at least 3 decades. Elementary school aide and Trump supporter Judy Evans thrifts for her 5 children.
Okay. And, you know, unfortunately, Democrats have not championed the issue of dealing with poverty or, you know, communities in America that have not seen the same economic benefits that perhaps other places have. And somehow Republicans have managed to take up that torch in a very perverse sort of way, because they're really not planning on doing much for these these communities that are dealing with all of this stuff. So it is, I mean, the future's looking bleak for these people still, in my opinion. You know, anybody that's living in a community that's not doing well, I don't see how Donald Trump's presidency is going to be helping you, but, you know, fingers crossed, I guess. You know, I don't want to wish bad things on people just because they, in my opinion, chose to back the wrong horse in a political election. Now let's go to this just utterly idiotic story here. And we will get into exactly why and how idiotic it is shortly. Let's go to South Carolina.
In the PD, the town of McCall is now bracing for a future without a police force, and that's because tonight the town's police chief and all 4 of its officers have officially resigned. Our Logan Skijano was in McCall today to learn more about what prompted this mass exodus and how the community's reacting.
McCall's police chief Bob Hale took to social media yesterday to explain his resignation. He claims an unnamed town councilman fueled a hostile work environment and facilitated funding cuts to the town's police department. Now, Hale wasn't available to speak with me today, but I did catch up with another member of the department who's resigning, and she shared her side of the story.
I'm not going to stay while I'm tolerated. I'm going to go while I'm celebrated.
Investigator Courtney Bolason says Chief Hale didn't...
By the way, I'm going to point this out to all of you. If you are not privy to the facts, I would just recommend you Google police budgets over the last 10 years in the United States. They've only gone up by $1 billion. I think that's representative of like an increase of, I think it's nearly 20% or more. I can't remember. I don't have the graphs in front of me. But like, you know, over that time, nationwide, police just keep getting more and more money. And they keep crying about, we don't have enough money to do the things we want to do.
Force officers to leave the department with him, but Bolasan says after deep consideration, they all decided change was needed.
At the end of the day, I have a family, and when my job's constantly, getting threatened and certain things are getting said, I'm not going to stay somewhere and tolerate that.
She claims the department hasn't gotten the funding it needs from the town's council to upgrade their technology and make critical repairs.
No, not the critical my way technology. To a call when that one just stopped working. We need cars.
I spoke with the town's mayor, George Garner, who claims council hasn't made any recent cuts to the department's funding. He didn't want to address...
I wonder what critical technology they need. You think tanks, maybe? What kind of stuff do you think they need? Rocket launchers? Do they not have guns and body armor? What's going on? Like, what's the problem? Have we de-armed the police or something? Are they just walking around out there with their, I mean, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? I'm so sick of hearing about this just nonsense. Police just keep getting more and more money. Not enough. We need more.
Specific allegations made by Chief Hale and the other officers.
I hate to see them go. They was a great group. But we're going to continue on.
Garner says he's received assurance from the Marlborough County...
We're going to make a community policing, and it'll be race-based. Should be good. Should be good. Sorry, South Carolina, but you're bad. Y'all need to get it together. All right, now let's talk about the future. A future which I might say, at least at this time, not looking super great. It's just, it's woof, is what it is. It's woof. Every time I look at it, and the fact is we have some more announcements for you on people who've been added to Donald Trump's cabinet, if I recall correctly, at some point in here. We also just need to talk about the plans that we have been talking about, that being Project 2025. We're going to be getting into that in multiple ways very shortly here. Start with Channel 4 News. Trump draws up conservative blueprint for presidency.
Jesus, I say that.
In 2016, when Donald Trump last marched to power, he took more than a month to pick key government positions. Now he's rushing through them, with most of his cabinet selected in just under 3 weeks, overnight revealing his choices for the Treasury, Labour and housing. Trump is a man on a mission. But what is that mission? Front and centre will be trade, tariffs and taxes, and he selected billionaire hedge fund manager Scott Bessent to be his Treasury Secretary.
I am convinced that President Trump is ahead in the polls now.
Elon Musk called him a business-as-usual choice. Bessent is a former protege of George Soros, and he bucks the recent trend of Trump picking outsiders. That's because business confidence is up in the United States.
A George Soros protege hedge fund manager? What was that about something about swamps?
Former protege of George Soros, and he bucks the recent trend of Trump picking outsiders. That's because business confidence is up in the United States, and Trump knows he has to balance his talk of radical change with a need to reassure Wall Street. Trump has spoken about a 60% tariff on Chinese imports and a 10% universal tariff on imports from all other countries. But Howard Lutnick, his choice for Commerce Secretary, has said tariffs should be targeted, saying there's a difference between campaigning and governing.
Interesting. When you're running for office, you make broad statements so people understand you. Okay? Tariffs are an amazing tool by the president to use. They're an amazing tool.
Amazing.
He understands Don't tariff stuff we don't make.
Wait. That's not how tariffs work. How do you tariff things that we don't? How do you not tariff? What do you tariff if you're not tariffing things that you don't make? Anyone? I'm very confused. Is that literally not the only function of a tariff? I'm at a loss right now. Am I the dumb one? What's happening?
Or an amazing tool by the president to use. They're an amazing tool, but he understands don't tariff stuff we don't make.
Okay. It sounds like that's what he's saying.
His performance on the pulpit won't match what he does in office. Take Project 2025, for example, a document that outlines a radical conservative agenda. The Democrats tied it to Trump's campaign.
Project 25,
but
never heard of it.
He consistently said it had nothing to do with him.
And they keep talking about Project 2025, and I said, I don't know about it.
Yet his pick to lead the Office of Management and Budget is Russ Vought, who was a contributor to Project 2025, and who wants to shake up the federal government.
We have to solve the woke and the weaponized bureaucracy and have the president take control of the executive branch.
They are spoilering for us right now. Thankfully, it was only a very short snippet. Look at them. Look at Channel 4 debating you right now. With that tiny snippet of the Russell Vought interview, which we are going to be looking at later. But before we do that, let's go to MSNBC to talk about some of the plans they got going on right now. Who is this? Ari Velshi?
I want to bring your attention to a crucial story that's playing out in Oklahoma right now, which has become ground zero in the escalating national battle over the role of religion in public schools. Last week, the Oklahoma education superintendent, Ryan Walters, issued an email directing public school districts to show students a bizarre video of himself praying for the president-elect Donald Trump.
Jesus, I say that.
He also encourages students to join him in that prayer. The video is aimed at promoting his newly launched Office of Religious Liberty and Patriotism, which is housed within the state's Department of Education.
Right.
Walters claims that the office will carry out Trump's educational agenda, including the Freedom to Pray initiative. The directive sparked instant backlash, with at least 7 school districts in Oklahoma refusing to comply with the order. And those 7 districts have the backing of the state's Attorney General, Gentner Drummond.
Yeah, although if you recall, this guy threatened to pull any funding for anybody who didn't play this video of his.
Who's a Republican. A spokesman for Drummond's office said, quote, not only is this edict unenforceable.
Here, I'll just read it. There is no statutory authority for the state school superintendent to require all students to watch a specific video. Not only is this edict unenforceable, it is contrary to parents' rights, local control, and individual free exercise rights.
And individual free exercise rights. Walters' crusade to inject Christian nationalism into public schools is not new, and it comes at a time when Oklahoma's educational system ranks as the second worst in the country, according to U.S. News and World Report's 2024 review of public education. Just hours after releasing his prayer video, Walters' Oklahoma Education Department announced the purchase of more than 500 Bibles to be used in advanced placement government classes. And apparently, they're not just any Bibles. The Bibles are the Trump Bibles. Walter describes the Bibles, which his department confirms cost nearly $25,000, as an academic and literary resource for public schools, and says that this is the first step toward providing Bibles for every classroom in the state. The source of the funding for the Bibles remains...
May God always bless you. Signed, Donald Trump. Does that say Donald Trump? It says squiggly to me.
Bibles for every classroom in the state. The source of the funding for the Bibles remains a mystery, even to Republican State Representative Mark McBride, who's the chair of the State House Appropriations and Budget Committee on Education, who confirmed that he didn't authorize the purchase of the Bibles. But Walter's crusade is part of a broader campaign by Christian nationalists to reshape public education in America, and it involves a familiar slate of actors, including the Alliance for Defending Freedom, the Christian legal nonprofit that led the charge in overturning Roe. And it's actively working to demolish the wall between the church and the state. Critics say that their two-pronged strategy,
Illegal.
undermining secular public education while paving the way for publicly funded religious schools, is part of a well-funded effort to fuse Christian nationalism into the fabric of American society. The first prong seeks to attack secular public education by promoting Christian symbolism and prayer in schools, along with a religious-infused curricula. In Louisiana, for example, a new law requiring public schools to display the Ten Commandments was blocked earlier this month by a federal judge and will remain on hold until the case is argued in January. Similar legislation has been introduced in at least 6 states. Meanwhile, yesterday, the Texas State Board of Education approved a Bible-infused curriculum set to take effect next year.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. And that shit is wild. They're basically, I mean, it is literally Bible-infused curriculum, as well as supplemental, just pure Bible curriculum. Aside, it's insane. It's like, you know, if Joseph had 2 myrrhs and 1 gold, how many times did Jesus die for your sins? Okay, now let's go to a familiar channel. Talk a little bit more about this second Trump administration.
Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. Emma Vigeland out today. Want to welcome back to the program Matt Duss. He's Executive Vice President at the Center for International Policy. Matt, it is very tempting to have you here when we're talking about foreign policy, just to say complete crap show and wrap up the interview. But I guess we should just go through the paces. Thanks so much for joining us. Why don't we start with the vote in the UN today? Not terribly surprising, at least in terms of what the United States did. But we had 14 UN security countries vote in favor of an unconditional ceasefire, and the U.S. shut it down.
Right. No, again, I mean, what is there to say here? You know, the administration has claimed to want a ceasefire. It became President Biden's policy as of May 31, when he, you know, went out and publicly made this proposal. And yet, they clearly continue not only to oppose, or I would just say this, they have refused to put any pressure, real pressure, impose any costs on Netanyahu for his ongoing efforts to prevent a ceasefire. That's what we see. And I think a UN resolution of this kind would have been one of those ways to impose costs. And yet they refuse. And I would just add, you know, the tension here, or just the outright hypocrisy. Just a couple days ago, we saw the United States, the UN representative, criticizing Russia for blocking you know, UN action on Ukraine. This is both, I think, morally and ethically wrong, but just in terms of U.S. credibility and U.S. leadership, it is enormously damaging to our ability to promote a more peaceful world.
Yeah, because it's wildly
Matt,
hypocritical.
will you just slide your microphone over? And as you do, there is a quality that feels like, to me, and we should also say, there's, you know, Bernie Sanders is introducing some resolutions today. We'll talk about that in a moment, in terms of cutting weapons transfers to Israel. But there's a real quality out of the Biden administration that they are. This feels sort of like, and both with Ukraine and this, and with Ukraine, I can understand it on some level. Well, I guess I can understand on both levels, but there's a real quality of like hopping in the getaway car and just like, I don't know, unloading all of, I don't know what the metaphor is. But there seems to be like a fervor
I think that was it.
to this. Yeah. That is like as if, you know, Joe Biden is sitting in there going like, I'm going to remake the Middle East, even if it only, even
Maybe like hopping out of the Trojan horse, maybe? I don't know.
Like, I'm going to remake the Middle East, even if I only have like 6 weeks to do it at this point.
No, I think that's right. And let's take these two things separately. First, on Israel, I think a lot of people, in my view, wrongly, kind of overstated the extent to which Biden's policy on Gaza was driven politically. It was just this idea that if I pressure Israel, or if I'm not seen as supporting Israel fulsomely enough, the Democrats will take political damage. But I think what we see now, and I've always thought that was a bit wrong, I think clearly now, even after the election is over, this would be a moment to really impose costs, to put pressure on Israel. And these resolutions from Senator Sanders are a perfect way to do it. It's a way for the Biden administration to say, listen, this is coming from Congress, Netanyahu, you need to take some steps and take this ceasefire deal that you've been blocking for the past months. But we see it's not about that. It's about Joe Biden's deep-seated, unshakable ideological belief that the U.S. should just unconditionally support Israel in whatever it's doing, no matter how grotesque, no matter how violent and destructive.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, is this just about protecting Israel, or is it also a more comprehensive, like, is there an end game here?
This is a great conversation here with Matt. If you haven't seen it, I recommend watching the whole thing. I want to get it up to talking a little bit more about the Trump administration, not as much about the exit of the Biden administration. I think it kind of gets going.
Do you think they have some like scheme in their head? I mean, because it feels like Saudi Arabia is already starting to shift their perspective on Iran. But do you think they have some type of like a perspective of, we just need some type of soft hegemony in that region, which will so that China does not have access to this oil, and we can basically, regardless of what price is associated with it or whatnot, obviously within reason, but basically we cordon this off. And this is, as we start to, enter into a new sort of potential Cold War, we need to have this area essentially.
Yeah, I think you just said the magic word here, which is China. China quickly has become the kind of focusing, like the lens through which all of U.S. foreign policy is.
Yeah, and that's something that especially in this particular situation, I find fascinating, a little strange. And sure, I may not have the same information that the U.S. government may have, but it doesn't even seem like China is putting in a great deal of effort in the Middle East to get involved in anything around any of this. At least that's my that's my estimation of things from what I've seen. Sure, they're involved in plenty of other places, but Middle East just seems to be a place that they tend to not get too involved in. Sort of standoffish, if anything. Granted, they have allies in the Middle East, but you know what I mean? It's like they certainly do things much different than the United States.
Seen strategic competition with China. This shift started really under Trump, but the Biden administration really picked it up. And I think this is kind of the logic behind, the efforts to kind of have this tripartite U.S., Saudi, Israel deal that the Biden administration wasted, in my view, an enormous amount of time, energy, and resources trying to bring off. And the real focus of that, the real goal was to box China out of the Middle East and to maintain the United States as the kind of regional security guarantor. And I
just lost connection. Oh, we're good. Damn satellites.
Saudi Arabia under Mohammed bin Salman has actually been very effective at sort of bidding the United States up. You go back a couple of years and you saw this Iran-Saudi détente that was, quote unquote, brokered by China, when in fact this had already essentially been negotiated, and they brought China in to take a few photos there at the end. Why? Who was the audience for that? It was Joe Biden. it was the United States, as if to say, listen, we can do stuff with China unless you're going to give us a better deal. Now,
We can do stuff too.
The real kind of what makes this so absurd is China actually has no real interest in supplanting the United States as the regional hegemon. Why in the world would they want that? They've watched the United States hemorrhaging resources and attention and capital and credibility over the past 3 decades plus. Why would they want a piece of that action? But basically, this is an effort by a very successful effort by some of our client states and partner states to keep the United States engaged in the region in a way that benefits them.
But, my understanding is like this has been the agenda of neocons since the 1993, 92 Project for a New American Century document. I remember talking, I think I probably brought this up with you, with Gary Hart in 2004.
Yeah.
And him retelling, he was chairman with, I think it was Rudman, I can't remember who, a 21st century threats committee. And they went around it, and everybody was saying non-state actor, terrorist. One person said China. People all sort of laughed at that person. They came back 4 months ago. 4 months later, same thing. They went across non-state actors, China. They sort of laughed at that person. That person never came back to that. And it was, I think it was Lynn Cheney or Liz Cheney.
Lynn Cheney.
Who was sitting on that committee at the beginning. And then I also remember being stuck in Long Beach, California, going on they have like a aircraft carrier museum there or something. I can't remember. And the guy doing the tour was talking about the Asian pivot. So we were already moving our, and this must have been 2010 maybe or so. I mean, so this has been like broiling underneath, simmering under the surface, but this was the McGurk's opportunity and others to really sort of go whole hog, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think, you talk about these different individuals, and I think some of them have different focus. They have different emphasis. I mean, McGurk is a Middle East guy, very close to the Gulfies, whereas I think Sullivan is someone who takes the broader view, but they all kind of agree that the United States needs to sustain its role as the kind of Middle East security guarantor.
Matt's got to talk into the mic.
Some of these meetings, these going back to the 90s, the Project for a New American Century, these ideas about American power that are deeply rooted in the post-Cold War unipolar moment. And obviously that moment is over.
Right.
It has been over for years. Washington is only now starting to get the memo. So I look at these policies, which are just still kind of operating from that system, operating for that mindset, and trying to just frantically sustain American power. And it's, it reminds me of that scene in Young Frankenstein where they're trying to put a tux on American primacy and teach it to
it's a lie.
It's not going to work. But we're going to waste a lot of time and energy and lives and resources trying to sustain it, and that's a tragedy.
How much does our Ukraine policy? What's your before we move on to Ukraine? How do you anticipate this vote going down in the Senate today?
I mean, I think it won't pass. I mean, you will have one vote. I mean, each of these, there's 3 different joint resolutions of disapproval, each addressing a different form of arms that's being supplied. And each one will come up for, Senator Sanders will make a motion to put it on the floor for a vote.
Yeah, and sadly that did not pass. This is from, I think, technically an interview from a few days ago. I think this might have been Wednesday, but reposted recently. So I figured we would watch that clip. Could watch more of it, but we should keep things moving. We got a lot to do, and this fucking Tucker Carlson interview is long and disturbing. Oh, God. All right, let's talk about this. And I've said it multiple times now. Even though it wasn't truly... even though it wasn't truly a mandate. Even though it was truly if anything, a sort of vote of no confidence in the Democratic Party in the way that they were doing things. Republicans are taking this as such. They believe this is a overwhelming mandate. And don't take it from me, here's Steve Scalise. It's from Forbes breaking news from 2 hours ago. Him and other Republican House leaders were out here taking victory laps.
And now our Majority Leader, Steve Scalise.
Well, thank you, Whip. Blake laid out the bills that we're bringing to the floor again this week. Yesterday, we passed a really important bill for our nation's veterans by Juan Ciscomani, named after Elizabeth Dole. It was good to get that bill passed overwhelmingly out of the House, now over to the Senate. Going to talk a little bit about the planning that we're doing for January. You know, we just got an overwhelming mandate from the voters of this country to, number one, reject the far-left policies that we've seen from the Biden-Harris administration.
What did I say? I wasn't lying. There's Steve Scalise saying they believe they have an overwhelming mandate to get rid of, what was it again?
This country to, number one, reject the far-left policies that we've seen from the Biden-Harris administration the last 4 years,
Far
but
left.
especially to put the country on a different path. And we laid out during the campaign what that path would be.
So yeah, Steve Scalise saying they're here to get rid of all the far left policies. Anybody know which ones are the far left ones? Because I feel like a lot of them were barely to the left of center. Certainly he's not talking about Israel policy, I'm sure. Should we, yeah, let's move on to this. Just to remind us again of this horrifying story, because this is, I mean, really, this is we should be buckling ourselves up for in most southern states, and perhaps in all states that went red in the presidential election. I mean, they think they have a mandate. What does a mandate mean, right? Doesn't that mean everything, right? The whole country. So let's go back to Texas real quick, talk about this. And I think that this woman here, who's from, I believe, the Methodists, I could be wrong on that. But she says this in a way that I don't think I can, as a, you know, sort of a non-religious, sort of like non-practicing kind of guy. I can't really say it quite as well as she says it here, but I think this is a good point, a great point that she makes here.
Joining us now is Amanda Tyler, Executive Director of the Baptist Joint Committee for Religious Liberty. Amanda, thanks so much for taking the time to be with us. First off, I'd just like to get your reaction to this decision to allow Bible lessons in Texas schools.
Well, I'm very disappointed by the board's 8-7 vote to approve this flawed curriculum that thousands of Texans voiced their disapproval of to the Texas State Board of Education. We had profound disagreements with the curriculum, the way that it incorporated teaching of Bible stories to kids as young as kindergarten in their reading and language arts classes, because of the ways that it will interfere with the religious freedom rights of kids and their families if it is implemented. But I will say there were some very encouraging signs. One is that this is not a partisan issue in Texas. 3 Republican members of the board joined with the 4 Democrats to disapprove of this curriculum. And the curriculum does not automatically get implemented in Texas schools, but rather the fight will now shift to school districts across the state of Texas. And it is my hope and expectation that Texans across the state will voice their concerns about religious freedom with this particular curriculum.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I wanted to ask you. This is sort of at the core of really any opposition to something of this kind. What kind of message do you think this sends to families who are not of Christian faith, for starters?
Well, I hope that they'll see that there are so many Christians like me. I'm a Baptist, and I have profound concerns about teaching the Bible in public schools. So I hope that they will see that they are not alone, that in order for us to protect everyone's religious freedom rights in this country, that we need to protect the institutional separation of church and state, that our public schools are strong because everyone is welcome in our public schools, regardless of which religion they practice, and that all can equally learn and equally belong in Texas public schools. I am concerned that if this curriculum were to be implemented in certain school districts, that message of belonging would be at issue, that kids who are not Christian would feel that they were not equally a part of our public schools, and that harms their religious freedom. But for Christians like me, it also harms our religious freedom, because it should be up to Texas families and their houses of worship to provide religious instruction. That is a foundational constitutional premise and promise for our country, that we protect religious freedom by keeping government out of affairs of religious instruction. And this curriculum, if it were to be implemented, would attack that foundational constitutional promise.
Yeah, I think she said it very well. And it's exactly what I've been trying to say, is that it is a complete upheaval, upturning of the norms, of the basis of the Constitution as it relates to religious freedoms. That, there are other religious people that aren't these theocrats who disagree with this on religious grounds, right? Who may have different Christian beliefs, right? And it's, it is just crazy that they think this is appropriate to do in public schools. And it's not just Texas, like we just got done talking about. It's Oklahoma, it's Louisiana, it's Florida. It's, basically all the states that are trying to get those abortion bans in there, or already have. Okay, we're there. But before we get to the interview itself, let's go here, because this has been now made official. Donald Trump has appointed his previous officer of the OMB, Russ Vought, to be the head of the OMB once again. Let's go here to Fox News, where they're going to take the victory lap.
A new Trump pick. He's just nominated Russ Vought to be the director of the U.S. Office of Management and Budget, OMB. Another huge job.
Blood
Trump
coming
says he did an excellent job
from all
serving
sorts of
in his role.
places.
In my first term, we cut 4 regulations for every new regulation, and it was a great success. Alex Marlow, that is a great pick. And again, Trump has mostly new faces in, but I think it's very important to have some experience in that White House with the way Washington works. You can't beat experience.
Can't beat it.
Obviously, if it's incompetent experience, you don't want it. But he did a terrific job last time, and Trump is very comfortable with him.
Yeah, and
Very
this is one of these things where he's picking people who want to deregulate, who want to make...
Project 2025, never heard of it. Here's author of it, Russ Vought, to lead the OMB once again. Never heard of it before.
Yeah, and this is one of these things
Experienced.
where he's picking people who want to deregulate, who want to make things open up the United States for business, to make it so that this is where the whole world comes to do business. I have to chime in, Laura, on the Soros point also about Bessent, is that he didn't work for Soros' political outfits. Important for people to know this. He made money with Soros, and when he had the opportunity to stand up against Soros and some of the efforts to divest his funds from Israel, he threatened to quit and take people with him. So he's got some stones, and I think that's really excellent. Vought's similar. He's another guy who's going to be cutting. It's a deregulation bonanza. That's what we're going to see.
Yep.
And
that's right. That's exactly what they are. We are going to get into that big time. Let's just move past Fox News. Hold on. I got to... 1 second, please. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Don't worry, we're not taking a break yet. Let's get on to that fucking interview with Tucker Carlson and Russ Vought, whatever his name is. Russell Vought, author of... Wait, hold on. Actually, let me make sure I've got this right. Let's get the Wikipedia out. This is really the first time we're really getting in deep on Russell here, honestly, although we've certainly talked about him, like when those videos came out earlier from, was it ProPublica, of those sort of like backroom discussions. But we didn't really get too thoroughly into exactly who he is as a person. So let's look at Wikipedia here real quick, just for a quick overview on him. He appears to be, let's see, born in 1976, so he's about 45, oh yeah, whatever, he's like 50 years old almost. I can't do the math right now. My brain is too tired and too focused on other things to do math. What? Let's see here. Career. Project 2025. Vought played a major role in Project 2025, a collection of conservative and right-wing policy proposals from the Heritage Foundation to reshape the United States federal government and to consolidate executive power. Yeah, he's certainly one of the co-authors of Project 2025. He was, of course, the former director of the Office of Management and Budget, and will now once again be that in 2025, in about a month and 2 months, I guess. Identifies as a Christian nationalist and is focused on all sorts of things like, you know, combating critical race theory. Help! Help! I'm being repressed! And, you know, stuff like that. I think he might actually have a official position at Heritage. I don't know what it is, though. I can't find it, and we don't have time for that. Let's just get into it in this conversation here on the Tucker Carlson podcast. This is from 4 days ago. And believe me, this thing is disturbing.
So you ran OMB before, and you don't have to comment on this. It sounds like you are very likely to run OMB again. Tell us what OMB is for those who...
And the thing is, this was 4 days ago. The actual announcement happened... Hold on, let me look at this again. This announcement happened... Fox News said it 22 hours ago. So it must have been within the last day. So after this interview with Tucker, Trump was like, you know what? I think old Russ needs to be back in the OMB. I wasn't sure until now.
Aren't from Washington, what it does and what you would do with it.
So OMB is the nerve center of the federal government, particularly the executive branch. So it has the ability to turn on and off any spending within the
Office of Management and Budget.
Office of Management and Budget. It has the ability to turn off the spending that's going on at the agencies. It has all the regulations coming through it to assess whether it's good or bad or too expensive or could be done a different way, or what does the president think? And then all of government execution. So anytime you have cabinet executive branches conflicting with each other or working together on something, for instance, you know, the wall. The president wanted to fund the wall.
Literally anything.
We at OMB gave him a plan to be able to go and fund the wall through money.
Like, you know, like most of these... Like most agencies, like government agencies, require the federal government in one way or another to function, either for funding or approval of whatever. Like, this is insane. And believe me, his plans here are, well...
We at OMB gave him a plan to be able to go and fund the wall through money that was the Department of Defense, and to use that because Congress wouldn't give him the ordinary money at the Department of Homeland Security. So it really is, presidents use OMB to tame the bureaucracy, the administrative state.
Cue folksy music. Oh, look at me. I'm Tucker Carlson. I dropped a banana. Ooh, I'm pretending to read. I'd never done that before. Wait, was that? Wait a second. I'm sorry. I don't know. But isn't this guy a folk singer or something? Who is somebody knows who this is, right? Is that Kenny Rogers? Jerry Garcia? I'm sure Jerry loves that he's using that photo.
It was really pioneered, honestly, by FDR. And then President Nixon also was really learning from FDR on how to use it to tame the bureaucracy. And we would have seen
Did he create the office, Roosevelt?
The office was formerly the Bureau of the Budget for the last 100 years, right? And then Nixon renames it Office of Management and Budget, and it becomes kind of more of a statutory thing, reporting directly to the president, no longer within Treasury. And so since then, you've had it still there, still really important, viewed by the country largely as a budget cutting exercise, but it is the president's most important tool to dealing with the bureaucracy and administrative state. And the nice thing about President Trump is he knows that, and he knows how to use it effectively.
So you can't get any of your domestic policy done without OMB, it sounds like.
No. You will be in a situation where you will have, at best, really awesome cabinet secretaries who are sitting on top of massive...
Hey, thanks for the super sticker, PB. Some citrus music coming at us. Sprite flavored, it would seem. Lemon lime. Dulcet tones. I do, every time I see the super stickers and the super chats, it does feel like we're an official YouTube channel. Even though I actually haven't received the first YouTube payout yet, and I don't think I'm going to be receiving it until sometime in December. It still feels good every time.
Bureaucracies that largely don't do what they tell them to do. And you have to have statutory tools at your disposal that force that bureaucracy from the White House to get in line. And that is really the main thing that OMB can accomplish, in addition to what everyone would think of from a budget office, which is, you cut spending, you figure out how to deal with your fiscal finances and all of that.
You're making me anxious. I mean, I can't handle a disobedient dog. I can't imagine what a disobedient federal agency looks like. How resistant are they to democracy?
They're incredible.
I'm sure that Tucker, like Nikki, would just shoot it. Just shoot that disobedient dog, You just got to do it. Starts killing chickens. Well, that's
too much, man!
Resistant. I mean, think about Ukraine, and the president in that first term wanted to cut off funding for Ukraine. Why? Because it's a corrupt country, and we didn't know how it was going to be spent. It's totally normal policy process to go through that the people lost their minds about. But
is that what happened?
The bureaucracy was literally just ignoring it. And quite frankly, his political appointees like John Bolton were ignoring him as well. And what we then did at OMB was, I had been personally told, look, I want the money cut off until we can figure out where it's going. And we cut the money off. And it was like all hell broke loose within the bureaucracy.
Well, he got impeached, yeah.
And so... And so you have the ability at that point to bring them to come to heel and to do what the president has been telling them to do. And we can do that in foreign aid. We can do that all sorts of places.
But it's kind of crazy if...
I mean, his envisioning of the OMB is completely insane. Okay? The way that he talks about what the OMB is supposed to do, right? In this sort of quasi-authoritarian or agency, right? Like, that's the way he's talking about it, as if it's supposed to go down and literally, spank senators and House representatives until they vote right. And if not, enact some sort of some sort of justice as it sees fit, if you will, to get that done. It's, really intended to, advise the president, if anything, and to, help him or her with the, sort of ins and outs of all of that and present it to Congress. But it's not supposed to be a fucking, some sort of fascist arm of the presidency.
Everything you're saying I'm familiar with, but if you think about it, that's the end of democracy, because the only authority in the executive branch comes from the president and the vice president, also elected.
I'm sorry, we have to go back. What's the end of democracy, Tucker? I'm confused.
To do, and we can do that in foreign aid. We can do that all sorts of places.
It's kind of crazy. Everything you're saying I'm familiar with, but if you think about it, that's the end of democracy.
So he's just saying that people who are currently in agencies, like, I don't know, like the EPA, disagreeing with what the president wants, that's the end of democracy. Okay? It's insane. Think about it. Like, literally go down the line on every single agency that you can imagine, like, and then say, oh, that's the end of democracy because that agency chose to do what it saw as being the best thing, rather than just doing exactly what the president said, even if the president has actually no authority with the way that the government is set up. Especially because, presidents are in and out every 4 years doing vastly different things on some things like, I don't know, health and environment, or, like Department of Transportation would actually probably be bad. When you think about it, might cause chaos, but, I'm getting ahead of it. We'll be talking about chaos later during this interview.
Because the only authority...
By the way, I've not watched the whole thing. I think I've watched up to maybe here, like to the halfway point.
And the executive branch comes from the president and the vice president, also elected. But it comes from voters as expressed through elections. So bureaucrats in the federal agency and appointees in the federal agency have no authority to act independently that I'm under our Constitution, do they?
No. And this is really, the left has innovated over 100 years to create this fourth branch of an administrative state. You and I might call it the regime. This administrative state that is totally unaccountable to the president.
Oh my God.
Lets it move in the direction that it has been going.
But the administrative state that has no accountability to the president. Now, of course, the president can make appointments when there are vacancies and things like that. This guy's literally just... We know much about Project 2025, right? But now this guy is definitely going to be at the head of the OMB. And just wait. He's going to get into this and how he's planning on enacting some of these things, how he envisions the OMB functioning.
The president is accountable to voters, so are members of Congress. And the system is designed that way. That's why we say it's a democracy or a constitutional republic, because the vote.
No, not the OMD, the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget. It is, it's like an executive branch job, essentially. I think I just kind of explained what it was a second ago, but basically does, it's there to advise the president on financial matters, because once again, not all presidents come into office with a vast understanding of the economic system or whatever else. So they're there to help, craft the president's budget proposals and stuff like that, and then present those to Congress. He was originally the director of OMB for Trump in his first term. And in between that, of course, Donald Trump said he knew nothing about Project 25, but here we are with him back again, the co-author of Project 2025.
Bestow the authority on their leaders. And so this seems not only illegal, their behavior, but unconstitutional. At the most basic level, unconstitutional, no?
totally unconstitutional. If you would have seen Woodrow Wilson bemoan
everything.
Our constitutional
Woodrow
system,
Wilson, yeah.
He would have wanted constitutional amendments.
Yeah.
The left stopped talking about constitutional amendments because they innovated to this new fourth branch.
Wow. So, I mean, we all kind of knew that Project 2025 planned to dismantle the administrative state, but he's just coming out and saying it directly. He's like, anything that isn't the executive branch, the Senate, or the House of, if it isn't Congress, if it's not this, if it's not the judiciary or the executive branch, then it shouldn't exist. It's all unconstitutional, according to him. All of it. Name an agency.
Which is totally different than anything the founders would have ever understood. The notion of independent agencies that think of and Congress has designed them to be divorced from the president. But even the notion of like, we're supposed to be technocrats and experts, and we don't have to listen to what you say. We work for. I caught this, Tucker.
He's criticizing technocrats. Is he unaware of the people that are about to be in the Trump administration? Like the richest man on the planet, who is a literal technocrat? Wow.
People would say, well, we work for the office of the president. Huh? What? What is that? That it's a way.
And where does it get its authority?
They get their authority. They have essentially taken authority.
They have no legitimate authority.
They have no legitimate authority in the Constitution.
His laugh is so psychotic.
They are part of this fourth branch that I still believe reports in large measure to congressional leadership and in the K Street interests, right? You have very powerful interests that direct them to keep going in the direction that they want them to go. It's why these bills are written in such a way that they are anything, you could read anything into them, right? When Nancy Pelosi says, we're going to find out what the bill says, she wasn't actually being inaccurate. That's their strategy.
Wow.
They pass bills and then they let the experts fill them in, but over the phone.
You know, the experts often fill people in before passing the bills. I would point that out. And, you know, their staff are constantly involved in writing these bills, right? This is ridiculous.
They put massive pressure.
And I find it hilarious that this guy is complaining about people not reading stuff when he just got done writing like the entire Dune series, but with like this entirely, you know, theocratic bent. You know, Project 2025. How many pages? 900-page, you know, novel. He's like, why don't people read things more?
Them to go along with their directions and their ends, and lo and behold, you get conservatives, Republicans that take office, and then you find that it's incredibly difficult to wield power to get them to deal with all of that muscle memory to get them to do what you want. And so you got to have statutory authority that a president kind of steps in and says, I am fully aware of where I sit in the Constitution. I am fully aware of the tools at my disposal. And I'm going to use them on behalf of the American people because I just want a massive agenda-setting election. And
That's authoritarianism, people. What he just described was authoritarianism. He plans to make law statutory, he said. He wants to make it statutory, that the president can make just proclamations like full on as at will on, you know, people who weren't previously under the sort of, what do you call it, the purview of the president, weren't able to just be fired. You're fired. That's what's happening now. We're going to get the apprentice in the government.
Go do what I said I would do.
That's democracy, correct?
That is democracy. That is not oligarchy. And when they say we're going to preserve democracy, we know that they have been meaning all they want to do is preserve their kind of amorphous oligarchy administrative deep state.
Amorphous oligarchy administrative deep state? Have you seen once again, Russ, have you seen the fucking Trump administration that's incoming? Oligarchy? I think there's at least 3 billionaires in the administration right now. Is that counting Trump? That might be 4, actually. Insane.
I don't think that's an overstatement at all. I mean, I just think I don't even see the counter argument against what you just said. So let's just, if you don't mind, walking us through what happened in the example that you gave Ukraine.
Okay, hold on. I need to do something real quick.
So
unfrozen, he's definitely a billionaire. Multiple times. And the fact is, with him getting elected, his stock has actually had a great boost. How great for him.
Follow the rich white man.
You just said the president comes into office in 2017 and says, why are we sending all this money to Ukraine? Where's it going? There's no audit. We don't know. It's the most corrupt country in Europe, one of the most corrupt in the world. Maybe we should find out. We don't know. Okay, we're cutting off till we know. I think that's what you said.
Mm-hmm.
And the agency's like, no, we're going to continue to fund Ukraine. How do they do that?
They ignore the president. And and officials ignore the president. And I think one of the things you'll see in this next Trump term is policy officials, his political appointees, that are not looking to get out of what he has clearly told them to do. Right. So let's assume that issue is solved. But at the bureaucratic level,
the issue, I think what you're saying is, let's assume that he appoints people who agree with him and will do what he asks.
Correct.
Okay.
So, for instance, my staff,
like authoritarianism.
Was part of what we call the policy process, right? Where you would go and you defend and you would articulate what you're trying to accomplish. And we had put the hold on the Ukraine funding. And my guy goes to all of these meetings, and he's like literally the only one in the room that wants to do what the president has asked him to do. Everyone's kind of just ganging up on him. And think of that often for all of our political appointees. They are surrounded by people that have no idea about what the reasons and the agenda that the president has been put in office. And
because they're not on his camp. Like, political appointees are not supposed to be just extensions of, like, in this way, like, or people that were like already there, right? Like he's talking about people who already exist in government aren't supposed to be there to serve the president in the way that he's talking about, on hand and knee, prepared to do the bidding of Sir Trump, and because the fact is in, I don't know, in a different circumstance, with perhaps a different government, he would be no way trying to make this argument. It's but they've got the playbook. He's the writer of it, and this is certainly going to be part of it.
Bombarded with reasons of how can you do this? What are you thinking? Did you know that this is, you can't do this? Most of the time that's not true. And so you have to cut through all of that.
And what's problematic most about Russ, I mean, aside from his agenda, is that he's actually smarter than most of these guys on the right. A lot of them are just sort of talking heads that don't know very much about anything. Russ scares me for the fact that he has spent a great deal of time actually educating himself. Now, I would question a lot of the places that he drew from on educating himself, places like the Federalist Papers, and other sorts of Heritage Foundation adjacent type of thinkers and things like that. But You know, this guy understands the government in a way that scares me. Maybe I'm not making, I don't know. Maybe I'm just making too much out of it.
And to have the courage of your convictions, and quite frankly, Tucker, the know-how to have read the law, to get in the granular details yourselves, to not be staffed by the people working for you. This notion that you can just come in and preside is not true. You have to be in the weeds and to drive these agencies to be able to fix where we have, the undergrowth and the muscle memory that we've had for decades.
So why can't you so if the president says, again, to refer to your example, I don't think we should be funding Ukraine, I'm elected, we're going to cut this off. If Congress wants to fund Ukraine, they can go ahead and do that, but the agencies are not going to fund Ukraine. So why wouldn't you just fire the people who disobey, who try to subvert democracy?
You're fired.
You've got to know how to fire them, and there are tools to do that, and the president was innovating in that.
Sorry, let me go back.
who try to subvert democracy.
You've got to know how to fire them, and there are tools to do that. And the president was innovating in that space himself with what's called Schedule F, of essentially saying, if you work for me in your policy, a career official, think your attorneys who are writing regulation.
Yeah, he's not a yes. Exactly, Lady Badass. He's not a yes man. He knows what he believes. He knows how to work the government. He is an ideologue. He has a plan. He like Mike Pence, but even more effective and more planned. Like, this guy is, I mean, ruthless and like sort of exacting, if you will. Almost, trying to think of what sort of images that's bringing to mind right now.
Then we're going to create a new classification for you, and you are going to be what most of the country is, which is at-will employee. That's where we're headed. But there was also ways that
why I don't understand a system where any president, Obama, Biden.
Tucker Carlson doesn't understand a lot of stuff. Let's be real.
A system where any president, Obama, Biden, Donald Trump, comes in and doesn't have control of the executive branch, because constitutionally he does have control. So like, how come you can't fire them? Why is it just not as simple as saying you're fired?
It should be. And this is one of the mountains of the administrative state. This is how they have built their institution, by essentially having it be incredibly difficult to hire and fire employees. And so I'll get another example. When the president decided to take money from defense to build the wall, we had clear legal grounds to do it that Congress had given us. It's called transfer authority. And I told this to the Hill, and obviously this was controversial. It shouldn't have been controversial. Congress had given us very clear transfer authority. I must have had at least 3 times someone relitigate that decision from the career staff who work at OMB. Are you sure? Are you sure? I think we should oppose. I think this. Because, guys, the decision has been made.
It's hilarious because, I think, because, in some ways, his agenda does butt up against, neoconservative agendas. All right, it's like, we need to fund the defense. I obviously think that we should take the budget for the wall and for the defense budget and divert it to other things. But it's like, it's weird. It's like sort of like a fight over which thing is more important.
The decision, and you see that everywhere, right? And if you don't drive it, you're going to get better. You're not going to be able to accomplish what the president needs you to accomplish.
How about if you were just to start the meeting with this is how democracy works. The people elect a leader. He carries out their will. Anyone standing in the way of that is subverting democracy. We will not allow that.
Anyone standing in the way of that is subverting democracy. Even if they're not a Republican, even if they weren't put there by Donald Trump, even if they weren't, put there to serve at the behest of the president, that is beyond ridiculous. This is insanity. Tucker Carlson seems really stoked about the potential future dictatorship that's coming. He might. I think Tucker thinks he might get a job in the administration, or at least he's going to get some kind of award for his work here in this pretend log cabin of his.
Instantly, could you do that and just say you're fired for unconstitutional
Or is
behavior?
it a real log
You
cabin?
can do that increasingly when you move towards a Schedule F system, and there are other tools in the toolbox.
But under the current system, what would happen if you tried that? If you
lawsuits, yeah.
But if you fire them all,
look, you've got a lot of tools on the table, and
it's just so infuriating.
It is the one.
You just fire just fire the whole government, and even Russ Vought is too diplomatic to say that somehow. He's like, oh, we better not say that one, even though that sounds great, Tucker. In his mind, when he heard Tucker say that, he's like, yes. Oh my God, can we fire them all? Oh God, if we can, we're gonna do it. Don't worry, Tucker.
Tools on the table, and
it's just so.
Oh my God, he laughs like a literal villain.
It is one of the most infuriating things that you could possibly imagine. But I think that the good news, and this is, I think, the good news, not just in hiring, firing, the good news at large is that most of the time they have been able to get as far as they can because of just, it is the way it is. It's precedent and laws that are not drafted precisely, but purposely vague. And as a result, we can then do it in.
So if you're not familiar, Schedule F was I think if I recall correctly, the Schedule F was one of Russ's sort of babies, essentially, in the Trump administration. It didn't exist before it, and it was essentially there to do exactly this, which is to just boot anyone out of government on the whim of the president, right? If you if you refuse to show loyalty and on any level, I think that essentially gave them grounds to fire. I don't have it in front of me, but yeah.
You can have a president who steps in and says, you know what, there's no constitutional amendment for me to take control of the administrative state. I'm going to do in reverse everything that you have done. And I think that is the great hope. What you need is people who are able to absorb political heat. They don't have a fear of conflict. They can execute under withering enemy fire. They are up to speed, and they are no nonsense in their own ability to know what must be done. And they are unbelievably committed to the president and his agenda, and truly believe in their bones that they're not there for their own agenda. They're there for what President Trump was elected to do. And so his commander's intent matters a great deal. And that's the view that I always had, Tucker, is how do I get in the mind of the president to think through what is he trying to accomplish? And then I'm going to go figure out how to do it.
Yeah, because once again, he is the authority.
He's like the president's fairy godmother. He's like trying to figure out ahead of time what Donald Trump wants to do. He's in his brain, in his heart, searching out meaning in that sort of Trump mind, if you will, and get to the bottom of that, get that done before he even asks for it.
And no one else
Never
does.
heard of
Only
Project
he was
25.
elected. And I'm fixated on this question of like, where do career bureaucrats think they derive the authority to make these decisions? Like, who made them God? I think it's very, no one ever asked that question in DC. You're considered a freak if you do, but I think it's a key question. So one of the problems that you had last time was the media.
Mm-hmm.
Explain how that works, how the media works in conjunction with the permanent state and the Congress to thwart the president.
Well, I think, number one, they are always framing narratives and messages that both are lies and are also designed to destabilize the Republicans in control who want to be for however that narrative is being framed. You used one already with democracy, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're not aware that when they say democracy, they mean oligarchy, you're like, I don't want to be anti-democratic.
Are you kidding me right now? Russell is such a fucking... He, right now, while he's talking about people lying, is lying through his fucking teeth. He hates democracy. Dude wishes the oligarchy had more power than it did right now. It's just a certain kind of oligarchy. He just wants the oligarchy that also really loves Jesus, right? That is what his problem is that there are some rich, different religious groups. You might get where I'm going here. Russ genuinely believes that kind of stuff.
Right. Actually, the whole point is preserving democracy. It's what we just did.
And if you have a plan to deal with the administrative state, and then they frame it as authoritarian, you don't want to cast of your own allies saying, I don't want to be anti-authoritarian. We saw this in COVID, right? Where if they define something as anti-science or anti-public health,
like
it
drinking bleach,
our political appointees
or
to just completely
injecting bleach. Is that anti-science, Russ? Think that's a good idea?
Science or anti-public health, it causes our political appointees to just completely wilt. Right? And so that's, I think, the beauty of President Trump is he's kind of immune to these media-generated narratives that conflict with common sense reality. That, I think, is the main one, because that is controlling the skies from a military standpoint, right? Like, that is their ability to shape
controlling
the
the skies
in such a way that
what he's basically saying is, if we let them use science and reality and fact to dictate the narrative, well, that's like controlling the skies in a war, right? We need to replace science and reality and fact with religious doctrine and nonsense and PragerU podcasts.
Makes it very hard. Number two,
maybe even
they're obviously
Tucker Carlson podcasts
with leakers and individuals with know-how to know, when a hold has been put on Ukraine, to be able to send that and have it explode in the public arena. And so you have to prevent leaks. You have to govern well from the get-go to be able to manage all of that as best you possibly can. But I also think there's an opportunity there, because they will report on conflict. They will report on confrontation. And when they do that, you can get the word out as to what you're doing. At least you can get the word out on shows like this and in the new and developing ecosystem.
Well, that's kind of it right there. I mean, that was the basis of my question. I do think things have changed, right? I mean, if you still care what the New York Times or Washington Post say, or Ken Delaney at NBC News, like, I hope you're not working there. Right? Do you think anybody still cares what they think?
No. The whole ball game has shifted, right? Like, I don't even know why you would do many of these interviews at all, because if you can't get, you've got to be able to get your words out without just complete combativeness. And I think the best example is, remember the Caitlin Collins interview with President Trump. I mean, it's just constant interrupting.
This guy is so fucking disingenuous. He truly knows how to craft a narrative. That's why this guy is so scary. He knows what he's saying is just insane. He knows what he's saying is insane. Does anybody remember the goddamn Kamala interview on Fox? Does anybody remember that? Talk about interrupting. I mean, sure, did Caitlin Collins interrupt Trump? Yeah, she did. I remember. But holy fuck. When, not Pete Hegseth. What's his name? The other one. The other one with the hair. God damn it. The other guy with the hair mold. I can't remember his name now. I did a freaking clip of this, but I think you all remember when Kamala Harris, during the campaign, went on that fucking show to do that interview. And for the entire time, there's like 17,000 interruptions. But no, it's just the left. The left won't let us talk. That's what it is.
Misuse of lies, actually, right? And so that's the kind of thing that you're up against. But you can shape them. You can, particularly the print media, and I think I think it's important to at least attempt to do that. But you have to make the measure of the person that you're dealing with, and sometimes they're just, they're complete activists themselves.
Do you remember when Democrats used to refer to abortion as something that should be safe, legal, and
yes, Brett Baer. Yeah, that fiasco. I know it was so long ago. It was what, a month and a half ago. By the way, this is a commercial for, you guessed it, preborn. Yay. Tucker Carlson brought to you by technology companies intended to pressure mothers out of getting abortions.
One of our speaking tour to do something about it. It's the largest pro-life.
We're just going to skip past this fucking thing. It's horrifying, though. I promise you it's horrifying.
Agencies. When asked, use the word baby. It does seem, I want to ask you about the intel agencies. It does seem like one of the main vectors of control is briefings. And the number of people I've spoken to, Congress executive branch, are like, oh, no. If you only got the briefing, I think I lived there too long. I just don't believe the briefing. Maybe sometimes they're accurate, sometimes they're not, but they're almost always designed to control the person being briefed. Did you see that?
I did, and I've very rarely ever learned anything particularly interesting in a briefing.
Is that true?
Yeah.
They didn't tell you who killed Kennedy, huh?
They did not, right? And so, I think I came away with the similar skepticism of these briefings and the information and the overclassification in the system.
Yes.
They classify everything, and you're really reading this thing, you're like, you realize that's all just normal stuff that's out in a congressional research service.
Yeah, it's on Twitter.
Right.
So,
and so so I think that's a huge thing that we've got to fix, overclassification in system.
That's what we got to do.
But I think they both create.
We got to stop defining things so much, people. It's better if we just, float through life, not having definitions or categories and stuff. He just wants us to live. Can't we all just kind of be? Can we all just be cool?
This environment where it's very exclusive, they are trying to bring you into their kind of priestly role. So that, I saw the briefing. If you had seen the briefing, you would.
Yeah, there's only one kind of priesthood that Russ is about. And I'm sure that that'll be made a government agency any minute. Well, I guess we'll have to wait a couple months, but at least by February.
Exactly. You would be okay with us not having a FISA warrant requirement.
Exactly.
Right? You would be okay with us just another $100 billion for Ukraine. We can't have Ukraine fall. None of it is rigorous analysis. And honestly, I think that's the biggest thing that I was bemoaning, is the extent to which rigorous analysis that I thought would be there wasn't there.
What do you mean by rigorous analysis?
I don't expect people to agree with me constantly. I want well prepared memos that have a conviction to them.
Yes,
and then support them.
Yeah, he wants leftists to come to the office and say, you know what, we need freedom of religion. We need religion out of schools. We need to feed kids. We need to save the environment, so he can say, no thank you.
These are not like, I'm going to plant the flag,
and
then we can just say, okay, who's right, who's that, who has better supporting it. No, it's like, I'm going to give the blob an exercise to report on something, and the blob is going to kind of like it's Google spread.
Thank God we're gonna have a blob-based future. This sounds good. Promising.
It's like, I'm gonna give the blob an exercise to report on something, and the blob is going to kind of like it's not a Google spreadsheet, but it's
it's a blob,
an interactive Google spreadsheet to just.
It is a Google spreadsheet
consensus document.
Wait, it's a blob that's not a Google spreadsheet, but it is a Google spreadsheet. I'm a little confused. I thought it was a blob. I was more excited about the blob. The Google spreadsheet, not as exciting. But we're gonna get some classic television going on here.
an interactive Google spreadsheet to just spit out something that is a consensus document. And you're reading this thing and you're like, this makes no
it's not.
real claims
Okay, so it's
other
just a
than
blob.
to affirm the narrative that we just.
Okay, so it's going to be a blob. I take it back. The way he said it that confused me. But no, I think we won't be getting any spreadsheets, just blobs. It's very exciting.
Talked about, right?
So what's the point other than to preserve the status quo?
At that point, the point is just to know what the intelligence community is writing on, because you're not going to learn anything from it.
I talked to someone recently in the last few days who works in the.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
IC.
Russ makes a great point. I've criticized him a lot for the last 22 minutes, but on this, I'm willing to cave. I've never learned anything from a Google spreadsheet, but a blob? Are you kidding me? Opportunities abound.
Who was saying that you can see people who come to Washington for the first time in high positions in either branch before and after their briefings, and they're like different people, and they fall for it. Like all of them fall for it. Now we're going to tell you all the things you wondered about. We're going to tell you the truth about them. Presidents especially. Trump seems, as you said, immune from this, and he's done.
By the way, I hate to say this. I'm pretty sure there's some spreadsheets in Project 2025, but see, the great thing about Project 2025 is it's written down on a book, a paper. No Google spreadsheet to be found. It's the old-fashioned kind.
But this person said you should see how much they change, like deep inside, once we lay the bullshit on them. They're not the same. Have you noticed that?
Oh, I've seen it. I think part of the problem, and this is endemic of not just the IC, but we don't read enough in general. We don't have our own convictions. We don't search for understanding ourselves. And so you have people go.
I wonder when the last time Tucker read. I know he's laughing to himself, but I feel like he also hasn't read in quite a while.
We don't search for understanding ourselves. And
honestly, Russell Vought, he strikes me as like a nerd who wants to bring about theocracy, which is just it's such a fucking strange thing. And he's about to be at Donald Trump's side on practically everything, telling him what's a good idea and what's a bad idea. And Donald Trump doesn't know what is it. I mean, he can barely pick out between ideas and non-ideas. So
you have people go in and they're like, I kind of need this career staff to tell me what to think. I don't want to look stupid, right? And so that has killed us on our side of the aisle, the conservative side, to say we don't have people that are driving policy and bringing their own opinions and their own history. And so they are susceptible to feeling like they still believe these people have an authoritative stance on things.
I get it now. So what he's actually saying, he doesn't want, I misunderstood him originally. I thought maybe he wanted leftists to come to the office, to the Oval Office, and with their hard line policy so that he could hear those and strongly pour over those ideas and consider the ramifications of them. But no, what he's actually saying is he's sick of neocons coming to him with milquetoast stuff. He needs some real right-wingers to come to him with some, just some utterly atrocious stuff. Like, can we make it so you have to be Christian to be in government? I don't know. I'm just spitballing right now. But that's what I'm starting to realize is what he's saying. When he's talking about he wants people to come in with conviction, he wants insane ideas to come into the Oval Office that he can green light and send to Congress.
And they don't have enough skepticism that, in fact, the emperor has no clothes. Right. And then that is and you've got to bring that perspective in.
They're weak inside is what you're saying. A lot of these
They're
people.
weak.
I do think that's the case.
Lynn Cheney.
And I, from the standpoint of the other thing that they would do is they would keep you from being briefed. Right. The briefing, we've already discussed of what the brief is. And sometimes what President Trump is saying, I'm not going to necessarily get the brief. Right. But I would find that I wasn't read into certain things until they needed my signature. So once they needed some reason to get my signature, then all of a sudden I get this brief, right?
Right.
That's not the way it should be.
Yeah, Russ wants a hand on every single piece of legislation. This part of it gets real. This whole thing is honestly disturbing. But he's about to say, this part is insane.
Then all of a sudden I get this brief, right? And that's not the way it should be. If you're trying to provide oversight and accountability, you don't know what you don't know, and so you have to be able to have the whole entire landscape of things that you could. That's interesting. That we should do something. President Trump wouldn't like that, and I find that was very restrictive unless they needed me. And so I basically said, look, you are not getting my signature unless you get me briefed up. And I want access to all of these things that I need to be able to provide oversight for the federal government. And one of the things that we did, Tucker, is that since the rise of OMB, that ability to turn funding on and off had always been done by a career individual, not a political appointee. And so we changed that. And it was like
Yeah, so he wants to make the OMB a very, very, very clearly political organization. One that is essentially, the czar of the entire government. That's what he wants it to be, right? He wants every single branch of government, every single political and government employee that has any sort of hand in policy making, anything, it seems like, to have to bring it to him before they even get it down the 10-yard line, right? Before they even get, any inkling of whether or not what they're working on could get votes or whatever else, or get expert opinions on it. He wants it all brought directly to him immediately on what they want, and then have a direct hand on each and every piece of legislation, of budgetary, appropriation, whatever it might be, right? He wants, this shit is going to be insane, right? Because, the way he's talking about it is he wants the ability to say, sort of, to the blob, no to the whole blob. No, we're not funding any of that, right?
It was like the world was going to end. They said, look, you're going to destroy the agency. You can't handle the bandwidth.
You can't handle the bandwidth.
The chaos will be unmatched. And we changed it. And next thing you know, everything's flowing across our desk. Oh, that's interesting. We're not doing that. It was just amazing. And if you don't know and have that thesis that says this is what must be done, you could be the most incredible conservative in the world. You could be the most policy consistent person with the president, but you don't know how to put your hand in the glove and use that agency for the president's behalf. The president's not going to be able to be well served at that agency.
I saw David Ignatius, who was a longtime water carrier for the CIA. I don't know if they're paying him, but they should be, because he does their bidding and has for decades at the Washington Post. And I heard him saying yesterday that we can't have Tulsi Gabbard at DNI, Director of National Intelligence, because it will cause, quote, chaos, because the intel community doesn't.
Yeah, because Tulsi, well, maybe the intel community doesn't like her, but it's because she's literally a security risk. Come on. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's just.
Intelligence, because it will cause, quote, chaos, because the intel community doesn't like her. And basically he's making the argument that we should not have civilian control of these agencies because the agencies won't like it.
Just say it. That's what you really mean.
Well, I think that's basically what he's saying. Yeah. So that's, again, that's dictatorship is what he's describing. But
that's dictatorship.
He used chaos.
Nothing that Russell Vought has said up to this point has been the dictatorship. It's that. It's saying that one of the appointments Trump wants to make is in fact bad. That's dictatorship right there, people.
But he used chaos as kind of the threat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But you've been there. If you really did everything that was needed in order to root out the corruption that defines our government, you would cause some chaos.
Mm-hmm.
You would, wouldn't you?
It will certainly read on the papers like chaos.
And there we go. I mentioned it earlier. And this is what I'm talking about. Even Russell Vought right here admits to it openly. That what they're going to do is cause chaos. It's going to read as chaos in the papers. I mean, first off, buddy, nobody reads the papers, but I mean... but this is literally what they're saying. Their plan is to cause chaos, to destroy government agencies to the point that people are in the streets, essentially. And that there is pandemonium. People are forced to, do things. This is just... oh, boy.
Needed in order to root out the corruption that defines our government, you would cause some chaos.
Mm-hmm.
You would, wouldn't you?
It will certainly read on the papers like chaos. Right?
Yeah, that's good, fair.
As to what just is normal good government behind the scenes, managing, pushing through whatever. I think it can be done very wisely and done in a way that
he doesn't want the government to do its normal functions. That's what he's saying. He's like, how the government's usually passing through things and making sure people get their food stamps and Social Security and stuff like that. Well, we got to be a little bit more focused, okay? Got to stop having so many of these irons in the fire.
Anyone who had a bird's eye view into that would be able to say, that's exactly what we put this administration into office. But yeah, you're going to have to kick over people's paradigms. You're going to have to kick over people's turfs. You're going to have to change people's understanding of things that they have invested their whole life into, a view of the world. And none of this is, their views of the world isn't rooted in the Constitution. In some cases, any version of the facts.
Oh my God!
That's gonna cause a lot of turmoil within these bureaucracies, and you got to fight.
This dude thinks the Bible is a history book, and he wants to talk about the facts.
That's going to cause a lot of turmoil within these bureaucracies, and you got to fight through it. And then they're going to overlay the aspect of, oh my gosh, you guys are racist.
I'm sorry, but this one truly floored me when I heard him say this, and it still does. What in the fuck just happened? Where in the hell did that comment come from? They didn't. We've been listening to this for 30 minutes. Has anybody said one word about races? Like racism, race, or otherwise? And I find that shocking because, you would expect that on the Tucker Carlson podcast, they would have brought up the white genocide or something like that. But no, nothing. And then just literally unprompted, this guy goes, they're going to call you racist. And it's like, I genuinely wish we knew what he was thinking when he said that. Because what is that supposed to mean? What in the hell is that supposed to mean? And he does not really clarify.
But that's gonna cause a lot of turmoil within these bureaucracies, and you got to fight through it. And then they're gonna overlay the aspect of, oh my gosh, you guys are racist, and you guys don't care about us as people. You're gonna have to deal with that too, right?
I guess.
One of the arguments that they're using in the press against me right now is they say he called for trauma within the bureaucracies. Yeah, I called for trauma within the bureaucracies. The bureaucracy,
which would in turn, I think, as he knows, cause trauma for actual human beings, which he seems actually not only on board for, but super stoked about, hoping for the best on, and I'm being as, facetious as possible in that last piece, but you get what I'm saying.
Hate the American people. They want to put a 77-year-old, and did, a 77-year-old Navy veteran in jail for 18 months for building 4 ponds on his ranch to fight wildfires.
What are you talking
That's
about?
not the Department of Justice. That's the EPA. You go every agency, and it's not just big government. It's weaponized against the country.
Of course.
And so, yeah, I would want to provide trauma against that bureaucracy in a way that frees the American people from the people that have assumed the type of power that the Constitution and no law, no public debate ever gave them. Does that mean we dislike everyone working at federal agencies and want them to have a bad life? No, of course. There's a lot of people there who have come to serve and do great public service, and we want to affirm that, and we want to turn over...
What do you mean public service? You just got done saying public service basically doesn't exist. It's all government exists to serve the president. So unless you mean that, unless you mean serving the dictatorship by public, I guess it's just hard to make that leap from the public to the dictatorship.
and do great public service, and we want to affirm that, and we want to turn over the bureaucracies that are traumatizing the American people.
Yeah, and the outcomes are terrible, and they're terrible because it's corrupt. That's why it doesn't change. And the D.C. metro area is the richest in the country.
What outcomes is he even talking about?
Just like that's the most.
Tucker Carlson's outcomes have been insane. This guy failed his way into a multi-million-dollar podcast from getting fired from a major news network that he probably didn't belong on either. Multiple major news networks. Although I guess was he fired from MSNBC? I can't remember. But, I mean, oh my God. Oh, such bad outcomes. What in the fuck are you talking about specifically?
Obvious marker for corruption I can imagine. Tell us about what congressional confirmation hearings are going to look like for Trump's appointees.
They're going to be exhilarating if you have the right approach to them. But
fucking laugh.
They're going to come at everything we've got, right? Or everything they've got with what they are able to put someone in the dock, and that individual is going to have to face the balance.
I feel like the most formative years of Tucker Carlson's life must have been just around a great deal of chortling, right? In fact, I think he may have just been sort of left inside of a private golf club as a child. His parents, I'm trying to think of, who was his parents again? Like the Swanson heiress or something like that.
Got, right? Or everything they've got with what they are able to put someone in the dock, and that individual is going to have to face the balance of wanting to defend everything that they have done in life and belief, and at the same time, the thing that's a little hard about is you're no longer yourself, right? You are yourself, but
what?
You are also going to do a job for a person. So,
what? I'm sorry, I got to hear that again. This is getting a little ethereal. Not myself.
That individual is going to have to face the balance of wanting to defend everything that they have done in life and belief, and at the same time, the thing that's a little hard about is you're no longer yourself, right? You are yourself, but you are also going to do a job for a person. So, what I think about a particular issue doesn't mean as much as what the president thinks.
I see what he's saying. So, lawmakers just need to be sort of living outside of themselves. They have to be having outside of body experiences in service of the president. They can't have ideology, even though he just got done telling us that he wants more people to come in to his office with strong opinions. They actually need to have sort of outside of body experiences while governing, as they're really just vessels. They're sort of just vessels for Donald Trump and Jesus.
something like that. And so it is a different thing than coming on and doing an interview about what your viewpoints on a particular issue.
That's exactly, it's not a cable news hit.
Right.
No.
So, but I think, look, I've had experience, Bernie Sanders went after me very, very hard in my first confirmation hearing as deputy OMB for essentially believing in John 3:16.
Oh my God.
It was.
Wait, he hit.
Okay. Right here, we're going to take a quick break. Watch this. We're going to get back to this, but really quickly, we're going to watch this. This is what he's talking about. Senator Bernie Sanders on the Senate, during a Senate confirmation hearing for Russ during. Oh, whoops, I did not mean to do that. Wait. Whoops. No, don't do that.
It bothered me and bothered many other people.
Please hold. So this is actually what Senator Sanders was objecting to. And before we listen to what Bernie had to say on this, during his confirmation hearing, let me read for you all a biblical passage. John 3:16. I'm sorry. Hold on. Where is it? Thank you. John 3:16. For God so loveth the world, that he hath given his only Son, that none that believe in him should perish, but should have everlasting life. And translation of the flowery language there, what that passage essentially means is anybody who doesn't believe in Jesus, who doesn't believe in God in the Christian sense, well, they should die. They should perish. They should stop being that. Stop doing what you're doing over there. Stop existing, please. All right, now let's see what Bernie had to say on the day of, at least one of the days of Russ Vought's confirmation hearing. Please hold. Oh, there we go. Wait, what just happened? Stop oppressing me.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Damn it. Why is this happening? I want you to renounce Jesus Christ. Oh my God, why is this refusing to full screen? You are killing my vibes right now, Doug.
Let me get to this issue that has bothered me and bothered many other people. And that is in the piece that I referred to that you wrote for a publication called Resurgent. You wrote, Muslims do not simply have a deficient theology. They do not know God because they rejected Jesus Christ, his son, and they stand condemned. End of quote. Do you believe that statement is Islamophobic?
Absolutely not.
No, absolutely not.
I'm a Christian, and
I'm a Christian, and I'm
a Christian set.
And I believe that anybody who's not a Christian is actually a cockroach.
And they stand condemned. End of quote. Do you believe that statement is Islamophobic?
Absolutely not, Senator. I'm a Christian, and I believe in a Christian set of principles based on my faith. That post, as I stated in the questionnaire to this committee, was to defend my alma mater, Wheaton College, a Christian school that has a statement of faith that includes the centrality of Jesus Christ for salvation. And
again, I apologize. Forgive me. We just don't have a lot of time. Do you believe that people in the Muslim religion stand condemned? Is that your view?
Again, Senator, I'm a Christian, and I wrote that piece.
God. Well, what does that say?
The statement of faith of Wheaton.
I understand that. I don't know how many Muslims there are in America. I really don't know. Probably a couple of million. Are you suggesting that all of those people stand condemned? What about Jews? They stand condemned too?
Senator, I'm a Christian.
I understand you are a
Come
Christian.
on, Russ.
But this country is made up of people who are not just. I understand that Christianity is the majority religion. But there are other people who have different religions in this country and around the world. In your judgment, do you think that people who are not Christians are going to be condemned?
Thank you for probing on that question. As a Christian, I believe that all individuals are made in the image of God and are worthy of dignity and respect, regardless of their religious beliefs. I believe that as a Christian, that's how I should treat all individuals.
And do you think your statement that you put into that publication, they do not know God because they've rejected Jesus Christ the Son and they stand condemned, do you think that's respectful of other religions?
Senator, I wrote a post based on being a Christian and attending a Christian school.
It was a Christian
that has
post.
A statement of faith that speaks clearly with regard to the centrality of Jesus Christ in salvation.
Yeah. So, Russ Vought here, he wrote a post. It was a Christian post, okay? And so, if you would stop asking me whether it was Islamophobic, it was based on Christianity, and therefore there's no way for you to even talk about other religions within the basis of Christianity. So, can we all please stop talking about it? Thank you very much.
Okay. So, yeah, that was Russ Vought. That was what he was referring to, what happened about 7 years ago. It was 2017. At his confirmation hearing, of course, he was eventually confirmed by the then Republican majority Senate. And will almost undoubtedly get reconfirmed again. We're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna go back to this fucking podcast after it, but I just figured we would take that short moment to go back in time. Well, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Really helps out. Once you've gotten done doing that, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are funded entirely by viewers like you. All sorts of great ways for you to contribute: YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. And of course, my favorite, where in a symbiotic relationship, both I get money and you get benefits on Patreon. So many sweet, sweet galactic benefits. Like getting to hang out here with an avatar, shoutouts, content, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, enjoy this space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Ignored some emotional support characters for 3 hours. It's a travesty of justice. I'm sorry. time for you to get back to your seats, space fams. We got way more content to get into tonight. Second half incoming. We're gonna go straight back to that horrifying interview between Tucker Carlson and Russ Vought. Giving off real future fascist vibes.
You on the basis of your religious beliefs?
He said I was a bigot and I should not serve in the federal government because of my Christian faith and believing something that essentially comes down to what's articulated at sports games with John 3:16.
I too agree. And I also agree. Nobody in government should be espousing that kind of stuff. Saying, oh, if you're not Christian, well, you're going to hell and you should be condemned. And it's insane.
That was most. Who's the bigot?
Who is the bigot? Right.
Great question.
The perfect question goes back. That most nominees will not go through what I went through, but I will tell them, you will get through it. You will get to the other side, and it will be the most freeing thing in the world. You will come through the end of a process like that, and
God,
I find it to be at that point.
It's going to be the most freeing process for a very specific group of incredibly problematic people with a very well-written agenda by this guy right here.
Exhilarating because it prepares you to take on enemy fire. What are they going to? What are you afraid of them calling you bigot, racist, Christian nationalist, authoritarian?
All the things that you love. The stuff that he embraces. You can't be afraid of that. That's basically what he's saying now. He's saying, you know what? We got to stop being afraid of being called all these things that we actually like. We got to stop pretending that we're not all of these things, okay? We are Christian nationalist, bigot, racist, authoritarians, and we're going to get it done this time.
If you are not afraid of these attacks and you give them no credence, no credibility, then you will be able to get through these things.
Exactly.
You will be able to.
So if you give those things no credibility, if you say racism has no credibility at all, if you say that authoritarianism is a figment of your imagination, if you say that women's rights are, it's go down the fucking list on this stuff, right? That's basically what he's saying. As long as you say being a Nazi is good, as long as you say that being a fascist is actually not even a problem. Right? If you say, all of these things, as long as you shift the goalpost so far that it's off the field, and that no longer is it a problem or a stigma to be called a Nazi, then we don't have a problem anymore. Oh, I forgot about the likes. I'll do that. Sorry, I'll do emotional support characters while we do this. I know we deserve them.
To convince enough senators. And you'll be able to serve, and you'll be served more effectively. But the bright lights will be on in these confirmation hearings.
So, how much of it is theatrical, and how much of it is real? So you go into a hearing like that.
What do you wait? How much of it is theatrical? I'm sorry. Hold on. I can't do two things at once right now. But I'm pretty sure Tucker's preparing to, or is currently saying something insane. Although it's actually not that. It's not that daring of a bet to make, I guess, now that I'm saying it out loud. What was the other one? Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I gotta go back 15 seconds. I lost the plot.
And you'll be able to serve, and you'll be served more effectively. But the bright lights will be on in these confirmation hearings.
So how much of it is like theatrical and how much of it is real? Like, so you go into a hearing like that, your confirmation hearing, do you know the outcome at the beginning, or do you think that votes really change based on the testimony of nominees?
I don't think most votes change.
Do you think anybody cares what people have to say at these hearings, or what? What's the deal with that?
Do you think that votes really change based on the testimony of nominees?
I don't think most votes change at all. I think that, you may have one or two anomaly senators that are trying to, have you answered something to their satisfaction, or they're trying to get a feel for you that they haven't otherwise. But I think
what Russ is saying here is, as long as you go in there, you lie it up, you tell people what they want to hear, you can come in and do the fascism in post.
Increasingly in the partisan world that we live in, the Democrats are voting no, and it's a matter of making sure you've convinced and you've brought in the.
So you get no.
Right.
I mean,
I got no Democrat votes.
Got to bring the family together.
But the Republicans are always voting for the. I mean, Lindsey Graham will vote for any Democrat. Sorry, I'm not going to put you in an uncomfortable situation, but there are plenty of Republican senators who are liberal Democrats, effectively, and they vote for all kinds of nominees.
He votes for any Democrat. Sure he does. Aside from, I don't know, Supreme Court justices.
Republican senators who are liberal Democrats, effectively, and they vote for all kinds of nominees. But you don't see that on the other side.
You never see that on the other side. And they have an appreciation that they have to attack our people at every level.
Attack.
Because they know
under
that
attack.
every level is the stepping stone for
the next level.
Exactly, right?
Right,
So
right.
they don't make it say, oh, this is just like the undersecretary.
Yeah, exactly.
We are opposed to that.
That guy will be secretary someday.
Correct.
Well, you're, I guess, a perfect example, aren't you?
Well, certainly the first term, right? I become deputy, and next thing you know, Nick goes to the chief of staff, and so I have an opportunity to serve as director. And so that is, they understand government, and they understand the career path that is opening for people, and when they sense. And
first thing, director of the OMB. Next thing, second, U.S. dictator coming in. Donald Trump's gonna die at some point, and guess what? We need somebody to fill those shoes, and I think I'll be that guy. I have career objectives.
It's the case, but when they sense that this is a committed conservative, it's a partisan line down the road.
Right.
For 35 years, Liberty Safe has been the number one manufacturer.
So you know how we had the anti-abortion group. Now we have the gun safe group. Of course, we need the gun safe ad. It's got all the best sponsors, Tucker.
Leaders, particularly now, since Trump won the majority of the popular vote, overwhelming majority of electoral votes, House and Senate are Republican, majority of state houses, majority of governorships. That's a mandate. So that means that Republican leaders, the two head guys in the House and Senate, should be helping. Are they going to?
I have high hopes that that people are seeing what Trump just accomplished and are going to be pulling the oars to get things done as soon as possible. And I think,
oh my God, that metaphor is deeply disturbing, because we started off with talking about how Republicans feel that they have been given a fucking mandate for the whole goddamn country here to get it done. He thinks they're going to pull up the oars. There'll be no resistance on this administration. It's all going to breeze through.
Jury is out, right? I think I want to see, and I'm hoping to see, people looking for ways to move these appointees through the process. And sounds like they're trying to do that. We'll see. But, we have to do things not based on how it has been done recently. Like this whole notion of the recess appointments, right? You have some people out there who are saying this is unconstitutional. It's not the way it was meant to be. It's totally wrong. right? It is a specific provision in the Constitution to be able to allow a president, if he has to stand up an administration quickly and he's dealing with a Senate that won't move quickly enough, to be able to install his people so that he can actually function as a government, right? That it's specifically mapped out, and yet you have
in the Constitution. So it's by definition not unconstitutional. Fair.
Fair. So you
I guess you got me there, Tucker.
One of them in particular.
I guess the Constitution isn't unconstitutional. Wah wah.
Like Ed Whelan right now, who's attacking Trump for even mentioning.
Who's Ed Whelan?
He writes he's one of the main kind of legal luminaries on the right, and ethics and public policy are one of those think tanks, and he's out there opposing the whole notion of recess appointments for whatever reason I don't know, other than I think it's unseemly and not the way the foundation.
Okay, so but don't. I mean, this is a whole separate question, and it's a broad brush. But in general, conservative think tanks, with some exceptions, are not conservative.
No,
they're tools of the left.
Oh, really?
Sort of repositories of broke.
I'd love him to name one. All these Republican think tanks are actually tools of the left. Heritage Foundation?
People with no other job prospects. Why would anyone pay attention to them?
Moms for
Liberty. I think
Liberty.
they should increasingly not be. Right?
Yeah, and by the way, there's some good ones, and I love Kevin Roberts at Heritage, and
can we get a list,
and
please?
Think tanks for sure. But in general, it's like the world of Jonah Goldberg. It's like, who cares what you think?
Okay,
they only matter to the extent that people in the arena listen to them.
Right.
This dude literally. I'm all right, not literally. I don't know for sure, but my guess is that if Russ doesn't have a apartment, he's at least got an office at the Heritage Foundation. Certainly got, he's got. I mean, this dude can walk into practically any think tank in the United States, I think, at this point, without being stopped at the door. He loves things. This dude is all about the think tanks. I love this.
And that is increasingly they're not being listened to, and I think that's part of one of the reasons why they're so up in arms about it, right? I mean, that's National Review itself is that's
what is
phenomenon.
National Review? That was a magazine in the 50s,
right?
Right.
So, and I think that's. But my point is the extent to which people have opposed Trump and the America First agenda, I think ultimately is a loss of power, because they didn't get to set the agenda. They don't get to be the traffic cop. They don't get to kind of say, this.
People, so in his mind, people just oppose all of this because, not for ideological reasons. No, it's just because they lost. They're just sore losers. It's not because they hate the idea of theocracy or oligarchy or any of these things that he definitely loves.
Set the agenda. They don't get to be the traffic cop. They don't get to kind of say, this offends my sensibility.
It's because we don't get to be the fascists. That's what he's saying.
And no, if you have a radical constitutionalism, and that's really what I've been calling for, given this crazy unconstitutional situation that we're finding ourselves in, if you have a radical constitutionalism, it's going to be destabilizing. You may find that you can use the James Madison could have put a whole
well that is true. If you have radical constitutionalism, I would point out something to all of you. Read it one time if you haven't. If you have, think back to some of the phrases used, words used in there. They're very specific to a degree that I think Russ understands and genuinely wants to enact, which is why he's going to be called a racist, right? That's why he's gearing us all up to call him a racist, because this guy wants radical constitutionalism. Rights for whites only.
More recess appointments in than you would have ever imagined. But it's also exhilarating. And why, if you're trying to preserve the country, would you make arguments against that? Why wouldn't you be making arguments for it? So that's one of the reasons we just put out.
If you love the Constitution so much,
we'll put out a 40-page paper next as to this is the constitutional grounds for recess appointments. President Trump hasn't decided to do it, but if he does, he will be in the same vein as our founders.
Okay, great.
It's a little weird, and again, you haven't. Well, as of right now, So it's November 18th. You've not been nominated.
No.
Yeah,
No.
I think you will be. Hope so. But you haven't been. So I don't want to put you in an awkward spot, because if you are, you're going to have to deal with this. But why would Mitch McConnell, still the Senate leader of Republicans, why would he say we're not doing recess appointments?
Again, I can't. I haven't spoken to Senator McConnell on it. My guess is that the Senate is going to want to know the argument, and they probably have been told.
The fact is this stuff doesn't usually quite happen this way. And these recess appointments are a way for Donald Trump and Russ Vought here to block any potential, last gasp sort of legislation or executive orders or anything like that from getting done. Right? That's what this is all about. These recess appointments, supposedly. Recess is just means getting appointments in before Donald Trump takes office. Fill the White House with Republicans before Biden leaves.
May have been told, and I'm going to just keep it as positive as possible, that this is inappropriate. You can't.
Yeah, it is a little inappropriate.
And I want to show them, no, in fact, you can. It is entirely appropriate. And to win the argument, and then if you win the argument, and then people are like, "No, we don't want to do this," then it's a different matter, right? It's like,
yeah, it's so weird how people are like that.
It reveals that they're not actually on board with those particular nominees going into
He's
office.
already keeping a list.
It's a different issue.
He's already keeping a list, dude. Did you hear that? Listen to this again. Listen to the way he says that. This dude is already keeping a list of people who aren't on board, people who aren't up for the authority for the dictatorship. He's like writing. He's like, "Oh, you're not on board for the appointments. Oh, guess what, pal? I'm about to be director of OMB. Got any bills you want passed? Oh, I don't know. Better check my list. Check it twice."
Different matter, right? It's like, it just kind of reveals that they're not actually on board with those particular nominees going into office, and that's a different issue. So I think that we don't know yet to whether will the Senate have an issue. I mean, to some extent, the Senate knows it has an issue because they couldn't move these nominees fast enough in the first term because the Democrats were filibustering everyone, right? And so, and by the way, a lot of these hearings, and you read the history books, and people got approved by the Senate in a day. The system wasn't meant to be this slow, and it has been bogged down and slowed down. And we'll see, Senator Thune, Majority Leader Thune, will have a chance to put his own imprint on the Senate, and I want to see how he does.
Yeah.
Oh, he's excited.
I've got, high expectations,
He's ready
low
for
hopes.
the
Hope I'm wrong. It'd be one thing if the outcome was positive, if the country was thriving. You'd say, okay, the system's dysfunctional, but you don't really need a lot of change right now, so that's fine. But the outcome is not positive at all. It's total destruction of the country we grew up in. So.
I wonder by what metrics he's talking about. Because I'm sure Tucker Carlson has only gotten richer during the Biden administration. I'm sure he has plenty of stocks. The stock market during the Biden administration has gone up a great deal. Great deal. I'm sure this guy is full of, investments all over the place. And all of his friends, Russ, Trump, of course, we've talked about just earlier today how he's made billions of dollars from DJT stock during that time. And unemployment's been very low. I wonder what it is he means. Because, he doesn't actually care about the people who don't benefit from those things. But he feigns that sort of stuff. Like with the folksy, opener song and all this other stuff. He's, with his checkered shirt. I'm just a regular guy. I roll up my sleeves. I get hard work. I live in a log cabin, supposedly.
Got to fix it. Why would you want to enter back into this?
Well, I've always said the last 4 years I would never want to miss out on another chance to be at the president's side. I find in him to be someone who's so uniquely situated for the moment. And you go back, and I've done some reading on this. You go back and read some of the Federalist Papers, and
here we go.
They actually designed the system for someone like him, whose his interests would align with the country's interests to such an extent.
Now, I don't know if you've read the Federalist Papers or if you know what the Federalist Papers are about. Now, they were a document written by James Madison, if I recall correctly. There was somebody else in there too. I can't remember who that was. But I know James was in there. Madison wrote this as a way to justify what happened in, what was it, 1788? Whenever it was that the Electoral College came about. The Federalist Papers were essentially the document that justified its doing what it does, which is to disenfranchise people from the vote. It essentially says that people, the will of the people is dangerous. The mob don't know how to govern themselves. They're too unencumbered by land, by not having land and things and responsibilities. And, we must have a class of people who can rule over those idiots. That's basically, you go read it. That's basically what it is. I mean, I'm nutshelling for sure, but
his interests would align with the country's interests to such an extent to which it actually works. Like, separation of powers is meant to have strong, opinionated,
Hamilton, thank
leadership.
You. Thank you.
That
I knew. Thank you. I was like right there. My brain was broken. I appreciate that.
As fast as they can and hard as they can in their direction, and for the system to then have true separation of powers. Right. An example of that is what he's proposing on recess appointments. If the Constitution allows you to do it, why wouldn't you do it if it's in your interest?
These people are planning on going as far back as they can on things. They're going to go find, the Horse and Buggy Act of 1800 or whatever. They're going to go back to 1867 on abortion. They're going to go back to, whenever it suits them, go back to the Gilded Age on taxes, on tariffs. They've literally explicitly spelled it out for us. We were told what it was, and this is what we're getting. Massive YouTube censorship? Shocking.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Thank you for the super chat, by the way.
And then let's see what Congress does in response to that. But that's real separation of powers. It's not like this kind of fake fourth branch administrative state where none of it works and it's all kind of cartel behind the scene, where all you get is kind of different parts of each of the branch coming together almost as a blob. And I think he's so unique in terms of being a historical transformative person that we can actually save the country. And that's really what it comes down to.
Okay, people, we're going to break from this nonsense, I think. Or do we watch the rest of it? I guess we could watch the rest of it and we would be done right when the normal show starts. And then go to the next half. It's just so long. This is like literally an hour and 45 minutes long. It is painful. But this is, the reason why I'm putting this in front of all of us, the reason why I think it's important for us to watch this is what's about to happen. This guy is going to be the most effective person in the executive branch. Certainly not going to be Trump. We all know how inept he is. We have to count on the ineptitude of Trump to some degree. Who said that earlier this week? I think Sam Cedar said that earlier this week. And he's right. We do. We have to count on the ineptitude of Donald Trump. And we're not going to get that if we have Russ Vought, the OMB, doing all of this Project 2025 stuff that he spent essentially the last 4 years writing. It's going to be bad. All right, we're going to watch a little bit more of this.
The hour's late. It's 11:59.
Oh my
It's
God.
not too late, but it's really late.
Stop
and
with the
this isn't
metaphors.
an election where you can just have seesaws. We'll be up and you'll be down. No, we if we don't win and he's won an electoral mandate, now it's time to actually execute. If we don't execute,
Also, don't use the word
we
execute.
may never have this chance again. And so
This guy should never be allowed to use the word execute, mostly because of his fascist tendencies. Oh, I guess, am I being a word Nazi? I don't know.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
if we don't execute, we may never have this chance again. And so you have the president who's ready to go. Now you need know-how people who can do that. And
hearing him talk like this is so scary. If you're not scared by this shit, you should be. The way he's talking is genuinely disturbing. You know, and sure, of course, Tucker and his audience love this stuff. But, I mean, he's saying this is our last chance. Donald Trump said you won't have to vote again. It is because this guy's coming into town to remove the need, you know, for democracy and all that stuff. The administrative state. We don't need that. Just the executive branch and the judiciary.
But with the attacks that are coming, and they will come, right? They will come hardest at the people that they believe are the greatest threats.
This is projection. This dude is the threat. He is literally the threat to the entire U.S. government. Oh my God.
But that's what the president needs. The president needs those types of people, or he's not going to be successful and the country won't be saved. And I think that it's incumbent on those of us who have that skill set, who have had the experiences we've had. You know, we're put here for a reason. We're here because God has given.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, with the God talk. This dude is constantly talking in metaphors and Bible speak, and I hate it. And it is incredibly, I mean, it is scary. You know, we talk about theocracy, I think, oftentimes sort of more in a more amorphous sort of way, with less of a what do you call it? Less of a personification of it, if you will, like in terms of being able to point to literally somebody who's planning to get that done. In, like he said earlier, what was it? Oh my God, my brain just broke. Not legislative. It wasn't the word he used. Oh God, it was more authoritarian sounding. God damn it.
Skill set, who have had the experiences we've had. You know, we're put here for a reason. We're here because God has given us a particular purpose for a particular time, and it's incumbent on us to be responsible with those moments that we're given. So I don't know what the future holds. I don't know if I serve or if I continue at my center to be championing the ideas that he's working on. I'm happy with both of those scenarios, but it's incumbent on us to give everything we can to be successful in this moment, because I don't think we will get another moment like this.
Do you hear how he's talking about this? He's talking about like a battle, but he's also talking about it in such final terms. In this sort of like, this is our last chance to, like, if he really means it. Like he's planning on completely undoing the government. If it helps out poor people or minorities or, you know, other religious groups or Democrats, you know, the woke. If it's good for the environment, get rid of it. Basically, that's the plan. That is the plan. The only things that will be left are, I guess, what? Well, the ICE will be left, right? The military will still exist. Of course, like I said, we need the executive, or not we, but they need the executive because they need the dictator. Of course, you know, libertarians love courts, so of course they'll still probably have the Supreme Court, I guess. What they're gonna do, I don't know. With the rest of it, it seems like it's just all gonna get dissolved.
If you doubt how serious the opposition is to the public, not just to Trump, but to the majority of the country that voted for Trump, they're trying to leave him with World War III on the way out.
Yeah.
The majority of the country?
More desperate or evil.
What the fuck? I mean, what the hell is he talking about? That's, I mean, another obvious lie. Not even a third of the country voted for Donald Trump. 25%. In fact, it might be less, actually.
On the way out. Yeah. I can't imagine a more desperate or evil thing for Tony Blinken, who I think is desperate and evil, in my view, to do. Leave him with a war? A lame duck president trying to start a war with the world's largest nuclear power, Russia. What do you make of that?
It's incredibly insidious. And then add to the fact that he can't put two sentences together.
Sorry, I missed this. I missed part of this. I was grabbing a tea.
War? A lame duck president trying to start a war with the world's largest nuclear power, Russia. What do you make of that?
It's incredibly insidious. And then add to the fact that he can't put two sentences together. And
is he trying to start a war? I wouldn't actually say that. He's just finally given what not only Ukraine has been asking for, but much of the rest of the EU countries that are helping. The other NATO countries that are helping have been essentially asking for permission to do. In this case, I mean, it's not helping. And I mean, it is escalating things. I'm not going to say that it's not.
He's largely not in control of his own government. And so you have almost an unelected president with individuals behind the scenes that are doing this.
He's unelected. Hilarious. Ah, boy. If Joe Biden is unelected, then Donald Trump is unelected, because Donald Trump still got 5 million less votes than Joe Biden did in 2020.
It doesn't surprise me, though. I mean, these are the same people that have weaponized the Department of Justice, have the lawfare. I have a colleague of mine, Jeff Clark.
Not the lawfare.
You know, they're trying to disbar him because of the care that he had on behalf of the president to deal with voter integrity and election fraud after 2020. And so the system has thrown everything at the warriors that are on the field. You're seeing that with Tulsi. You're seeing that with Matt Gaetz. I mean, why is all of this stuff being thrown at him?
Slander. Oh, wow. We should clip this. We should clip this and send it to the attorneys for the the victims of Matt Gaetz. At least, I don't know, put a, what is this, 4512? Write that down, someone. I think what he just did was a form of slander, essentially, by claiming that the victims are lying about him, right? Isn't that what just happened? I'm not a legal scholar.
Gaetz, I mean, why is all of this stuff being thrown at him slanderously?
Can I just say, I thought, I'm sorry to digress, but since you mentioned Gaetz, we don't accuse, look, DOJ leaked that he was a child sex trafficker, okay? So at that point, they have a moral, I would say, legal obligation to charge him for child sex trafficking and prove it in court. And if they can't, shut the F up. But they didn't do that.
They did not.
They leaked that Matt Gaetz, a guy they didn't like, whose views...
Matt Gaetz, a guy they didn't like, a guy who went parading around the House floor showing people pictures of all the young girls he was having sex with. That guy.
Or a threat to them is a child sex trafficker. Then they just let it hang in the air, and all their repulsive little minions like Joe Scarborough, like, he's a child sex trafficker. Really? You want to live in a world where the secret police can just slander you through the media? Like, I
read in my Bible this morning that you don't believe something unless two or...
The fake outrage and confusion from Tucker on this one. He is not that dumb, people.
The media? Like,
I just don't
read in my
understand
Bible
it.
this morning that you don't believe.
It's
something
almost
unless
like
two
it's
or
almost like
three.
that whole Dominion thing, right? It's so hard to understand why any of that even happened. Why is Tucker being forced to do this horrible podcast in a log cabin instead of the warmth of the Fox News studio? It just doesn't make any sense.
Media, like,
I read in my Bible this morning that you don't believe something unless two or three people are witnesses and say, and there is none of that. In fact,
that's Mosaic law right there.
In fact, the weaponized Department of Justice said we don't have the proof to pursue these allegations.
I know.
And so then you read in the story.
But they accused him of it.
They accused.
All week we've been hearing about how there was actually a great deal of evidence and Republicans were leaking stuff about it. There was it's wild and it's hilarious, but Russ, once again, he's got a list. He's writing all those people's names down and they're gonna Oh boy, they're going to rue the day that they ever wanted to know anything about Matt Gaetz and sex trafficking or any of that kind of stuff.
They make the case. The reporter I read it this morning. And then they say it should be known that Matt Gaetz denies that these allegations has occurred. Of course he denies it because they're not true. And there's no accounting of the fact that these things have been proven not to be true. And yet people, and there's a tendency on our side, and this is very troubling. It's not just the left, which is kind of state regime propaganda. There's a tendency on our side to believe that if there's smoke, there must be fire. Why do we? It
wasn't just smoke. Let's be real. There was an entire investigation into this, was there not? It was closed door, but people. It's not. I don't think it's just smoke.
That. Why does our side? Why does Republican congressmen, Republican senators believe that where there must be smoke, there must be fire? Only because this person has been a confrontational, courageous, convictional leader in a.
That makes sense, actually. I take it all back. Russ, he full circled it for me. I was really dubious. I was really skeptical about all of this, but you know what? He made it all make sense. Made it all make sense. It's actually because Matt Gaetz is just so goddamn courageous. He's just out there doing the people's work so hard that there's, just a tiny group of people out there who are just determined to take him down and stop him from doing his job mandated by the voters. Just unbelievable.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Generation.
Whoops.
Talent, I might add.
A generational talent.
The last point is indisputable. That's just a fact. I mean, Gaetz is the most articulate member of Congress. It's like, no, it's not even close, right? So they hate him for that because he's a danger. My explanation, of course, I've noticed that Republicans believe most of what they're told. Part of it is, I think there's an IQ gap, if I'm just being honest. Part of it is they believe in the system, and Democrats just don't believe in the system at all. They don't.
So this guy who's about to be head of the OMB thinks Matt Gaetz he's a hero. He's a hero. Okay, there is no daylight between him and Tucker Carlson and Matt Gaetz. These guys are the same person. They're living in the same body, the same mind. The body of Christ. I'm sorry.
Jesus, I say that.
Hush.
Any system that curtails their power, basically. But Republicans really believe in it, to their great credit. And so they're like, well, it's the DOJ. I mean, it's kind of corrupt on the margins. You know what I mean? There's some bad apples, but most of them are really great. Really? Why haven't the great ones resigned?
Right.
I don't think there's any evidence they're mostly great at all. I think they're really dangerous, heavily armed. Maybe that's the answer?
What?
I think that
what is
that
the
is
answer?
fundamental. It's twofold. I think
the answer is to get people armed up. Is that what he just said? I'm sorry. Wait.
But most of them are really great. Really? Why haven't the great ones resigned?
Right.
I don't think there's any evidence they're mostly great at all. I think they're really dangerous, heavily armed. Maybe that's the answer?
I'm
confused.
That is fundamental. It's
say.
twofold. I think the left is made up of revolutionaries,
for sure,
right? And they're Marxist. If you've read Witness, everyone knows that, right? Like that's not a new phenomena. It's become militarized over and over.
Witness was written in like 1955. So
correct, right? So now what that looks like is not someone who's like a behind the scenes spy. Now that looks like some of their members of Congress, right? Like an AOC. They're Marxist
AOC, a Marxist communist
voting
revolutionary.
So that's their side, and our side doesn't really grapple with that. We don't make a decision realizing like
our side doesn't really grapple with that. We don't really grapple with the revolutionaries or anything like the January 6ers who literally tried to start an insurrection. That's a sort of form of revolution.
Side, and our side doesn't really grapple with that. We don't make every decision realizing like that's what they think and that's what they're doing. So I'm not going to listen to what they just kind of chit chat conversation. I'm going to govern and make decisions based on what I know they are.
That's right. Republicans don't actually care what the liberals think or the woke. They're not even paying attention. Okay, Russ. Yeah.
that conversation, I'm
no
going
reactionaries in the
to
Republican
govern
Party
and make decisions based on what I know they are pursuing. Know your enemy. Secondly, we do have trust in kind of the media and the institutions. Like Tony Fauci can't be lying, right? He can't really. He must not have been doing gain of function research if he said he wasn't.
You can't do that. You can't do that to me. Gayness doesn't exist in Iran. Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. Thank you. Thank you. That's what we're gonna get, though. We're just gonna get the the sort of counterbalance to the Iranian regime. We're gonna get the Christian theocracy. Thanks to Russ here.
He's Tony Fauci.
Women shall not be allowed to wear skirts that are above the knee. No liquor or anything on Sundays. Actually, just praying. If you get caught doing anything on Sundays, off with your head. Well, maybe your hand first. Second offense, definitely your head. But maybe they'll go with a hand. Maybe it's like a 3 strikes and you're out. Like first hand, then second hand, and then no more head. Should be fun,
right? Like that's what we were up against, and
totally true.
And that is the wrong approach. You got to have a skepticism of all of these people, and their institutions and their bureaucracies.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was I not clear about who you had to pray to on Sunday? Specifically, the Christian God. If you get caught praying to a different God on a Sunday, oh boy, that's a whole different thing. I don't think it's a 1, 2, 3. That's not going to be a 1, 2, 3 situation. You'll probably. Maybe it won't cut your hands or your head off initially. It'll be a different thing. You go straight to the internment camps, right? So first the internment camps, and if you're a problematic internee, then you get your head cut off.
People, and their institutions and their bureaucracies.
Okay, what needs to be done? And I'll shut up. I'll stop with my stupid.
Whenever Tucker says what needs to be done, everyone should shudder at what comes next.
You just go through the top 3 or 4 things that you think this incoming administration, which has a rare mandate, should achieve in order.
I believe that there's a lot of policy issues downstream, the border, inflation, wars across the world. All of them are downstream of one reality, and that is the American people currently are not in control of their government, and the president hasn't been either. And so we have to solve that.
How do we do that?
We have to solve the woke and the weaponized bureaucracy and have the president take control.
I see. So what he's like, all those other elected officials and things, he really does view government through a authoritarian lens. We need to rip out all government that isn't Donald Trump, that isn't the elected Republican president, and that anything that's keeping him from enacting what he wants to do. And I mean because of course Republicans would never elect a woman president. Yeah, wow. You have so much great stuff to look forward to right now.
Of the executive branch. So my belief, for anyone who wants to listen, is that
remember when we were talking about Project 2025 in a theoretical way? I miss those days, don't you?
The president has to move executively as fast and as aggressively as possible with a radical constitutional perspective to be able to dismantle that bureaucracy and their power centers. And I think there are a couple of ways to do it. Number one is going after the whole notion of independence.
Whatever.
There are no independent agencies. Congress may have viewed them as such, SEC or the FCC, CFPB.
Got to get rid of those.
The whole alphabet soup.
Yeah.
But
we want consumers. CFPB, I mean, come on. Consumers, protections, are you kidding me? That is just getting in the way of free markets.
That is not something that the Constitution understands. So there may be different strategies with each one of them about how you dismantle them.
You fucking idiot.
But as an administration, the whole notion of an independent agency.
You know what? Maybe we should have just, I blame the founders for not freezing us in time when they created the Constitution. You know, like if they could have just stopped progress from happening, you know, if technological advances, just the general passage of time, they could, you know, we could have avoided all of this, right? All these changes, like from the, you know, the buggy to, you know, the cotton gin, the car, the internet. You know, it's all just getting in the way of the Constitution.
Should be thrown out, particularly with the Department of Justice, in which there's literally no law. All it is precedent from the Watergate era that the Attorney General and those lawyers don't work for the president. And
well, who do they work for?
They think that they work for themselves. They think that they are.
So they have the power to kill people just because they awarded them something?
Yeah, exactly. Stupid airplanes, you know, stupid air traffic controllers, stupid radios, the FCC, and all these things. Actually, he mentioned literally the FCC just now. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? The environment, like, you know, back when the framers existed, we weren't worried about global warming. So why should we be worried about it in 2024? The Constitution didn't frame out a plan for that. How are we supposed to figure out what to do? We don't have free will or... Oh my God!
No, they have the power to kill people. I mean,
they believe that they have the power for all of the prosecutions, and that the president doesn't get a say in any of that. And that we have to go at that as hard as we possibly can. Whether that's the military,
you know,
a whole military.
I know
industrial complex of.
Earlier, I said, you know, that maybe they'd let the Supreme Court stick around. I'm starting to think that's also maybe a superfluous institution in the mind of Russ here.
Possibly can, whether that's the military. We have a whole military industrial complex of generals, and Tommy Tuberville kind of exposed this last year with a fight about.
Okay, so I'm starting to think he might actually, you know, we were talking about how the military might continue to exist. Now he's saying some crazy shit. This is actually past the point of where I was listening originally. And it sounds like maybe, is it just me, or does it sound like he wants to just sort of institutionalize like local militias, like local Proud Boy chapters or something? The Boogaloo, the second Boogaloo, you know, like what's happening here? It's like, like that money is going somewhere, I assume. It's not going to, certainly not going to be going to healthcare or a single payer or something like that. Not in this administration.
Life, but it really became a fight about whether we have essentially a military that is not subject to civilian leadership. So you can apply the concept of destroying independence at every agency. I even saw it in aspects of OMB with regard to who gets to make the decision.
Civilian leadership of the military. First off, I don't think it's ever existed. I'm not sure what he means by that. Can anybody clue me in on what the fuck that means?
At every agency. I even saw it in aspects of OMB with regard to who gets to make the decisions on statistics, right? Like there are little pockets of independence that have to be just.
Who gets to make the decision on statistics? What is that? The statistics get to make the decision on statistics, you dumb motherfucker. What is... I don't want reality. I want the specific numbers, please. That's what he's saying. Why are people always making these leftist decisions on statistics? Okay, we need more unbiased statistics, stuff that reinforces my worldview, please.
We got to remove those, right? They're unconstitutional.
It's unconstitutional.
Would you include the Fed in that list?
So
statistics,
I am not
all these goddamn
fan of
statistics
the
are
Fed.
unconstitutional.
I can't look at the Constitution and the massive decades-long decisions that they have made totally undemocratic and see that is a place.
I'm sorry, Chad, I can barely concentrate. I'm just like yeah, according to Russ Vought, too many unconstitutional statistics. It's unfair. It's unfair to the white race.
The massive, decades-long decisions that they have made, totally undemocratic, and see that is a place where there deserves to be an exception for
50%. 50% of statistical studies are 70. I hope that they did their math on that one. Hopefully that's one of the good ones.
It's science.
Oh my god.
I don't even understand who controls
We're
the
literally
Fed.
moving into an alternate
where does their
reality.
authority come
The
from?
new
God?
timeline's even
Are they
worse than the
speaking
last
directly
one.
to God? Like,
remember how we were all, out of shape, sort of butthurt about the timeline we were living in about 2 months ago? Well, welcome to the future, people.
a place where there deserves to be an exception for.
I don't even understand who controls the Fed. I mean, and where does their authority come from? God? Are they speaking directly to God? Like, what is this?
No, because they're wrong, and they've been wrong, for decades, right?
Right. Now, let's go to zero interest rates for 11 years, see what happens.
So, President Trump hasn't run on that, and so I'm not going to speak.
But I'm just interested as you've looked into the question of what authority does the Constitution bestow into whom?
No, and to give you an example, if you go on if you were watching news, you're going to have seen in the last 2 years ads saying oppose the Fed's regulations on bank capital, right? Well, who are they supposed to call? They're not calling their congressman.
Oh, that's the problem. Banks are just too regulated, people. That's why things are so bad. Who are we even supposed to call about making sure those banks don't get regulated so much? It's the number one thing I'm constantly thinking of. Who do I call? I walk through my day just sort of, I wake up in bed. I'm still in bed thinking, who do I call about all these damn bank regulations? Making breakfast. Who do I call about all these goddamn bank regulations? So annoying. I'm getting ready for the stream, going through YouTube videos. Can't focus though, because all I can think about is why don't I have someone to call about all these goddamn bank regulations that are clearly oppressing me?
Help! I'm being repressed!
Drinking my coffee, drinking some tea, just thinking about all those goddamn bank regulations and how there's no one to call. And Russ Vought, he's got plans.
Congressman has no power. The issue is like the call to action is against the Fed. Well, sorry, you're kind of out of luck.
What's the lever we would use to influence the Fed?
There is no lever, right? And so they have existed with this notion that they have this priestly ability to make decisions. And in fact, I don't actually think they're that good at it. Oh. I think people like President Trump are in fact better at it.
He's so good at making decisions.
There's no reason.
How many times has he gone bankrupt again? 4? Best decision maker ever.
I think people like President Trump are in fact better at it. And there's no reason that they should be exempt from the normal democratic process. And if Congress wants to come along and pass rules that says, this is how we want the money supply to go, all of that is in their purview. But I think, this is not some exception to the rule.
4 or 6.
Doesn't mean
who does the math? Who's keeping track?
Trump
Come on.
has any interest
Come on, guys.
in doing anything in this area. But I don't think it's the exception that proves the rule on independence being something that is important downstream to the CDC, the NIH. I think everything that people like Bobby Kennedy have been running on and others is about, no, you're not some priestly role. You are politicians yourselves. You just don't have to face voters, right? So independent.
He loves the priesthood so much that he finds that to be, a great metaphor constantly for these things. And like I said before, I'm pretty sure that we are going to get we're going to be getting, what do you call it? Priest in a sort of a true governmental role. Not only will churches get tax exemption, now they'll probably get some kind of
like a governmental agency that looks over godliness in society, I guess, right? Priests will just like walk the cities now and make sure that you're not doing anything that's ungodly. I would assume they'll have, you know, the same sort of like power and authority as like a police officer. Guns, of course. Wouldn't want them to be going out into those mean streets unprotected, you know.
This is, I think, first and foremost. Number two, bringing back the notion of impoundment. And this is something that...
Of what?
Of impoundment. The ability to not spend money. For 200 years, presidents had the ability to not spend a congressional appropriation. That has always been...
Yeah, presidents just able to say, no, I'm not going to do it. Not going to sign it, people. I mean, technically, they've always had the ability not to sign it, but it, you know, would usually mean making sure a bunch of people go hungry, veterans included, no health care for all you people, a bunch of stuff.
Constitutional system, it had been brought, it had been a paradigm that had been brought from the UK and how we understood. The constitutional principle is certainly... Power of the purse means that Congress gets to set the ceiling. You can't spend without a congressional appropriation, but you weren't ever meant to be forced to spend it, and it has become a floor. So 200 years, presidents are using impoundment. They get money for something. The president says, I don't think it's a good idea, or I certainly can do it better, or I have events that are happening overseas that cause me not to want to spend on the gunboat when I want to get some treaty done. All manner of executive decision-making that would be a part of that. In the 1970s, at the lowest moment of the presidency, Congress steps in, and to some extent the courts, and they passed the Impoundment Control Act, which was really the Impoundment Elimination Act. And from that moment, they had destroyed separation of powers on spending, on fiscal issues. But it was beyond that. It wasn't just about dollars and cents. It was about control of the bureaucracy.
So that law effectively meant the executive branch, the president's agencies have to...
I know he's like a massive nerd, okay, in this guy, but that's the problem, right? He's read all of it, and he's picked his favorite parts, right? And most of them are, you know, back a couple centuries. You know, he wants us to go back to late 18th, maybe, you know, 19th century, depending on a number of things. You know, and the problem is he knows how to get it done, legally speaking, even if it's using completely antiquated laws, things that aren't done, even if it's completely breaking with the precedent of the modern era, even if it means just, you know, impoverishing entire groups of people. He doesn't care. He already said it. He said, we need to embrace being called racists. You can't let that slow you down.
And every dollar,
whatever that means,
they're sent by the Congress.
Correct. And I believe, as a budget guy, that was the original sin on why we can't do anything fiscally from that moment on. It's also why we get omnibus bills, because if I only need you to get your signature and I lose all of my ability to, throughout the rest of the fiscal year, to push and pull and not spend and make different decisions, I just got to get your one signature. So I'm going to put everything in that one bill,
right,
thousands of pages, and I'm going to push it through at
And of course, remember, it's not going to be Donald Trump who's going to make the decision, because the way that Russ is talking right now, he's expecting these things to go across his desk first so that he can tell Donald Trump what it is that's going to be good and what's going to be bad, okay? He wants every single line of legislation so he can pour over it in the fucking nerdery, you know? Really, I mean, yeah, might as well call it the nerdery, right? Because it's quasi, you know, it's quasi-religious, this library of his, where he's going to be doing all of this work, him and his cronies, and yeah, he wants to be able to say yes and no, line by line, on all the stuff that he likes or doesn't like, and he's making pretty clear what stuff he likes and doesn't like, right?
It's time for you politically. You might have some diplomatic visit that you're going on.
Yeah, totally.
And so impoundment is vitally important, not just to save the country fiscally. It is vitally important to be able to wrest control of the bureaucracy, because when you combine Congress giving the agencies vast authority to interpret the laws that they passed, overly broad, make law essentially.
How
that
dare
has no
Congress
repercussions on the people who voted it.
How dare Congress interpret the very laws that they passed? That is ridiculous. Congress. Wait a second. Wasn't he just telling the people? Wasn't he? Remember earlier here back where he was like very upset that people weren't reading bills and stuff like that. Usually when I read stuff, I tend to also interpret it. It's just sort of a unintended consequence of reading it. But I guess he just wants people to read it and regurgitate it, so long as it's his agenda, which of course has had to pass across his desk first. It seems like a weird thing. It's just sort of, I guess, it's like busy work. It's like a sort of like a flagellation. You know, the reading of it. It's not necessary because you're not allowed to interpret it. But you have to read it so that you know it, like scripture.
Right? They don't have to vote on what the right blend is for ethanol.
That's right.
And then you say that your funding is going for Congress, and the president has no ability. Sorry, Mr. President, you don't have to. That's illegal. You can't turn off my funding. Now, Imperial Congress still exists, just a lot more subtle. So that's number 2, bringing back empowerment. Number 3 is dramatically going at restoring at-will employment as far as you can. A lot of ideas on the agenda, but
so all these companies are always telling you how much money they're giving to charity. Oh, we're so charitable.
What's this one going to be?
But what are the charities they're giving to? These brands that you buy that you have in your house, you don't even want to know.
Oh.
Very often they're charities that don't have the same values that your family has.
No.
Sometimes they're charities that don't like your
Don't
family
say
at all.
it.
But when you use Pure Talk, which is a cell phone company a lot of us use, you can be certain that your money is going to charities that you yourself would give to.
Pure Talk? What the fuck is that? What in the fuck is this company? Is this like some sort of AT&T alternative for right wingers? I've literally never heard of this. What is this, Cricket? Is this Cricket Wireless for psychos? Or for white nationalists? What the fuck is this? We're skipping past the Pure Talk segment. I'm sorry, people. I'm sure you're very disappointed.
And off your first month, we recommend
50% off.
Can we just go back to empowerment?
Yeah.
Super quick. So what was the idea during Watergate of forcing the president to spend all the money the Congress sends him? Like, why would you want that?
You only want it from the standpoint of control if you want to be able to say, you're going to spend what I tell you you're going to spend. That it is nothing more than an institutional desire to force the president to spend an X amount of money. But again, it's never just about that. It's always about where they have tried to innovate it from really the progressive era. Like they wanted congressional government. That was the
I see.
The title.
It's all that stuff that's happened in the last 100 years.
Wanted a system where essentially
we got to undo all that stuff.
Agency,
all that stuff that's happened in the last 100 years. You know, Social Security and all that stuff that we did in the wake of the Great Depression. It was dumb. It was a dumb idea. We should have just embraced the Gilded Age and extreme inequality. We need to go back to Hoover Towns. Okay, people are too worried about that. Thank God we have Russ Vought here.
Title of Woodrow Wilson's book. He wanted a system where essentially the agencies largely worked out of the Congress or associated with Congress, not unlike what you would see in the House of Commons, right, where their cabinet lives in their House of Parliament, and it's largely, the monarch, the executive, over time becomes toothless. That's essentially what they have wanted and have pursued at every turn here. And you saw that on steroids with them using the events of Watergate to promulgate new paradigms and ways of...
Poor Nixon, he was unfairly attacked by the administrative state. And they used him. It's terrible.
Binding the constitutional system from working. So everything post-Watergate is largely, you can just make an assumption it's not the way it was meant to work.
Okay.
So you have our guys defending post-Watergate paradigms.
All these stupid investigations, that's not the way the government's supposed to work, Tucker. Okay? Come on. President's supposed to be able to do whatever the fuck he wants. Want to break into a hotel? Break into a hotel.
Instead of trying to think through, okay, let's go back. Let's go back to what the founders would have actually envisioned.
Amazing. Okay, so to your third point, thank you for this, by the way. So to your third point, that the president has to be able to fire people who are subverting democracy. Why can't
Immediately,
how
if
did
not
federal
sooner.
bureaucrats wind up with a kind of super tenure where no matter what they do, you can't get rid of them? Like, I don't understand. They work for the public.
Right. Laws that have been passed, perhaps not challenged, the laws that have been passed that give them bargaining power, that give them certain processes that have to be followed before they can be dismissed. But I think in that, and it's certainly made it very, very hard to hire and fire.
Oh my
The
God.
current system needs to be changed, but it also can be used to deal with these same kind of actors if you're willing to do it.
All these dissidents in government. Gotta get rid of them. This is incredibly disturbing. We're not going to watch the rest of this. We just don't have time. But we might have to come back to this fucking disturbing shit later this weekend. I'm not going to lie. We might do this take 2 on Sunday. This is insane. Utterly insane. But this is what we have to look forward to. In a couple months, this guy is going to be at the right hand of Donald Trump, telling him, feeding him all the information, all of this stuff, and or to all the people around him. I mean, Donald Trump doesn't even need to hear all this stuff. You know, Russ is he's gonna go out there, he's gonna get it all done, he's gonna bring the blob back to Donald Trump and have him sign it. And it's disturbing, the stuff he's talking about. He's literally just talking about dismantling the entire government, all of it that doesn't suit him in this moment and in the future. Because once again, like he said, he doesn't think that there is going to be a second chance. So they got to get it done now before Democrats come back and try and rebuild the administrative state, you know. Phew. It's wild. It's fucking wild. Now let's go to one of these assholes that's going to be in this the executive branch, I guess, whatever the Department of Government Efficiency is going to be. That's right, Elon fucking Musk.
Over the last stretch of Donald Trump's candidacy for president, no one was a bigger cheerleader for him than Elon Musk.
America's just not just going to be great. America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing!
Aside from stumping for Trump on the campaign trail for weeks, the tech magnate also poured millions into Trump's election campaign.
And literally
Musk also used
broke
his
the
social
law,
media company
giving
X
money away
as a pulpit
to
to promote his
voters to
preferred
get
candidate.
registered.
Often with
That's
claims
something
that
we
were
still haven't
untrue.
dealt with.
It's still a very powerful
That was a
platform.
crime.
It's still the platform.
I'm pretty fucking sure that what he did was a crime. You're not supposed to be able to pay people to get registered to vote. And he did that. I doubt there's going to be any repercussions for that in the Donald Trump administration, but it would be nice to see Democrats try and do that in the next 2 months.
Often with claims that were untrue.
It's still a very powerful platform. Still the platform many celebrities and politicians and so many people use to make official announcements and talk directly to people. So it is a real hub and source of news, and he basically turned that into Trump's favor.
The admiration went both ways. Here is Donald Trump praising Musk during his speech declaring victory in the 2024 presidential election.
We have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Trump's imminent presidency is paying off for Musk, who is already the richest man in the world, even before Trump steps into the White House.
I love the way CNBC is talking about it. I don't even know if they realize they're doing it, but they're literally admitting just how much this has been a pay for government job on the part of Elon. His investment paid off. That's not how government's supposed to fucking work. not supposed to be, oh, the biggest fucking Trump donor and then get a new agency built for you in particular. Right? But of course, CNBC loves the oligarchy. They are, in fact, they are the oligarchy.
January 20th. In the week after the election was called for Donald Trump, Tesla stock surged, with shares of the company reaching their highest level since 2022. The company's market capitalization is now over $1 trillion.
A lot of analysts are going to look at the Trump presidency as a very positive thing for Tesla because they just see Musk's influence over the incoming administration can streamline things that Tesla wants permission to do.
With the election of Donald Trump to a second presidential term and the appointment of Elon Musk as a head of a new government efficiency commission known as DOGE, CNBC wanted to learn how Musk and his myriad of companies may benefit from having the year of the president.
And his own governmental agency. Hey, thanks for the super chat, Nadia. You pugs don't think they have a mandate? I don't know. They just got done saying they have a mandate. Oh my god. Or maybe are you saying that they actually don't believe what they're saying? They're just using it as a weapon in this moment. Yeah, they need to capitalize on. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Elon Musk's business empire is sprawling and includes EV maker Tesla, social media company X, artificial intelligence startup xAI, computer interface company Neuralink, tunneling venture Boring Company, and aerospace firm SpaceX. Some of these companies already benefit tremendously from federal contracts.
SpaceX has already earned more than $19 billion from its prime contracts with the government. Most of that business is coming from contracts with NASA and the Department of Defense, including like Space Force.
Forgot about the Space Force contract. I keep forgetting about that. Their stranglehold on power for like 100 years. Yeah, we'll see. Let's hope not. But it does feel like that's what we're gonna have to brace for here. Oh, God. Really appreciate all those super chats, although they're making me sad. You are right about that, though. We have to stop it from somehow taking over the entire country for 100 years. Does feel like that a little bit. We're not going to watch this whole thing. We don't have time for this, but we are going to watch a few snippets. Let me just cue them up for you. 1870. Yeah, we're going back to the 1800s. Definitely. At least some of their favorite stuff. You know, Borshin. Tariffs. Taxes. Actually, skip ahead a little further than that. I think this is probably a good place.
To dismantle existing green energy subsidies and programs, he may not have the authority to single-handedly dismantle carbon credits, as many carbon credit markets are state-run. In addition, many clean energy projects enjoy bipartisan support.
80% of the funding from the president's signature bills, the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, have gone to red districts represented by Republicans. It would be political malpractice to undo those opportunities.
Where Trump may have more power is nixing electric vehicle tax credits, offered to those who purchase EVs, and eliminating grants for the build-out of electric vehicle charging, which Tesla has also benefited from. In a post on X in July, Musk was adamant that Tesla doesn't need subsidies and that removing them would only help the company. Some industry insiders agree.
At the end of the day, Tesla is the best position versus all the automakers, including...
Yeah, I guess, you know, Elon, in a way, here, he doesn't need the subsidies because he can just get the government to start buying EVs from him directly. If he's in charge, he can say it's the most efficient way. Oh, it's most efficient. I work in the government. That's not a good Elon impression. I work in the government, and you see the Teslas are very good, and well, you should buy them. It would never suffice to elect them again. Well, I guess we'll see what the fuck happens here. Let's hope we get another election.
The legacy automakers on EVs, they have the biggest scale, they have the lowest cost, they have the highest margins to withstand an environment where, let's say, Trump pulls a majority of the incentives.
Musk and Tesla are now focused on autonomy and bringing robotaxis to market, a goal that still seems years away.
Tesla's still really grappling with development of that technology. They have never made a vehicle that's safe to drive without a human at the wheel ready to steer a brake at all times in an uncontrolled environment like the public roads.
The Trump team is reportedly planning to prioritize federal regulations around self-driving vehicles in the US, which would be a boon for Tesla.
So exciting. And, at some point during this, they talk about how essentially that is literally what Elon Musk is thinking about doing, is basically getting the permission to put Teslas all over the country on the roads, self-driving, use them as robo-taxis, and, get some sort of probably government grants and other things like that to get that all done. And of course, we've talked about how problematic self-driving cars are currently because they literally can't properly even identify between human beings and other, which is a classification in recognition software intended to identify between important objects and unimportant objects. So you better hope you're an important object that it does, it finds important to stop for. Otherwise, you might get run over by one of those Doge taxis, whatever you want to call them now. Let's quickly talk about all of the court cases that Elon Musk's companies face. Where are those? Ah, yes. Here we go. Let's move ahead to that.
The whole AI piece, this potential around some regulation around AI that diminished today. And I'm stretched to try to find out how this could play out negative for Elon.
A weakened regulatory body might also bolster Musk's fight against the numerous probes and investigations he and his companies are facing from federal agencies.
There's somewhere in the ballpark of 19 or 20 federal probes and lawsuits involving Musk and federal agencies. There are OSHA investigations into safety issues at Tesla and SpaceX that are open.
No conflicts of
There's an
interest.
civil rights investigation into Tesla.
No
They
big deal.
believe that Tesla allowed racist discrimination and retaliation against black
Can't be afraid of
employees
being a
to happen
racist.
For years. The Labor Board is investigating SpaceX for possible alleged retaliation against employees who spoke critically of Musk.
Workers' rights, come on, people.
Additionally, the
What about
SEC
owners' rights?
is investigating whether Elon and his brother have committed securities fraud. The EPA
Well, they're
is
just
found
broing
that SpaceX
down.
was in violation of the Clean Water Act in Texas, and he was
Water, who
livid
needs
about
it?
that, which delayed the Starship launches that he wanted to go forward with. And
Now
then you've got
on
all the Department of
Gatorade
Transportation
only,
safety
because it's got electrolytes.
probes. There are 4 open currently, looking into mostly safety defects around autopilot, FSD, and these partially automated drive.
Yeah. Yeah, all of those self-driving problems. Brondo. It's got electrolytes. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. All right. Now let's talk about a really important thing. Okay, it's the weekend, but we do need to stay focused. And I know it probably feels like we've been focused on some very important stuff, but, well, hold on to your seats, folks. If your seatbelts aren't buckled yet, do make sure they are buckled, because we're about to hit some real strong turbulence up ahead. It's time for us to talk dragons. That's right. Dragons.
Joe Rogan hits back after criticism from The View. Dragon believer. Okay, let's get to some real. Jesus Christ.
Basically, to this guy, Joe Rogan, who believes in dragons. I checked it. He believes in dragons? He believes in dragons.
Did you triple force that?
Yes, I did. And he also thinks that dragons, I guess dinosaur type of animals, roamed the earth when people did.
Rogan really leaning into this one by changing his ex-bio to, quote, dragon believer. Joe Concha is a Fox News contributor, and he joins us now. Joe, this is so up Joe Rogan's alley in terms of what he finds funny. To, first of all, be called a dragon believer, and also to be accused of being an unreliable source of information by the ladies of The View. So what is your reaction to all of this?
Oh, yes, Carly. We should absolutely trust The View.
Okay, you guys want to understand something? This is the...
Fox News criticizing The View. Can't trust The View. That's not a reliable source of information. Now let's let's get back here to Fox News, company that was sued for misinformation just a few years ago. Francisco Franco was the theocratic 1930s fascist, bringing it back to old school Europe. Yes, indeed. Thank you again for the multitude of super chats you're sending my way today, Nadia. Even if they're $2 at a time, I appreciate them greatly. Keeping the Galactic News Network funded. Clearly a priority of yours, and I appreciate that. All right, back to dragons. This is a priority.
Fox News' ratings are infinitely better than the liberal media ratings because they're both talking about nonsense, but at least this is entertaining nonsense. Do you see what I mean? Like the nonsense that we just watched on CNN is like the minor differences between Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, and how we should take these guys seriously, and how they're going to possibly improve the federal government or maybe ruin it. Whereas these guys are just like, Joe Rogan, look at these dumbasses who say Joe Rogan believes in dragons. He only believes in dragons a little bit.
Revolutionize the world with electric cars, space.
Dragons a little bit. Let's dive into that a little bit, huh?
Anybody have the clip? Where did this Joe Rogan dragon stuff come from? This is from his podcast. Okay, let's start here first. Were dragons real animals?
You like these kind of far out there ideas. How do you like this idea? There's a group of people that say that dragons were real, and I'll explain.
Ooh.
So around the same time period, so to speak, and I'm not one of these people, so I'm probably going to get the details wrong a little bit.
Matthew McConaughey movie right now.
Seriously.
This guy's not an expert, but,
so around the same
let's give him some
period
slack.
I think he's trolling, right? Evidence dragons were real, full documentary. Like, I don't think he actually thinks dragons are real.
South America, Africa, all these different Rome, all these places, images depicted people fighting dragons, right? And every dragon was slightly different, but it was all a giant, scaly animal that could fly. So when you break that down, you think about the fact that large birds had a hard time being fossilized because their bones are so porous, right? So because bones, they have like hollowish bones, they break down very easily and they don't fossilize.
Wait, this clip is literally from 2019. I was gonna say, Joe Rogan talking about like whether or not dragons are real or not doesn't seem like new Joe Rogan. It seems like good Joe Rogan, old Joe Rogan, which is why I was a little confused. And when you scroll down, you realize, oh no, this is like, it's not the best Joe Rogan, because the best Joe Rogan is like 2016 era, I think, before Milo Yiannopoulos. Pre-Milo Joe Rogan, like white supremacists always have an opportunity to come and speak to.
That's when Joe Rogan was living on pure bro energy back then. He hadn't even figured out that he was a white supremacist yet. I mean, probably subconsciously, he may have known it. But, he hadn't figured out who were his crew, so to speak.
Joe Rogan, white
he was like just shooting all over the place.
An opportunity to come and speak to millions of people.
Because he's kind of right. Back then, he was still having just literally anybody on. Like if they managed to get a hold of him, he was like, yeah, let's do it, man. Let's have a conversation about something. I don't know anything about anything. Tell me stuff.
My podcast, Joe Rogan, definitely an older version of Joe Rogan. That was still kind of, fun.
So the group that says this, basically they're saying the evidence is the reason there's no fossils of dragons is because they had bird bones and they were actually very delicate animals. But a handful of these small population of these giant flying lizards existed and basically encompassed all these different countries where they all depicted fighting dragons in their own way. And they were all killed off by, knights or whatever it is. And then
the person who's describing to him the dragon stuff is also not a believer or a committed believer to the dragon theory. What is this? Do you think he'll ever acknowledge you? How hard would you have to insult him? No. Joe Rogan will never acknowledge me because I have insulted him far too much. But I think this is like the exact type of conversation Joe Rogan used to have that wasn't like damaging or dangerous at all. It was just like fun conspiracies that we all like to entertain.
Maybe dragons
every now
are
and
real.
then. I've done it too. I've done the Mud Fossil University. I've like sarcastically aligned myself with this notion, if you recall. Like, I think this type of is fun and totally acceptable. Like, oh yeah, maybe dragons were real, versus there's a cabal of pedophilic Jews that control the media and are also simultaneously, beaming pornography into your brains and also doing unlimited amounts of third world immigration into the country. Like, that is not so fun.
No.
That type of conspiratorial thinking is fascist and not good. I feel like we moved on from the haha funny, cute, who knows, maybe dragons did exist. Imagine a world where they did type of conspiracy theories to
it's almost like a gateway drug.
So it's like the science is saying that if there were lizards big enough to fly around and eat people, they didn't have bones that could fossilize.
So it'd be like an eagle.
Unfossilizable
And
bones.
and that's why all these human populations around the world have depictions of them, because they did actually exist.
Now, are there any stories of dragons?
Such an idiot. By the way, there's a bunch of stuff that has fossilized in the past that had no bones. Lots of stuff. Here's one example. Here's fossils of ferns. No bones, of course, but still fossils. So bones are not necessarily a prerequisite for being a fossil. Just going to point that out. All right, now we're going to move away from this incredibly riveting and clearly valuable conversation to some other stuff. Sorry, chat. Sorry. I'm sorry. But we do have other things to talk about. Let's have a little more fun. Let's go do the majority rapport. Talk about who bankers fear most in the Trump administration.
Hi, Sam. Can you hear me? It's A Square.
Hey, Squared.
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi. First, my condolences to you.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, guys, for putting together that event. I was there. I left early, but hoping for better news. But
yeah. We are all
just,
hoping for better news.
I have to say that I'm mostly between shock, horror, anger, disbelief.
It's like 7 emotions.
And,
we get it.
So
You're
as
in
always,
the feels.
I thank you for being there. I know I don't have a lot of time, so I just wanted to some good news first. I attended a meeting from a political action group here in the town where I live, and they handed out 4 roles for resisting authoritarian movements from Daniel Hunter. And I was making a plug for Majority Report. I'm like, you want to see a good interview with him? Tune in to Majority Report.
We're going to replay that sometime over the next month. Not sure when, but sometime over the next 3 or 4 weeks.
And I think, and it was very helpful because as people were venting, they were trying to focus everybody that was there, and there were about 100 people, which was very nice. But I'm not going to name the town where I live, but I live in a very progressive town. So here's the bad news. Only 50% of the people in my town voted. When I tell you progressive, I mean progressive. So when I think about the things that we need to do to mobilize the people, the disaffected people that we can mobilize. Because, this persuasion, we're going to have to figure out who is truly persuadable here. that makes me very nervous. Some other information that may not be good news, and following that conversation about RFK, I attended a call from my bank. I think I mentioned this to Anna and Matt like a week ago, and I wanted to call to follow up for, their clients and for institutional investors. And the two things that they were worried about, of course, they were giddy about the tax breaks, the no regulations. The two things that put the fear of God in them was mass deportations and RFK. To the point that the presenter, a financial analyst, had a slide that said, if he gets put into this position, I will be doing this from an undisclosed location. So I find that interesting, heartening, but like you, Sam, I think all of these appointments will be approved.
We're doing all their banking from a bunker.
So I think part of what you guys are talking about, where to find the cracks, because the last time the malevolence was tempered by incompetence, I don't know this time.
Yeah,
I'm hoping that between right?
Yep, I agree with you. The incompetence, they don't have to be super competent to do this kind of destruction, but they certainly have had 2 or 3 years to learn from their mistakes and ramp up for it. And they're going to start. They're going to hit the ground running. And this is a Republican Party. There's not going to be never Trumpers. There's not going to be, John McCain. There's no mavericks in this. We
just need a maverick, people. We need Liz Cheney, Lynn Cheney.
None. And I will be mad too if Jon Stewart stole the Kiss the Onion ring joke.
Me
by
too.
The way. I will be very
going
upset.
to court.
One more quick thing.
Matt's gonna reverse all of what he had to say previously about libel
and intellectual property
and intellectual property. Sorry, keep going, Ace.
Gotta sue. You gotta sue. Come on. So the other thing that was a little bit frightening is that the business community is trying to impress upon this administration to lean harder on, apparently there's like an effort, and I don't know if you guys can research this, there's how are employers advancing workers' social and economic mobility? So there's some type of scoring that is done. I'm sorry I don't have all the details, but they're trying to impress upon the administration to lean harder on that and ask the companies, and it sounds to me like it's for show. What are you doing for your workers? Are you improving their socioeconomic conditions? Are you hiring people with, criminal records, right? What are you doing to lift workers socially? So a lot of the language that is going to give the impression that they're doing something for the working class. So hopefully in that area, they'll still be incompetent and they're not going to be able to message that they care about the working class, really, after all.
Unfortunately, after watching that Tucker Carlson interview with Russ Vought, I'm struggling to place my faith on incompetence. I was enjoying it for the moment that I had. I don't know how long it lasted. A few days, I guess. Of thinking, maybe they'll be really incompetent. They won't get anything done. Then Russ Vought said, no, don't forget. Don't forget, I'm getting nominated to the OMB, and we got Project 2025 ready to go. We even got the forms ready.
And then finally, the executive orders for mass deportations. One of the analysts said that they know they have been issued and they think they're going to be released the day of the coronation or the day after. So not so many good news, but I wanted to share with you guys what I've learned so far. And some other day I will call and just rant and rave. How's that?
Appreciate it. Hey, Squared, thanks for the call.
Take care, guys. Bye.
Okay, you could kiss a few onion rings right now. Does sound good. Making me a little hungry. How are we doing on time right now? 4.5 hours, huh? We've been going a long time. And it's just like it's almost like we just started the stream. We're talking American politics. It's only 10:30 EST, and it's weird. But we are going to take a break. Well, I hope you've been enjoying the stream. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe, otherwise you'll miss all that galactic content. Once you've done both of those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. That's right, all you galactic peeps, space fams out there. Well, we need you. You are my only hope at continuing our galactic work. Lots of ways to contribute, of course. YouTube, now Twitch, got Cash App and PayPal, but my favorite is and continues to be Patreon. In a beautiful symbiosis, I gets the monies, and you gets the bennies. That's right, super sweet relationship there. Can't deny it, so do consider. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I'll be right back. skip us over to the environmental news. Although it will include... Wait, hold on. Not what I meant to do. There we go. Skip us over to the environmental news. Yeah. Start here. Can Donald Trump reverse Joe Biden's climate policy? Oh, that's certainly what they're planning on doing. Let's see what BBC News thinks. Ooh, a gigantified emote. Ooh, that's a fun one. It's like rainbow. It's like psychedelic stars or something. We can't wait for us to have emotes on YouTube as well. Twitch gets them, but YouTube, no. We're being repressed over on this side of things. Help! I'm being repressed! Well, hopefully one day everyone will get galactic emotes. Alright, BBC. Wait, where did the emotional support characters go?
Donald Trump wants to reverse Joe Biden's policies on climate change.
I will stop Biden's wasteful spending and rapidly terminate the Green New Scam, which is a total scam.
Which is why, at the latest UN climate summit, there were questions about what Trump will do. On that, Joe Biden has sought to offer reassurance.
It's true. Some may seek to deny or delay the clean energy revolution that's underway in America.
What's the final word on fluoride? We like you, we don't like you. Well, I think in the future we're probably not going to have it in the many water systems. I mean, if we had single payer healthcare that included dental for everyone in the United States, we wouldn't need it. You know? But as currently, probably helping out. Certainly in poorer communities, especially.
Nobody can reverse it. Nobody.
Donald Trump may have other ideas. He's called climate change one of the greatest con jobs ever. He's also said it's a serious subject and that the environment is very important to me. And we're starting to see Trump's approach on this issue. This is his nominee for Energy Secretary, speaking last year.
The only thing resembling a crisis with respect to climate change is the regressive, opportunity-squelching policies justified in the name of climate change.
And Trump has Biden's climate policies in his sights. Not least, a law introduced in 2022. Biden called it the biggest step forward on climate ever. It committed nearly $400 billion to clean energy over 10 years. It's estimated to have created 330,000 jobs. Biden also took the US back into the Paris Climate Agreement, which commits countries to seek to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius.
Something which the Trump administration took us out of, which I'm sure we will be immediately getting out of again. I mean, there's so much, we're going backwards. That's what's happening.
Yes. And Biden set new emissions targets for the US to meet by 2030. Trump is no fan of all of this. He wants the US out of the Paris Agreement. He wants to increase oil and gas production. He suggested easing regulations on power plant emissions. He wants to reduce funding for clean energy initiatives. And with the presidency and control of both houses of Congress, he has a lot of power.
I wonder if people will realize, like, the people who are benefiting from some of that stuff. Because, like, I know a lot of farmers who are, not personally, but we've seen videos of talking about this phenomenon, that a lot of farmers are using the land that they have to, you know, also benefit from the energy revolution. And have been, you know, putting, like, if you drive through Indiana, right, like, it's just fields and fields and windmills, right, or, you know, that's basically all it is. Okay, it's not fair to Indiana. There's a couple other things there, but point is that this is something that's benefiting a lot of people, and if the Trump administration takes it away, I wonder if those people will be so thrilled about all that.
Paris, on easing regulations, Trump will be able to do that. But reversing Biden's funds for clean energy is not so easy. 2/3 of that money has been committed.
A lot of this funding from the Inflation Reduction Act has already been rolled out, but there's still so much funding left to really put into play. And so that's what I think he'll be trying to target.
And if that's funding, there's also the energy market. Renewable sources are projected to generate 44% of America's electricity by 2050. This is part of a global trend away from fossil fuels.
Spain's
and
at like
that's
70,
unlikely
80%.
to change, whoever's in the White House.
Not as
in
good
the
as
past,
Spain.
when the US has pulled back, we've seen other countries pull back. But there's a lot of momentum now in the climate system. The energy transition is underway, and there's other things that are driving it.
For example, this year, clean energy is on track to reach $2 trillion of investment globally, twice the amount for coal, gas, and oil. And as investment goes up, the price of renewable energy is going down, making it a more attractive option.
No reason to do that. Why would we do that?
Only because
You gotta drill, baby, drill. Why would we want clean, affordable energy? That's silly.
you care about climate change, it actually makes economic sense. And of course, companies and other public and private actors know that.
There's also a political dimension here, because most of the jobs created by Biden's law are in areas that traditionally vote Republican. And in August, some Republican lawmakers asked for investment in their areas to be protected, saying a complete repeal of Biden's law would be
Oh no. I am utterly shocked that they would want the green, they want communist, socialist energy in their red districts. Green energy in Republican towns. Why would they want that? It's killing freedom. It should be an interesting dance to watch happen. For sure. Should be fun. Hopefully it stops them from, I don't know, defunding some of these things. Alright, let's go here. Ed Markey on artificial intelligence risks in the House Committee on, what was this? I can't remember what fucking climate. I can't remember what committee this was. Commerce.
You got hit. You're on mute, Senator Markey. You're on mute.
Oh, I forgot about this. Hold on. Actually, this is worth a laugh. Actually, we could watch this. Ed Markey. He's an older guy. You know, I think he might be approaching his 80s. You know, technology not his thing. As it turns out.
You're still on mute. You can't hear anything. You maybe better talk to Senator Klobuchar. Oh, there you are.
Maybe we should just talk to Klobuchar, huh, Markey?
You were there good for a second. Try again. You were there for a second.
Okay, all right. We're going to skip ahead because it does literally take him like a full minute. There we go.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Our witnesses today have done a very effective job in demonstrating that artificial intelligence poses serious new risks for fraud and scams across different sectors, from AI voice cloning tools to deepfake images and videos. AI is threatening to undermine our ability to tell truth from falsity, to sow distrust in our understanding of reality itself. These scams and frauds will affect all Americans, but if history is any guide, marginalized communities are likely to be the greatest targets.
Marginalized
Mr. Brookman, in your written testimony, you discussed a recent report by Consumer Reports that found Black and Hispanic Americans were more impacted by digital attacks and scams. Can you elaborate on your research?
Yeah, so this is like a report that we do every year to kind of track how people are adopting cybersecurity techniques. They're using sophisticated passwords. This is the first year we asked about scams. Have you encountered scams? Have you been someone attempted a scam? Like at least half the people had, and of those who had, I think overall about 10% of people, the respondents to our nationally representative sample, said they had lost money in a scam.
Now, one thing I think we should all remember is that the Donald Trump administration will be pushing for replacing practically everything with AI, cryptocurrency, and whatever they can. Teslas and whatever Elon Musk probably is big into. Peter Thiel, all those bureaucrats that Russ Vought was talking about earlier probably will be replaced by some sort of AI or something like that. Probably be good when you're trying to get those government benefits for whatever. You gotta get your social security check. You gotta talk to a robot now.
And the percentages, I can get them for you, but I believe it was like twice as much for Black and Hispanic people. Of those who encountered scams, I think like a third of Black consumers and a third of Hispanic consumers had lost money, and I think it was like about half of that for white Americans. This is consistent with the research the Federal Trade Commission has done. The Federal Trade Commission has done a couple of reports looking at similar issues, also found that. So I know we've talked a lot about this hearing about the need to educate senior citizens and maybe military families as well, and I strongly agree with that. But we also probably need to reach out to marginalized communities too, because that's where the money is. That's where people are losing money, to make sure they're educated and prepared for this new wave of AI powered scams.
Yeah, and with with an Elon Musk in government, and some of the other people we've heard about, I don't think we're gonna have any sort of protections against this kind of stuff in the future. At least between 25 and 29, I would say we're gonna have some real problems with that. Real problems. We're gonna have to educate ourselves, most likely. All right, now this person has become somewhat contentious recently due to her recent vote for that fucking bill against. Actually, I think she voted against the Bernie Sanders resolution to blockade. But some of the things said in here are important. So let's go to AOC, who I'm very disappointed in right now. Let's talk about FEMA real quick.
This is Ms. Ocasio-Cortez from New York.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I think some of the points made earlier today, that disaster response and relief is historically and continues to be genuinely an area of bipartisan work. And my hope is that we can continue to protect these programs. In fact, one of the things that was brought up earlier, Administrator Criswell, was the National Flood Insurance Program, NFIP. I previously served several terms on the Financial Services Committee, which also has jurisdiction over the authorizations around the National Flood Insurance Program. And a lot of people don't know that the maps for the NFIP and what is considered a flood zone or not are tied to flood maps from before the federal government even acknowledged that climate change is real. And so we are allocating flood insurance from before these areas became flood zones that are now flood zones. And so historically, there's been a great deal of Republican resistance to updating these maps.
Wait, Republicans didn't want to update those maps? Why would they not want to do that? Oh, because they would have to accept that climate change exists and say that maybe they need changing. No. Can't do that. That would be giving it away.
flood insurance from before these areas became flood zones that are now flood zones. And so historically, there's been a great deal of Republican resistance to updating these maps. My hope is that we can do that now. But I wanted to move a little bit into your work and what we're seeing now in the current information environment, especially after a disaster. Administrator Criswell, recently in North Carolina and with these storms and hurricanes that have hit this year, there have been very large-scale moments of disinformation regarding FEMA, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
One of those that I've just seen is this idea that, and I'm going to ask you if this is true or not, and I apologize that I even have to ask you some of these things, but I think it's important for the American people to see in a setting like this, where we have to swear to tell the truth, that we see officially on the record that these things are not true. The first being that the suggestion that FEMA assistance was only a $750 loan that would have to be paid back, and if not, FEMA would seize the homes of everyday people who may not be able to make that back in such a catastrophic moment. Is that correct?
That is completely inaccurate.
Completely false, correct? But was it in your assessment, and did you see lots of people believing this on the ground or in the field?
I was on the ground for over 3 weeks in North Carolina, and I did hear from people on the ground asking me, is this real or is this not real?
Another one that I also saw very widely circulated, that FEMA did not have enough money to provide relief services because that allocation of funds went to either undocumented immigrants, aid to Ukraine, or even aid to the Israeli government. Is that correct, that FEMA's funds were allocated away to those causes?
Completely inaccurate.
Completely false. On the
Yep. And actually, one of the reasons was because Donald Trump, in his administration, was doing some of that, but it was also due to the fact that there's been more importantly, due to the fact that there's been a great number of disasters that FEMA has been having to deal with, and that they warned of this happening because of that. You know, we were watching all year the storms that were hitting the United States coast, all along the Gulf. I mean, Houston was getting wrecked all year. Before even hurricane started, they were getting obliterated. You know, then Florida, and then of course, you know, Helene finally came through and, like, you know, just did a number on the entire Southeast. And they were warning that this stuff was going to happen. And then Milton and, you know, all this other stuff is like, what do you expect? Like, it's not an unlimited, doesn't have an unlimited amount of money. And many of these budgets, you know, for some of these things that might be important are, you know, dwarfed by things like, I don't know, the military budget. Maybe we should start using that for some of the more important things. I don't know. Thinking out loud. All right, let's go. Actually, let's go to Rashida Tlaib. She had some more stuff to say on all this. Forgot we had this clip too. Talking about FEMA at this hearing. House hearing on, what was it?
Chair recognizes Ms. Tlaib for Michigan.
Right, the oversight.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Administrator, thank you so much for being here. I know it's been a long day, but this is really important in regards to something that is happening in my community. I know you probably know I'm from Michigan, and we've been hit hard the last 4 years as a result of storms and flooding. We had 2 declarations in the last 4 years for flooding. Many of my residents, you know, still currently struggle with ongoing emotional toll, as well as the cost of flood damage, which they have yet to be able to recover to this day. In my district, though, residents live in housing that are often do not have separate rooms, what you call occupant rooms, in the basement, and which triggers this exclusion that FEMA has right now of getting help when there's not somebody like sleeping in the basement. This was very much a surprise to me because many of my seasoned residents who had flooding couldn't get access.
If you don't sleep in your basement, sorry, can't help you.
Led to such terrible damage of their basement that, and I would love to submit for the record, Chairman, article from Bridge Detroit, devastating floods leave Detroiters with toxic mold.
Without objection to ordered.
And in this article, it talks about the fact that many of our homes, they would get all this coverage for all these other things except the basement, where the flooding, the majority of the flooding left. You know, I have one resident, 90-year-old woman in Northwest Detroit. If you walk into her home these days, especially at this time of the year, you'll feel cool air right coming from her kitchen to the living room. She'll tell you that 6 months has passed since the last FEMA declared flood, and your heart sinks because she has no, literally resulting from the damage of the basement, drainage issues, no hot water, rising problems related to the mold, and a broken furnace, right? And we're helping her as quickly as possible to try to see if there's any other community-based organizations. But the question then comes to my team and I is, why is this an exclusion? And would FEMA be open to working with members of Congress in a bipartisan way? Because Michigan, we got basements.
You hate to tell me, but trans people do cause hurricanes? First off, who even claimed that? But wow, I mean, I feel like we're going to have to look into the scientific basis of that claim. Ridiculous. But FEMA should clearly be covering people, non-basement dwellers alike. I don't see why there would be some sort of an exception in this moment. Clearly, if you have a basement, well, it needs to not be moldy and full of water. Or, I just a thought. Even if you're not sleeping in it, probably bad for the rest of the house. Ever heard of the cliche from the ground up? Well, in this case, very true. Quite literally, yeah. All right. Let's talk about a place. And this is a climate problem in a way. Oh god. It's true though. It really is true. All right, let's go with this. Why is Dallas growing insanely fast? I'm not gonna lie. I think the more people that live in Texas is the worse that it is for society. It's not a place for sensible things to
happen. The U.S. Census estimates that in 2023, the Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area, or Metroplex, crossed the 8 million people barrier. It becomes the fourth area in the U.S. to cross that boundary after New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. Here's the rankings of the top 10 metropolitan areas in the U.S. in 2023. Dallas is in fourth place. Here's the list in 2000.
Houston's in fifth.
Dallas is barely on the list, sitting at 9th. Clearly, to make such a big jump in the population
also
rankings,
Houston
Dallas needed
at
to grow
10th.
fast, and it did. It already had the fastest growth rate of any city in the top 10 from 1990 to 2000, and was again the fastest growing metro area in the top 25 from 2020 to 2023. With the greater Chicago area losing population, like just about every major metro area in the north, Dallas is poised to be the third largest metro area in the US in just a couple decades. It's kind of surprising for a city in its location. Look at it. It's not on a major body of water like New York, Los Angeles, or Chicago. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere. It doesn't even have navigable river access like, say, St. Louis. But it doesn't matter because the city's growing insanely fast with little evidence of it slowing down. In this video, we're going to understand the economics and policies that have enabled Dallas to be America's biggest boomtown right now. It will also help us understand what's happening with the Sun Belt, the lower third of the United States experiencing rapid growth, while most of the northern metro areas are losing population. Is there anything that slow growth cities can learn from the unparalleled boomtown that is Dallas? Let's get into it after the bike bell.
Yes, we just need to become.
Let's get started by figuring out why Dallas grew up seemingly in the middle of
become
nowhere.
Dallas.
It turns out that in the early 1800s, it actually wasn't in the middle of nowhere, at least not completely. Farmer and trader John Neely Bryan was in the Trinity River floodplain and noticed that the paths of the Caddo people merged at a useful ford in the river, allowing for safe crossing.
Okay, we're gonna move a little bit ahead. I think we're going a little too far back, pal.
Initially, Houston benefited the most from the Gulf oil fields, but Dallas wouldn't be left out of the action for long. After rampant speculation across the state, prospectors struck oil in the Electra oil fields in the north, opening up the entire North Texas oil field. They found other oil fields in Texas later, and they found the largest oil field in Texas in 1930. It was the East Texas oil field. Practically.
But you think the Dallas economy is mostly fueled by the cheerleader the cheerleader market? Wow, interesting.
In Dallas's backyard. Now, each of these oil fields created their own little boom towns, but it was really the already established big cities like Dallas that ultimately benefited. These oil companies put their headquarters in the big cities, and Dallas today is home to many energy company headquarters, including ExxonMobil and Halliburton. Many of these companies got even.
So yeah, I mean, the North just has to learn from Dallas and bring all the oil company execs in. You know, that's all it is. Thanks, City Beautiful. All right, let's move on. Well, you know what's also great? The fact that Houston and Dallas are growing so fast. Because, you know, what they also get to have is Bible-infused curriculum. So we get a huge portion of the country all learning from the Bible from a young age. And that'll be great. That'll be great. Instead of math and science and learning, we'll have oil and the Bible. And that will be good for society. Okay. Enough sarcasm. Let's go to the West Coast and talk about some weather stuff that's happening over there, that being an atmospheric river. But before we do that, let's talk about what exactly atmospheric rivers are. I'm still confused.
A powerful atmospheric river pounded Washington state and the Pacific Northwest this week, killing at least 2 people and knocking out power to hundreds of thousands. With temperatures around the world rising, scientists say these weather systems will become larger and possibly more destructive. So what is an atmospheric river? Allison Santorelli, a meteorologist for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, breaks it down.
Atmospheric rivers are pretty much, you can think of it as like a river in the sky. So a river transports, as we know, a river transports a lot of water.
Yeah.
And so atmospheric rivers are essentially that, just up in the sky. They're relatively
terrifying.
Narrow regions with significant water vapor that helps to transport moisture from the tropical areas into the mid-latitudes, which is where the United States is located.
Atmospheric rivers appear.
There we go, folks. Sky rivers. That's exactly what it sounds like. Just a bunch of water in the sky waiting to come down, just being transported at a high speed outside of large, low-pressure systems, straight to your doorstep. It's very convenient in terms of water transportation. Who knew? You know, Sky River. Okay, let's talk about that Sky River in the Bay Area.
Holy smoke! Whoa!
Goddamn. The kid thinks it's hilarious.
Rain causing flash floods in Berkeley and a flash flood warning in San Francisco as the storm hit cities on both sides of the Bay Bridge. NBC Bay Area's Gia Vang has been keeping an eye on the damage for us. She joins us live from Berkeley. What's the latest out there, Gia?
It's very wet from the standpoint of water.
This Ashby overpass has been closed since about 4 o'clock this early afternoon, early evening, I should say. And you know, you can see the water behind, water underneath me, and I can tell you that Caltrans crews tell me it was a lot higher than this. They've actually been pumping this water right on this side of us. I will tell you that the water at its peak was about 50 yards beyond my photographer right here. So this is just one of the many trouble spots here in the Bay Area today.
It's come down hard and fast.
Hard
and
cities
on both sides of the Bay Bridge, putting some under flash flood warnings.
Holy smoke! Whoa!
That's at the Berkeley Rose Garden, creating an immaculate and dangerous site for Anna Carlson.
The closest I want to get to that.
This water also finding a landing spot along exits on the East Bay. This is the MacArthur exit in Emeryville.
Oh, dang.
Before crews closed it to drivers.
Well, I knew better. I knew it was flooded because we came by earlier and it was already closed.
A drenched Tuesday Lopez had to walk to the store because
that's a good
of a flat
sense of things,
tire.
sir.
I'm going to be walking out here in the rain for a minute. It's a lot nicer from a window.
Drivers were turned around at the Ashby overpass in Berkeley because of the sitting water there. Windshield wipers worked overtime crossing the Bay Bridge. At one point, the deluge came with high winds and brought traffic on both decks to a crawl. A good thing because there was ponding all over the 80, water rushing off lanes like a waterfall.
Yep. Fun. It's like a sudden water park for the whole Bay Area. You know, an unintentional good time. And by good time, I mean terrifying in some cases, but seems like at least people are managing to stay safe. All right, let's talk. Let's go. We got more footage of I forgot. We have more footage. You know what? We'll just watch straight through. Fuck it.
In San Francisco, residents were thrilled Public Works stayed open later to grab their sandbags, worried for the days to come.
Now, last year we made it through. This year we want to make it through, but if it doesn't, I want to have sandbags to give it some more time.
And in flood-prone areas like 18th and Folsom in the city, flood barriers are also up.
So again, Ashby Overpass right here. Caltrans crew is telling me they think that this will open again pretty soon here. No exact timeline yet. Now, on another note, down the street from us, the Cal Bears will be taking on Stanford tomorrow in their last home game of the season. It is a big game, and the city is saying, hey, if you're going to that game, take public transit and also prepare for the weather. Live in Berkeley, Gia Vang, NBC Bay Area News.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, yeah, let's go to this one. This is also more footage of the atmospheric river. People trying to unclog drains preemptively, it would seem. Which is honestly kind of smart. Wow, look at it. It's coming all the way up this stairway and around the walkway here. My God. Yeah, I don't think there's supposed to be water here. Usually trees don't grow out of water. It looks like the Sky River just became a real river. A land river, if you will. I feel like I'm like literally losing my mind when I say that shit. Sky River v Land River.
Could you jump up?
Alright, now let's go to this river in the North Bay, which has been receiving a record amount of rain from this Sky River. It's like a Sky River, Land River transfer of water, if you will.
Sonoma County has been dealing with heavy rain, as you know. We're keeping an eye on the Russian River, which has been rising more than expected. So Wilson Walker is live in Guerneville, where the river has now reached flood stage. And Wilson, you were there earlier this week when it really wasn't forecast to rise this high. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, Juliet, it was forecast to rise, not
Wilson
quite
looks
this
tired.
much. And as we're going to see, you know, little variances in what that river does can make a bit of a difference depending on exactly where you are along the Russian River. You know, this river has a reputation for rising quickly, and that is exactly what has happened.
Go forward, just real slow. Just put it in gear. So luckily I had a tow rope that I can get it out of the water, because the water was right through the doors.
Okay, hold it. For Rafael Alvarez, the initial forecast for the Russian River was just off his property line, but in a place where 2 feet can mean your classic Mercedes.
Huge difference, because 2 feet either way, when it comes over the bank, then most of the water will go into the flat land.
And far more incredible than the height of the water is how fast it happened. When we were here on Tuesday, the river was sitting at just over 5.5 feet, and the forecast at the time was for the storm system to push the river to about 25 feet. That forecast has been exceeded.
I know it went from 6 to now it's, I think, close to 30. Went from about 6 feet to, I think it's approaching 30 feet right now.
On the last predictive model that I saw was going to be about 34, and 35 feet is when we receive moderate flooding here in the lower Russian River area.
This really is sort of right about at the line where it starts to cause problems here.
Right, that is right at that line. So depending on what the rain system, what the storm system does, whether it continues, I mean, it has let up a little bit. We're in light rain right now, but it hasn't really stopped raining at all. So all of that water from the higher elevations needs to flow here to the river. It does take some time for it to get here.
With the river expected to stay below that critical mark of 35 feet, it means the river itself isn't the top concern. It's all of the creeks that have to drain into it.
Yeah, and I'll bet you there's a lot of houses built on those creeks.
Area here is the lowest elevation.
What city is this from? I don't know exactly. This is the North Bay, so somewhere above San Francisco, essentially. I think that's what this is in reference to. So, like, if you look at the map here, I think it's like somewhere around here. Maybe. It's hard to say. I should know.
That's called Submarine Flats.
Locals can tell you exactly what happens as the river reaches certain marks, which roads will be closed, which basements will be flooded.
And everybody has a little routine, mostly putting the cars up away, opening your garage door, securing your trash bins.
Sounds fun.
So it's not a particularly abnormal event to see the water this high, but off of 2 days worth of rain on the very first storm system of the year.
And it was only lucky that it's so early in the season because there's plenty of places for water to go right now. The river wasn't full. The creeks were completely dry when this storm.
It's a great point because the West Coast is about to start getting hit by these sorts of storms over and over again for the next 3 or 4 months. So, I mean, it's really, if you're on the West Coast, let's hope that all this water subsides before the next one, huh? All right, I think we're done with this. We're not going to leave the rivers. We're going to stay in the rivers, but we're going to go a little north. Whoops, went to the wrong thing. Yeah, let's go here. The Klamath River. This is also in the Bay Area. Salmon make historic trek past recently removed Klamath River dams. So there's been a big effort to remove these dams, which were put in a while back. And, well, let's see what the effects of all that are on the environment.
For the first time in 100 years, salmon swimming free in the Klamath River. Several hydroelectric dams had blocked part of the river along the California-Oregon border.
We've been tracking the removal of those dams, and the final one came down last month. As NBC Bay Area's Joe Rosado Jr. shows us, it didn't take long for those salmon to find their way home.
In the mountainous terrain of Northern California near Wairika, the mighty Klamath River flows free for the first time since 1980.
I wonder if I would get,
That was the year the first of 4 controversial hydroelectric dams was built on the river, winding from Oregon to California's north coast. The dams, among them the imposing Iron Gate Dam, cut wild salmon off from hundreds of miles of upper river habitat, shrinking their once plentiful runs to a trickle. After a century, it would take a catastrophic event to bring about a rethinking of those dams.
This really all started in 2002 in the Klamath Basin. There was a large fish kill in the lower river that really started people talking.
A growing tide of opposition from indigenous tribes and fishing interests led to the removal of the 4 dams within the last year. The giant reservoir behind Iron Gate Dam is now a free-flowing Klamath River. Still, many wondered, would the fish return?
Right there, you see that? There's another one right here.
On Jenny Creek, which feeds into the Klamath, scientists from California Fish and Wildlife built a station to track returning salmon.
Within that opening, we place a video camera perpendicular to the river flow that's recording fish passage.
Last month, as the last dam came down, the hopes for returning fish shot up.
Within days, there were fish being documented through the counting station here on Jenny Creek.
Another one right there. So there they go, they're moving, they're swimming now.
By the end of October, 240 Chinook salmon had swum past the station's camera.
One down female.
And more carcasses of spawning salmon at the end of their lives lined the banks.
There was a lot of speculation as to, how fast the fish would respond and how many there would be.
Further upriver, the state's team at the new Fall Creek Fish Hatchery was preparing for the future.
I'll open this side, and then they'll flood out this way.
In its raceways, thousands of year-old salmon ready to begin their trek to the ocean.
Here they come. We were releasing Chinook salmon. We released about 30 to 35,000, and they're going to make their migratory way out, and we'll see them in 3 to 4 years.
Since the removal of the dams, adult spawning salmon have been able to reach the hatchery.
I'm glad people finally noticed the song I was playing in the background.
So we'll be collecting eggs from the females and using the milk from the males to fertilize those eggs.
It's the perfect song, okay? I couldn't help myself. We had to listen to it.
As smolts and or yearlings later down the road. Female, no more.
On a recent day, another big surprise.
23.5.
The take of fish included 7 endangered coho salmon, the first to return to the area in over a century. They were placed in tubes and sent to labs for DNA testing.
Mother Nature finds its way, and
so
they
true.
made their way all the way back here, so it's really exciting for us to see fish returning all the way up here.
So the removal of the 4 dams has opened up volitional passage to over 400 miles of spawning and rearing habitat in the upper basin.
For Crystal Robinson, the Klamath water...
It's a beautiful story. You know what? I have more on this. Even deeper dive on the salmon. It just felt right for us to do this. We have a lot of difficult environmental stories we go through here on a daily basis. And we deserve fun. We deserve salmon freedom. And I will do nothing. I will not allow us to be repressed. We will have salmon freedom. We will have fun. So let's go to this story from California Trout. YouTube channel called California Trout with the story on the Klamath River.
The Klamath River, a lifeline for ecosystems, communities, and cultures, has embarked on a monumental journey. With the largest dam removal project in U.S. history now completed, the river is poised for renewal.
It has been moving to see those dams come down scoop by scoop, rock by rock. There are no words to describe how powerful that is, to just see how the river remembers, as my colleague Amy likes to say. The river remembers, and it is coming back to life.
I've been involved in this for more than 20 years, and to actually see it happening, it's kind of like a weight just coming off my shoulder.
What an exciting moment for California's fishes. Here we have the last pieces of Iron Gate Dam being pulled out of the channel, the river coming back into its own and opening a migratory pathway.
Perhaps the most exciting thing for myself personally, and for the tribe, as well, that's building a sustainable future for our children.
But as the barriers come down, a vital question emerges. What's next after dam removal? The answer lies in comprehensive monitoring. Understanding how the river heals is crucial for revitalizing fisheries, restoring habitats, and supporting the communities that rely on them.
Cal Trout has been a part of this project since the beginning. Now at the removal of the Klamath dams, which is a huge milestone in this restoration project, but actually just the beginning of recovery for the fishes of the Klamath River.
California Trout is at the forefront, leading a coalition of tribal nations, conservation groups, and agencies dedicated to tracking the river's transformation.
All right, so we are here at Res Ranch, right on the Klamath River, and we are getting ready to put together the sonar unit that the Department of Fish and Wildlife has donated to this project so that we're ready for when the fish get here and we can detect adult salmonids moving through the river.
I just think it's a great project. And we talk a lot about the sort of rewilding of some of these sort of estuaries and things like that. In many cases, you know, there's a lot of underutilized or completely out of service dams around the country. In some cases, they are a safety hazard. Many cases they are, and well, in all cases, they are essentially blocking the free flow of water as it would naturally. And so I'm generally about these sorts of things. So long as there isn't some clear negative impact that can be pointed to, I'm all about it. Now, let's keep it going. We are going to leave there. We're actually going to go back to Bozeman. How many times have we talked about Bozeman, Montana in the last week? Jesus, what is happening? All right, let's go to Bozeman. This is a good story for Bozeman, so good job. One of three, I suppose.
Seven billion tons of plastic waste are generated worldwide each year, according to the United Nations. But only 10% of it gets recycled. NBC Montana's Brianna Carroll takes us inside one Bozeman business modeled on a unique way to reduce that plastic waste.
But more full for the laundry. Yeah, totally full. Okay.
I'm here at the Refillery Supply Co., the first of its kind refillable goods store here in Bozeman, Montana. The idea is that customers bring in their own reusable containers, just like this one, and fill them with a variety of products, such as these toothpaste tabs right here, in an effort to reduce single-use plastic.
We try to make it as approachable as possible. We don't want it to be scary or complicated.
Containers are weighed before and after they're filled, so customers are only paying for the product inside, giving them the flexibility to purchase as much or as little as they would like.
Is that Lady Gaga? Oh, no. She kind of looks like Lady Gaga.
Giving them the flexibility to purchase as much or as little as they would like. Beyond being a fun way to shop, it's good for the environment. Owner Sarah Sloan says the Refillery is on track to save more than 2,000 containers from landfills this year alone. That's a big deal, as global plastic production has doubled since 2000 per data from the UN. And
yeah, and these sorts of things I'm all about, too, right? If there's ways for us to reduce plastic use, then we should be doing it. And the fact is, companies should be actively switching from plastic for a multitude of reasons. Not just the environmental impact, but also human health, as we've discovered recently, due to the pervasiveness of microplastics in our bodies, the biome, the very like it's all over the place, right? It's basically in everything that we consume right now. It's insane, and if we don't stop producing plastic at the rate we're doing, it's going to just get worse. And by the way, it's not good for your health. If you are thinking maybe it's fine, no, it's not good, as it turns out. At least not from the stuff that I've seen. All right, now let's talk about this. I thought this was a great winter story, as it is, of course. You know, it's that time.
Winter is coming.
And in Denver, the snow is already on the mountains. But guess what? There's a different storm brewing. On the hills, on the slopes. And that's an effort for ski patrols to unionize.
All
we're following up on unionization efforts in Colorado's high country. Ski patrollers in Arapahoe Basin now the latest group to move toward a union.
Denver 7's Daniel Kreuter went to Summit County to learn more about what they're asking for.
Good girl. Any experienced ski patroller knows you have to have the right gear. Skis, gloves, a helmet, and many hats.
I'm a professional ski patroller at A Basin. I'm a dog handler, and I'm also our accident investigation foreman.
Jack Western joined Arapahoe Basin Ski Patrol back in 2017.
This is it. Like, this is exactly what I want to be doing. I want to be working on skis. I want to be taking care of people.
The labor of love for the seasonal position in a pricey community was always going to be a challenge.
Summit County is a hard place to live in the first place. Regardless of what job you have, you almost have to have several just to be able to make ends meet.
In the last few years, the industry has seen a shift. More ski patrollers are joining unions. A Basin ski patrollers are hoping to follow suit.
We've had a lot of wage increases from other patrollers in the area unionizing and bringing the cost of living up for the rest of us, but that alone has been a really big indicator.
I'm Breckenridge Ski Patrol.
Yeah, and the fact is, these ski patrollers, people like that don't get paid that much. Oftentimes, the ski, what do you call them, resorts tend to use things like lift tickets and other things like that, access to the mountain, if you will, as like ways of, you know, convincing workers of not being paid as much. And for those that don't come from money, you know, people who are, you know, relying on those wages, many of them kind of just live. I mean, like ski bum is a thing, right? Like that's literally kind of, you know, you're living with 4 other ski patrollers in a cabin on a mountain for 6 months out of the year, and maybe not the easiest life. I prefer to have unionized ski patrollers on the mountain if I ever happen to be back down on Earth, skiing the slopes, if you will. Although I wouldn't be skiing, be snowboarding.
I've been patrolling for 13 years, so this is kind of a grassroots movement amongst ski patrollers.
Ryan Denny.
Look at that. Somebody in chat worked as a lift operator for 6 years.
Is the organizer for the local chapter of the United Ski Patrols of America. It's the union working with Arapahoe Basin ski patrollers after a majority signed a petition to start this process.
75% or so of our staff signed the petition in the first place. What that
Blam, 75%. Seems like everyone's about it. Okay. Immediately. Well, let's hope that they aren't stopped by the corporation somehow from doing that. It seems like they want it. All right, let's talk about this. How and why are U.S. winters permanently changing? Hope it's good.
The latest weather outlook from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, better known as NOAA, is now in. And this winter, the agency predicts above average temperatures from the southwest all the way.
I just remembered, we're probably not even going to have NOAA by this time next year. We'll just be guessing what the weather is going to be like. We'll just have like, what do you call them? We'll have to ask Elon Musk what the weather is going to be. Oh my God. I don't know if you heard, but one of the plans in Project 2025 is to disband, just completely get rid of NOAA entirely.
And this winter, the agency predicts above average temperatures from the southwest all the way up to the northeast. The head of NOAA's Climate Prediction Center says it's because of a, quote,
wow, Lady Badass, we watched this. Yes. Yeah, okay, we're watching one video out of like 30 videos we've watched so far. We watched yesterday. You know, sometimes people don't make it to these whole streams, and so I like to, you know, pepper in 1 or 2 vids. Get to watch them twice. You know, it makes my life a little easier. But hey, you know, if you wanna just, you know, crush my spirits, fine. You know, you do you. All right, I'm not your dad. Okay.
Slowly developing La Nina pattern, which tends to cause drier, warmer winters. For more, let's bring in CBS News Sacramento meteorologist Tracy Humphrey. So Tracy, I mean, it feels like we have had really mild temperatures this fall overall. You've been reporting that this winter is expected to remain above average. Overall, it seems like U.S. winters are changing. Is that true?
Oh, I would completely agree with you. Long story short, yeah, they are. Winter is the fastest, warmest warming season for most of the United States. And last year was a record warm winter for the U.S. We had an average temperature of 37.6 degrees. That puts us about 5.5 degrees above average. Now, that also means, Lana, warmer days in winter are...
So on average, it used to be freezing. You know, the temperature that creates snow, which is an important part of our environment. Wait, whoops. Wrong sound shot.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Yeah, sure they are. Okay. Gonna move away from that horrible story about how winter has been canceled. That's it, no more winter. Alright, let's go to this problem affecting waterways in Michigan. Good old forever chemicals. What's great about them is that they're forever.
Earlier this fall, the Defense Department missed a deadline to stop using a firefighting foam that has caused widespread contamination across the country. While the military continues its transition away from the toxic foam, it's also beginning a massive cleanup that will take decades and billions of dollars. In the small town of Escata, Michigan, a group of citizens has been fighting to hold the Air Force accountable for contaminating their waterways. In the first of our two-part series, special correspondent Megan Thompson brings us their story.
Tony Spaniola and his family have been coming to their vacation home on Van Etten Lake for decades, a relaxing getaway in the wilds of northern Michigan. But in 2016, Spaniola received a troubling letter from the state.
I got a letter in the mail from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services saying, don't drink your water.
About a year later, Spaniola began noticing something strange on the lake.
It was in December, and my wife woke up and she said, I think it snowed last night. There was foam piled up all along the shoreline. You could see it for miles.
Oh my God.
Spaniola had
What
learned
is
his
that
tap
sticker?
water, the lake, and this bright white
Oh
foam
my God.
were all contaminated
Yeah, I would not
with
drink
toxic
that.
man-made.
Probably bad. Holy shit. What is that fucking sticker? That is hilarious. Is that a hippo? Is that Moo Dang in swiveling in a gamer chair? That is hilarious. I love that. Thank you, PB. For that laugh, that's beautiful.
Last night, there was foam piled up all along the shoreline. You could see it for miles. All along.
Spaniola had learned his tap water, the lake, and this bright white foam were all contaminated with toxic man-made chemicals.
I assume all hippos are Mudang. Any animated hippos that I see, I just assume those are Mudang. I'm just going to do that. You don't have to do that. I'm going to do that.
And this bright white foam were all contaminated with toxic man-made chemicals.
I wonder if this is good for
you
fish.
into a different place. It's a shocking.
Well, thankfully, we're not going to have the EPA to get in the way of this kind of stuff anymore. Now we can just have lakes made entirely of PFAS. That'll be much better.
Thing. So the base is right across the lake. Yeah, you can see the buildings.
Yep. It turned out the chemicals were coming from the old Wurtsmith Air Force Base.
This was a fire training area.
Mark Henry is a retired environmental engineer for the state of Michigan who worked at the base after it closed in 1993.
There used to be a big concrete bowl out here with a simulated aircraft on it, and then they would bring the fire trucks in and let the people practice.
They were practicing putting out jet fuel fires, dousing the burning planes with a special foam.
Fish love foam? Oh, good, because they're gonna they're probably gonna get some more of that. So, you know, that'll be good. I'm glad. I was concerned about the fish, but as long as fish love foam, then I guess we're fine.
that's been used by the military since the 1970s. It's made from a chemical called PFAS.
PFAS is an acronym that stands for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances.
Courtney Kerrigan is
Pretty
an
fucking
environmental
awful
epidemiologist
substances.
at Michigan.
That's what I heard. Is that what she said? Pretty fucking awful substances?
State University. She studies human exposure to chemicals.
PFAS are characterized by a chain of carbons with fluorine bonds and a functional group. One end likes water and the other does not and repels it.
Those useful properties mean they're contained in all kinds of common products like nonstick pans, stain-resistant carpet, and food packaging. There are around 15,000 types of PFAS, and increasingly research shows they can cause a range of health problems, from liver damage to heart disease and cancer.
PFAS are often called forever chemicals because they're so persistent in the environment. They don't break down naturally. They move very easily into water and groundwater, and so they end up in our fish and our drinking water.
Today, about half the nation's drinking water supply has PFAS in it, and nearly every American has some level of PFAS in their blood. The military is...
You know, this is why we just need to make the switch to Brondo now, right? Because the water has got too much PFAS in it. Do you think you can make Brondo without water? Is it all electrolytes? I don't actually know the ingredients in Brondo. I just know that it does have electrolytes, which is what plants crave too. So it'd be getting, you know, two birds, one stone type of deal. All right, let's go to Europe. Enough horrible discussion of PFAS. Europe's been getting hit by all sorts of storms recently, and the UK is just, seems to be the target of many of these. Wait a second, did this video get taken out? What's happening? Wait. What is happening? Did the Guardian News take this video down? What the fuck is wrong with the video? Oh, you sons of bitches. This is the only video I have on this storm in here. Oh my god, they took it down. I hate you. I literally hate you. One unavailable video will not be seen in playlist. Thanks. Thanks for that, Guardian. Okay, never mind. Let's go directly to Baku, Azerbaijan. To the COP29. What do you say? Let's see how it's going over here. Probably good. Let's see what the activists think.
I feel that our people are suffering the brunt right now while we are doing this protest. We are losing our homes, we're losing livelihoods, we're losing lives. Right now in this protest, it is high time.
Yeah, I think that's a very accurate statement. Quite literally, we have been watching the Philippines get obliterated. It's been horrifying. I mean, do you all remember the 7 storms we've seen hit the Philippines in the last month? I think there's been at least 2, at least a dozen or more during their typhoon season. They've been utterly just inundated, flooded. I mean, all the adjectives.
Homes, we're losing livelihoods, we're losing lives. Right now in this protest, it is high time for Global North to pay up. We cannot live like this. I just refuse to believe that this is our way of life anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, do you remember what Lloyd Austin said? Because he was just in the Philippines for all this, and he said, thoughts and prayers, and condolences. Don't forget condolences.
I refuse to believe that we will just be busy surviving every other typhoon. We don't have time to breathe because we are just trying to make sure that our families are safe, that our homes are safe, and our communities are safe. It feels deeply personal to me.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that. That seems only right.
What we usually find is that people are scared about nuclear energy.
Do you know what's so great about this? This, I'll tell you in a second.
And I think it's basically because of the lack of information. There are a lot of myths. So we use this type of analogies. Like, don't...
I mean, like the banana right there. All I could think of when I saw that banana. All I could think of was that freaking banana that just got bought for, what was it, $7 million? $6.5 million or something? We talked about it yesterday. And it's wild. I wonder how many actual bananas could have been bought by that money. And that dude actually he just ate the banana. That's all he did with it. He could have used that money to feed so many people. He could have used that money to help some of the Filipino people avoid being, literally walking through water every day. I don't know, and there's so many examples of stuff like that where completely out of touch assholes in the West just, use their money for what? To help who? Ever. And I mean, I'm not saying that people have to use all of their money to help people. I'm just saying, don't go out of your way to be unhelpful, which is what I feel like we're about to see just every day. And I'm just getting ready for it right now. I feel like I'm trying to prepare myself psychically for what we're about to be dealing with. Because if you thought it was hard to get Joe Biden, if Joe Biden was hard for you to wrap your mind around convincing to do stuff, well, get ready. Get ready. But let's see more what climate activists had to say here at the COP29, which is not going well, by the way. Stand up for trillions, not billions.
All your budgets visible before, please.
Try to see the people to the eyes when they come to the eyes.
This map, this mask is perfect. Oh god, yes, Joe Biden. That's the correct pronunciation.
I'm staying in the race.
Now that guy, I'm pretty sure, is the representative from Azerbaijan, which is an oil, what do you call them? It's a petro state, completely run on oil money. I'm sorry, I have more from COP29. I keep forgetting. I don't know why I keep doing this. This was from earlier today, 8 hours ago. A little bit. I think it was more like 12.
No deal is better than a bad deal. No deal is better than a bad deal.
Actually, no. I take it back. I refreshed the list. This is 8 hours ago.
To adaptation, to addressing loss and damage, all are going to be affected because the document currently says no conversation for the next 10 years on finance then.
What it must be like to be as sick in this world. Oh boy. I don't know if you're familiar with the Sikh religion. It's actually one of the few religions where I'm like, wow, ideology on point. Like, it's like completely pacifist from my understanding of it. And, you know, like, kind of against much of what our sort of global society tends to embrace. And it just, you know, seeing this guy at this climate conference with all the stuff we've been talking about today, I don't know why. It's like, it's like making me like in this like laugh or cry situation. I'm just like, dude, I would love some. Can we get some pacifism from some people, please? Why is everybody shooting bombs at each other? Can we just all get along? Oh my god. But that's who we're going to have in charge of things. Donald Trump. I'm sure that will bring peace and climate justice. Any day now. Any day. Just got to wait 2 months and then we're going to have it. I'm sure. Oh. Whoopsies. Looks like that bad deal wound up happening. Wait, is this the right story? I could be wrong, but the deal went through.
No deal is better than a bad deal. No deal is better than a bad deal.
No deal's better than a bad deal, chanted some protesters overnight.
Our so-called leaders are negotiating away the future of our children's right at this very moment.
COP negotiations routinely go down to the wire, through it and out the other side. This year's deadline, over 24 hours ago. This afternoon, the Association of Small Island States walked out in disgust.
We came here to this COP for a fair deal. We feel that we haven't been heard, and there's a deal to be made, and we have not been consulted.
The $300 billion on the table, nothing like what island states and developing nations say they need each year to protect them from climate change. Nations like Germany support them, accusing the authoritarian petrostate Azerbaijan, the hosts, of defending the fossil fuel business, not the planet.
We will not allow the most vulnerable, especially the small island states, to be ripped off by the new fuel-rich fossil fuel emitters who have the backing, unfortunately, at this moment of the presidency.
Smaller, vulnerable states feel shut out and sold out.
There is a new figure of $300 billion that has been proposed by the developed nations. The developing world have said that that is unacceptable, and what we are requesting is $500 billion up to 2030. Our initial ask was $1.3 trillion.
And that sounds a lot, but it's easily available via developed countries.
Well, yeah. Look, when we had the pandemic...
The U.S. GDP, which is, of course, you know, the yearly output of the United States alone dwarfs that figure. So, yeah. I think to the tune of, what was it last year? Was it 7 trillion?
We raised 20 trillion in a year. It doesn't all have to be brand new money. We spend an awful lot now. There's well over $1 trillion a year being spent on environmentally harmful subsidies, which could largely be repurposed away from subsidizing fossil fuels.
I'm sorry,
subsidizing
I meant 27
environmentally
trillion.
Destructive.
$27 trillion in 2023. I'm sorry, I was sort of, I don't know what was wrong with my brain in that moment. Hard to keep all these figures right in my head. So yeah, but what's 1.3 into 27? What was that, 4% of GDP?
Agriculture and fishing, and used the same money to do good things.
But back in the talks in Azerbaijan, America's lead man insists the offer on the table is a good one.
Need is great. The offer on the table from donor countries is high. So hopefully we can pull something together.
They have late today pulled together to get an agreement on how global carbon trading will work. That took 10 years. As for the money question, well, it's around 11 at night in Baku, and they are at least still talking.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but right before this stream started, the news came through, unfortunately, that the deal came to pass. $300 billion, less than 25% of what was initially asked for, that 1.3 trillion, less than 60, well, I guess it's exactly 60% of what the second offer from developing nations was. And, you know, just, this is a spit in the face. More thoughts and prayers. I mean, I'm not saying it's nothing, but, you know, it's the same sort of vibe that we got from Lloyd Austin earlier this week in Philippines. Yeah, we care a little bit. Not a lot. I mean, come on, we have a lot of stuff going on. They'll get diddly squat from Trump. I mean, if he can, I'm sure Donald Trump will reverse the United States. Is this even an actual obligation of the COP29, or is this I think these are all still suggestions, right? Like a COP29 isn't even binding, and there's no like enforcement mechanism for it. I mean, hopefully people will stick to their word. That's literally all that keeps this thing together. Put somebody like Donald Trump in charge. Don't see how that sort of thing gets done. At all. I'm sorry for my pessimism, but that's, I mean, literally my estimation of it. Okay, let's go a little bit further to the east, to New Delhi in India, where the smog is still fucking going on. No, this is not a repeat vid. No, you're not this is not the Matrix. This is not deja vu. This is just more smog, visible from space, utterly oppressing not just people in India, but also in Pakistan. We're terrible at naming things? What do you mean? Because there's Delhi and New Delhi? Because they couldn't think of something new? I mean, look, we're busy with a lot of stuff, okay? What do you ducks do exactly? What's the last thing ducks named? Looks great. By the way, it's currently somewhere around 5 times the dangerous limit. So, like, there's all sorts of different levels of smog. And then there's the dangerous level, which is essentially where they stop monitoring or stop, like, changing the name of it. And so it's 5 times the floor, right? The, like, where you cross into danger. They're 5 times that limit right now, which is probably bad. Let's go here, France 24. This was from just 12 hours ago.
Here in the Indian capital, the soaring air pollution continues, blanketing the cityscape and reaching air quality index levels deemed hazardous by the World Health Organization. With schools closed, offices running at half capacity, and scores of people...
I'm sorry, Duck. Have I disrespected your heritage? I take it all back. Ducks have named plenty of things, I'm sure.
Escape and reaching air quality index levels deemed hazardous by the World Health Organization. With schools closed, offices running at half capacity, and scores of people confined inside, residents wonder how long Delhi will choke.
I go for a walk every day, but it's impossible to step outside without a mask. My elderly parents cannot even step out of the house, and the children's schools are shut. What will they study? I don't understand how things will work if the situation persists.
New Delhi is no stranger to smog. The city
I guess you just have to, like, you either need to evolve some sort of more advanced eye, or like you could just hold the paper like really close to you. Ooh, I know. You could scan all books and then use the Oculus Rift to look at them. That's it. Because then the smog will hopefully not be able to make it into the VR headset, right? And then you can read the book. See, I'm innovating.
Annually in the winter, as smoke from agricultural crop residue burning in the northern states of Punjab and Haryana blows over to Delhi. It's then exacerbated by vehicle emissions and lower temperatures that trap the dust and smoke. Though some farmers are looking for greener ways to clear their fields, trying new mulching techniques, environmentalists are calling for authorities to tackle the root causes of air pollution, like transport and factory emissions, and to stop treating the smog as seasonal.
Yeah. It's definitely not seasonal. It's almost entirely human-caused. Ah, God. It's like 99% human-caused. 1% seasonal. All right. I mean, because the seasonality that they're even talking about has to do with farmers burning land, right? But that's not all that. Like, there's so much industrial activity, like manufacturing happening in Pakistan and India that, you know, so much like other burning and things that are happening that is not seasonal crop burning. That's why I'm saying it's like I might be exaggerating a little bit on exactly what it is, but either way, it's completely human caused, completely avoidable, as it turns out.
Farmers here used to burn paddy stubble to clear their fields. But in this tiny village in India's Punjab, farmers are ushering in a cleaner, greener way of farming.
No way!
Every year, the onset of winter in northern India coincides with farmers illegally setting fires to clear crop waste or paddy stubble after the harvest. It's an outlawed practice that stokes air pollution in the region around New Delhi. It has turned the Indian capital into a virtual gas chamber, recording hazardous levels of air pollution. The conditions prompted an outcry over the unabated stubble burning in the neighbouring states of Haryana and Punjab. Here in Jaitu, about 250 miles from New Delhi, farmers are working closely with an NGO to transition from the traditional method of burning farm residue to mulching.
Oh, revolutionary. I mean, people have been doing this for a while in other places. It's about time. It's about time. India's filled with technology. Don't see why they haven't been using it for farming. It genuinely confuses me. But of course, there is rampant inequality in India, so I would say that may be part of it, as well as perhaps just a disregard for the environment for some time due to traditions, among other sorts of beliefs. Thankfully, people realize there is another way. No, it's partially fires, but it is also very much manufacturing, right? Like the fires is a thing; it happens seasonally, but it's been pervasive through the burning seasons. At this point now, the air quality has been so bad there that cloud has been visible, remains visible to some degree throughout the year. All right, let's go to this just to sort of recap our coverage of this situation. We've been talking about this one for a while. Philippines, this is the last typhoon that hit them. Sort of discussing all the devastation from these recent storms. AP archive from 20 hours ago. Actually, I can't remember. Did they discuss it? I can't remember. Good God, I look at too many videos. Why don't I acknowledge you then? I acknowledge all of you at times. Whenever I, if I just acknowledge chat, we wouldn't get anything done. It's something that I came to the conclusion of recently. Not recently. Early on. Why did I say recently? Early on. I love all of you, and so I do try and respond to you as much as I possibly can without completely upending the format of the show. But y'all have so many great things to say all the time. If I repeated everything or responded to every single thing you all had to say, we'd just be sitting here talking to each other. And maybe it'd be fun. Maybe one day we'll just have a chat show. Maybe we'll have call-ins on Discord or something. I don't know. Get crazy with it. But for the regular shows, I gotta temper it, right? Like I gotta, it's like double Dutch, right? You gotta jump in and out. I do what I can. Okay, they're not gonna discuss it. So I'll discuss it. The recent damage from these storms that hit the Philippines in the last month has been horrifying. Maybe start a Discord. Start one. Had one. Maybe start getting in the Discord. There's a link right behind you, actually. Okay. Point is, all of this devastation in the Philippines is making the place kind of unlivable. And I think this not G20, fucking hell, this COP29 summit is a slap in the face to the Philippines, who the United States has multiple military bases on, right? It's not like they're just an ally of ours. Like, we are literally all up in here. So, we owe them, especially among the number of nations we owe, like Guam. And there's just a couple of the ideas. Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico and Guam are slightly different situations, obviously, but you get what I'm saying. Just a small portion of the list. And this stuff is just going to keep getting worse. This devastation we've seen here in the Philippines is honestly, it's this kind of stuff that I only thought we'd see in the movies. I did a mashup of Philippines damage and Waterworld earlier this year. Or at least Philippines damage was all up in there. Because it's just, what we've been seeing here is insane. People walking chest high water. Like, we were just looking at roofs littering the streets. That's not where roofs are, traditionally go, I'd point out. Okay. Do a couple more environmentally type stories. These two are going to be in the UK. Oh my god, I just realized we don't have space news set up today. These are technically UK stories. We can take a space break right now. Space break? We can just go to the UK and it'll feel the same as if we did it during the climate. You know what? That's what we're going to do. It's weird how that works sometimes. Alright. I'm going to give you different space music to get through this final break. You deserve it, I think. Pretty sure. It's not like I'm keeping a list like Russell Vought. But, my generally the vibe is I think that you deserve it. I'm falling off. What is that supposed to be? Oh, because I don't have space news. Wow, always with the, the harsh but fair criticism sometimes. Maybe I'm falling off. Lack of space news, might as well just turn it in. It's going to be a Trump presidency anyways. Am I going to affect the narrative or something? Come on. What's the point of this, anyways? Give up, StreamLord. You're cooked. That's what I tell myself. But no, I must not. I must not. You know, you can't, you know? It's kind of, it's not a galactic motto or anything, but you just can't go easy into that night, into that abyss, if you will. What should we listen to right now? That is a good question. Thank you. Yeah, I guess we'll do it this way. Why not? I don't think he'll copyright. He doesn't copyright strike me for this. That's one of the reasons why I love you. All right, baby, no money. I'm going to turn the music down for this quick capitalist advertisement. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. And once you're done doing those two things, do consider becoming a galactic contributor. All sorts of great ways to do that. YouTube, Twitch, Patreon, Cash App, PayPal. But honestly, don't just give me money. I know, I'll take it. Don't get me wrong. I will take it. If you want to just give me money, you don't want benefits, and you're just like, dude, you're doing such a great job. You just deserve more money right now. Not going to stop you. But why not try Patreon first if you're not contributing in those other places? Because you get a whole bunch of super sweet space benefits. Only $3. I'm sorry, hold on. For the next 7 days, $1.50. That's right, half off on Patreon for 1 week left in this Black Galactic Friday deal. You get all those super sweet benefits for even less than usual. So do consider. Link is, let's see, in chat, in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. Alright, chat, enjoy the space break. I'll be right back. No, I'll start this from the beginning again. Okay, I'm back.
Don't be creepy.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Well, chat, it's time. Get back to those seats. The final half of this show.
Sequences.
Oh, that's right. The Philippines were U.S. territory. And they were like, you know what? We'd rather not be in charge. But we do want the bennies. Thanks for the reminder, Nadia. It's hard to remember all of history all the time. Right. We took it from... That's the thing. I'm always forgetting... that part of it. Okay. I hope you enjoyed that space break. Now, let's get back to the show in the United Kingdom, where we got a couple of technically environmental issues, as well as a couple of other non-environmental issues to talk. We're going to be in the UK for a little bit, actually. So hopefully we have some of our UK viewers in the chat. I think I see at least one. Okay. Start with this. We already talked about this. This is some other footage, global news from the UK farmers' protest, which I looked into more.
Farmers! No farmers! No farmers! No farmers!
It's so counterintuitive. They're going to make less money out of it than they would from any other tax. It's going to destroy farming. Farmers make very little money, they work extremely hard, and they may be sitting on an asset, but when that asset goes, so does country farming, so does family farming. Farms have been handed down from generation to generation, and that's just going to stop. All that knowledge, all that understanding of breeding and farming, the whole rural life, will be undermined by this ridiculous tax.
I think it's really important that we all get together as farmers and let this government know that we're not here to be walked all over. You know, we are farmers, we want to farm the land and we want to work for the unborn generation. You know, we've looked after the countryside for many years and we want to continue to do so.
Ready for a fight. We are coming here peacefully, but if there's no
Now, one thing I would point out, I'm not sure what the marital status of all of these people who are talking are. I would assume many of them are married. And if you are married and you own a farm, you will be exempt from this tax below £3 million, which is something like, what, $4.5 million US? Not quite, less. Like, was it like 1.3 right now? It's like, trying to do the math. $4 million US around. Ultimate math nerd. But yeah, essentially anybody above that in assets will be taxed on those assets above 3 million. If they are married. If you are single and you own all that stuff, then it would be over £1.5 million, I think. So that's just for more context. Because we were watching this earlier on Novara. Ash Sarkar was asking people questions, but we didn't actually have clarity on that. So I'm glad I do now. Hopefully you are glad too.
of how much this means to us. Emotionally, I can see that things will go further. There's no understanding of it. And let the NFU lobby with all of the MPs to show that actually there's quite a few Labour MPs in rural constituencies. They haven't understood it. And I think in the end they're walking into something that It's a shame. We don't want it as a fight. They just want to realise they made a mistake.
Yeah, except what's great about these protests is all the UKIP leaders are here as well. So you know that there's definitely nothing problematic happening.
Please back down. Please back down.
Jeremy, why are you here? Jeremy, why are you here?
And as well,
Why? Thought I'd do some Christmas shopping.
nothing problem ever as well. I mean, you got UKIP, you got Jeremy Clarkson. That's when you know nothing problematic is going to happen. Everything under control. Nothing ever bad happened around those two. Well, people who are like, you get what I'm saying. Oh, thank you for the, what is this? Are you giving me footnotes? How to Hide an Empire by Daniel Immerwahr. Okay, I have no idea. I can't even comment or endorse or anything, but okay. I'll look into that. Thank you, Nadia. And thank you for the super chat. Back to Jeremy Clarkson.
Well, I'm here to support farmers.
Keir Starmer is harming our farmers, and he and his government are just tin-eared when it comes to British farmers.
Oh, she's done so much farming, this woman. Priti Patel. She's just got done farming, actually. Can't you tell? In this tweed jacket, lined in fur, and the mink hat, of course. Can't wear this sort of overcoat without that hat. All she's concerned about is farmers, of course.
Our agriculture, our food supply, our food security. And shame on them. Shame on them. I've got 30 farmers coming from my part of Essex
all
here
the
today,
farmers are coming
and
to
I
her.
want their voices heard, because this government just isn't listening. And you know what?
All the most repressed, impoverished farmers are coming to her and saying they're having a terrible time.
What's so offensive is that this government just doesn't care. They live
Can
in
we
their
turn
bubble.
her into
They've got
chips?
no idea
I don't
about the
think so.
countryside.
Doesn't sound legal, I don't think. It sounds funny, though.
This government just doesn't care. They live in their bubble. They've got no idea about the countryside of the United Kingdom, and it's about time that we give them a wake-up call.
It's Labour government, which is a city-dwelling
Oh my God.
socialist government that...
This right here, this jacket says everything about her. It's the same thing in America, right? Like, don't be confused. I know it's in Britain, so it's confusing for maybe some of the Americans watching right now. If you see a flag and it's a little something weird's going on, don't think it's just some other thing. It's like, oh, it's just Britain. No, this is the conservative shadow secretary of state for food and rural affairs. This woman, you know, not the sort of person who I would call just normal. In fact, I would probably say she's a little unhinged. That jacket's unhinged for sure. Keep it on a flagpole, okay? Settle down. Okay, so let's stay with British politics, but also technically on environmental issues. Farming's an environmental issue. So is this. And this is not a conservative, unfortunately, this is not the conservative government doing this. This is the Labour government doing this one. And really, technically, you know, what they're complaining about is the Labour government, although I have much less concerns about that one than I do this one. Let's go to Channel 4 News from a day ago.
Conditions were near freezing in Kington in Herefordshire this morning,
Whoa.
and in one of its designated warm hubs.
Hold on. What's happening? Why are you hearing two different audios at the same time? Am I losing my mind?
Conditions were near freezing in Kington in Herefordshire this morning, and in one of its designated warm hubs. The Lion Community Cafe, barely a seat was empty.
How important is a place like this to you?
I think it's really important. You come here and people are friendly and it feels a safe space and you feel a bit looked after. And, you know, for an hour, 2 hours, you can have a tea, a bit of cake and not worry that you're cold because it's lovely and snug in here.
The usual Friday free tea and cake is on offer to the over 55s. And today a wellbeing officer from the council is here to discuss, among other things, fuel bills.
We, as a council, work with loads of different partner agencies that may be able to help you with the energy crisis.
It is timely, given today's news that from January, many face energy bills going up again. Ofgem has announced its latest quarterly cap, which limits the price charged on each unit of energy. The regulator said the typical annual bill for a household in England, Scotland and Wales will go up by £21. For an average household paying by direct debit for dual fuel, this equates to £1,738 per year. While the increase is smaller than last year, the average yearly cost of energy is still over £500 more than it was in January 2019. And that is a worry for many, like 81-year-old
Yeah, that's a huge increase. Wait, what just happened? I lost video.
2019.
Pause. That's a huge increase. It's $600 more. Not dollars. That's more in dollars. In dollars, that's like, I mean, whatever. I don't know the actual fluctuation that happened currency-wise in here, but I know at least currently, based upon the current exchange rate, like that's like 700 plus maybe 750, something like that. I think I'm doing the math right. Like increase over 5 years in just heating. Can you imagine? That's worse than what the United States has been dealing with. I know that. I mean, not that energy costs haven't gone up here, and they have, but that is intense. I don't think they have increased that much. But that's, holy shit.
And that is a worry.
Oh, I just realized it's not monthly for a second. I just realized it's yearly. In my mind, I was like, dude, who can afford $750 a month? I just realized this got to be over a yearly period, right?
Pounds more than it was in January 2019.
Either way, it's a ton.
And that is a worry for many, like 81-year-old Sheila Carell from Horncastle in Lincolnshire, whom we met through the charity Age UK. Unlike many pensioners now, she still qualifies for the winter fuel payment, but only uses a single radiator and in the kitchen bursts of a fan heater.
Jeez.
The central heating, she says, has been off for 2 years.
Because it's too expensive. Simple as that. It went up so high.
Horrible.
That you just can't afford it. You just hope that...
Oh, God. Why does this woman have to live in the cold? Doesn't the UK have money?
You've got to get rid of this cold spell. Let's have a little bit of a leeway.
The cat hates her.
Comes. But you don't think too far ahead.
I don't know. I couldn't
Because
tell.
it's frightening, too frightening to you.
Don't cats hate
You
all
end up
people,
getting
technically?
poorly.
The charity National Energy Action warned this latest rise will
They're just
impact
technically
millions of
plotting
vulnerable
to
households.
take over.
The government blamed international energy markets.
Everything we've done in order to push for clean power by 2030 is in order to break that dependence with fossil fuel markets. That means that we're on this roller coaster. We are acting to upgrade homes. So, yesterday we announced the first step in our Warm Homes Plan. That's £3.2 million that we will be investing in order to upgrade up to 300,000 homes next year so that we can bring bills down for people.
Back in Kington, news of today's energy price cap rise elicited plenty of comment.
You wake up in the morning, switch your television on, and there's another price rise for whatever. And it's just getting to the point of being ridiculous now.
Yeah, that sounds right. It sounds right. It does sound ridiculous. This old British man seems to be on the track of something there. All right, let's go to it is the weekend, so we're trying to keep this fun. So let's talk about something that maybe, perhaps, deserves special historical status, or should I say status.
Rick Poole grew up in his family's pie and mash shop in London, the oldest of its kind still in operation today.
They're all made by hand.
It's been serving this traditional dish for more than a century, and Poole is among those hoping that protected status could ensure a bright future for businesses like his.
With a nice crispy pastry on the top and then a soggy bottom.
Pie with mashed potato and parsley liquor has been enjoyed by Cockney natives of...
How dare you ruin that for me?
Pie with mashed potato and parsley liquor has been enjoyed by Cockney natives of East London since the 19th century. Previously made with eels from the River Thames, they are now filled with a minced beef mixture.
Beef sounds better than
eel.
eel,
Of traditional
not gonna
shops
lie.
dwindle across the city, Cockney campaigners like Andy Green are calling on the government to grant pie and mash traditional speciality guaranteed status.
It gives these shop owners a sense of belief that they're guardians of a culture, upholding a long and proud tradition, and also status, because at the moment these pie and mash shops have got the same status as, say, a fried chicken shop.
Britain, like the EU, grants protected status to food and drink from a defined area, or that follow a specific recipe as a guarantee of authenticity. Cornish pasties and blue Stilton cheese are well-known examples.
It's very good. So that's my grandfather's brother.
Paul's daughter, Emma Harrington, says protected status would give security to a business that she hopes will one day be handed over to her sons.
We do get a lot of tourists in, but being protected status, it's just going to put us on the map
There
that
we
little
go.
bit more, I think.
Thank you. Thank you for full circling that for me. She really came through for me on that one. Status. Yes, there we go. Vindicated. I hope the what's it called again? The pie and mash is also vindicated and receives its special status. All right, now let's go to this, because a troubling trend is happening with British technology. Here's BBC News from a couple of days ago on the story.
Small, powerful, easy to use, and assembled in Wales, the Raspberry Pi mini computer, launched in 2012 to give children a taste of coding. But now, according to the Ukrainian military, being found inside Russian drones. Weapons used to deadly effect on the battlefield, targeting troops and our BBC colleagues.
That was the drone attack against our car.
The company that makes these says it's shocked by the trade and is doing everything it can to shut it down. But that's really difficult because it's run by middlemen in places like this. 4,000 miles away from the UK, Bishkek, the capital of Kyrgyzstan, a former Soviet state and now one of the many back doors into Russia.
Raspberry Pis, so useful. So useful. You can teach your kids how to code and to do fun technology things with circuits, and you can also use them to make drones and to blow things up.
We've scoured customs documents and found tens of thousands of pounds of Raspberry Pis went to Moscow through a company based here. But not only that, they've been regularly shipping all kinds of Western kit to sanctioned Russian companies linked to the military. We set out to track down the person behind it. And here she is, 25-year-old Valeria Bygashkina.
Having a good time. What is this, sandals?
Full of posts from glamorous places. For now, she's in Belarus, unreachable for us, so we call her. We have customs documents showing equipment going through your company to Russia for the military.
So yeah, they deny everything and say, leave me alone, you're being annoying, asking all these questions. And who said it in chat? I can't even find it now. But somebody in chat mentioned that Raspberry Pis have been used for illicit things for decades. It's totally true. Or for not decades, but for like a decade. I mean, how long have they been out for? I'm trying to think. Has it been decades? I don't think it's been decades. Like 15 years. Basically, ever since they came out, people were like, oh, this is fun and makes things kind of easy. Let's see what this can do. You're totally right. But there are sanctions on these things. They're not supposed to be making their way to Russia. That's the point, right? Because, I mean, there's laws against doing illegal things with Raspberry Pis, to begin with any chips, right? But there's also extra laws against just letting Russia have them, essentially. But unfortunately, Kyrgyzstan, or at least Kyrgyz nationals, are helping in the facilitation of these transactions. Alright, now let's go to the ECB, talk Eurozone economics here. As some recent data is sort of pouring a gloomy vibe on things.
The ECB sounds the alarm. The Eurozone is facing another potential debt crisis. Welcome to Macro Matters, your regular look at what's driving the global economy. I'm Peter Devlin. Fears of another meltdown in the single currency area have resurfaced. The European Central Bank cautioned this week that the Eurozone could be facing another debt crisis, as if the bloc cannot boost growth, lower public debt and fix policy uncertainty. The message was clear from Frankfurt. Vigilance is paramount and complacency is not an option. But is Europe heading towards what former ECB chief Mario Draghi described as a slow but painful decline? Well, to help answer that and more, I'm joined by George Buckley, Chief European Economist at Nomura. Welcome, George. Thank you very much for joining us. So let's start with today's PMIs. The Eurozone's manufacturing sector is sinking deeper into recession, and now the services sector is starting to struggle after 2 months of marginal rises. So are hopes of a growth recovery now delayed?
Yeah, these numbers aren't good. It's not just one country either. We've got French numbers weaker, we've got German numbers weaker, the entirety of the euro area, the UK, they're all pretty poor, these numbers. They are suggestive of very weak, possibly even falling economic output. So that's a risk. It may be that there's been a Trump effect here, and certainly that was mentioned in the case of Germany, that that could have seen some uncertainty and concern about what Trump might mean for tariffs and trade going forward, filtering into these figures. And when you look at some of the forward-looking indicators in these surveys, they are even weaker than the headlines. So
Okay, I think that's a perfect place to stop it. That basically encapsulates the rest of what he's going to tell us. He just gets deeper into the numbers and how shitty they are and how many people are concerned about what Trump tariffs and sort of American isolationism might mean for the rest of the world. I'm sure that'll be fine for the American economy if everybody pulls back on their output. Right? That'll be fine for us, right? That won't decrease US economic output, right? They're not intrinsically linked or anything to any of that. Now, let's go to another Eurozone country, France, where workers there are striking as Emmanuel Macron is urging Xi Jinping of China to drop China's cognac tariffs. Oh, poor China. I mean, poor France. The fact is, you know, France here is in between two different sort of larger powers, and one that is a part of the Eurozone and China. And the fact is the Eurozone, well, has done a bunch of recent tariffs, leading to China retaliating with their own tariffs, and well, it's causing some people's problems.
In the tariff tit-for-tat between the EU and China, it's France's cognac producers who are feeling the squeeze. Beijing's decision to slap tariffs of up to 40% on imports of EU brandy last month was in response to the EU's own duties on Chinese electric vehicles. At the G20 summit, French President Emmanuel Macron urged his Chinese counterpart to scrap the measures.
I'd like Prime Minister Barnier to travel to China in the first quarter of next year to see his counterpart, Prime Minister Qiang, so that there can be a discussion at the end of this technical process, which, I hope, will enable us to clear up any misunderstandings and allow us to find out why there are tariffs in the first place.
The tariffs are another headache for the French government. China accounts for a quarter of cognac exports, earning the sector.
Wait, I don't think that they repeat. I don't think that. I'm actually quite sure that wasn't quite a word-for-word translation.
Around 1 billion euros annually. France's producers claim they're hostages in the ongoing trade dispute, begging French leaders to step in. The consequences of the import duties could have knock-on effects right the way down to local producers and wine growers, at a time when French farmers are already unanimous in opposing a trade deal with Mercosur. France's alcohol industry is also bracing itself for the return of Donald Trump to the White House. The US president-elect promised a universal 10% tariff on all imports.
It's going to be great for everybody. Just tariff wars. Tariff wars. China, United States, tariffs on everything. Europe, EU doing tariffs. It's going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. Oh boy. We have not talked about this story at all. Mostly because of the details of it being... I mean, I genuinely don't even know. I'm not even going to say it, just for fear of jinxing myself in the stream. But let's go to France. I'm sorry, we're still in France. But let's go to some protests that have been happening here recently in the wake of a trial which we have not talked about, but is genuinely horrifying. Yeah. Thousands of France denounce violence against women amid the trial of... shit. I forget her name.
Parce que c'est en train de bouger et elle l'a dit haut et fort que...
I think things are moving, and Giselle Pellico said loud and clear that shame should switch sides, and it is changing sides. So we thank her for making this trial visible to the public, and for showing that aggressors are not monsters in the street. They're Mr. Everybody.
Et que c'est Monsieur Tout le Monde.
And we have to...
Alright, now let's go here. Is this France 24 next? Yeah, let's go here, France 24. Protests in France. We need men to be part of the fight against violence towards women. All right, let's try that.
100 organizations have called for demonstrations to protest violence against women. According to the Interior Ministry, one woman is killed every 2 to 3 days in France. Femicide, the intentional killing with a gender-related motivation, violence that can be fueled by stereotypes, discrimination, power dynamics, and more. Now, despite decades of activism, femicide is a very real concern in France and abroad. Now, this mass mobilization also comes amid the widespread shock in France by the Giselle Pellico trial. She was raped by some 50 men who were organized by her former husband. She was drugged unconscious at the time. For more on today's protests, we can speak to Maëlle Lenoir, a member of the New Tout Collective. Hello to you, Maëlle. Thank you.
How anybody could do that to another person, I don't care if they're drugged or not. I mean, I don't even know why he decided to bring that up. I mean, yeah, I know it's a part of one of the details of this, but it's like, it's just so I mean, I guess, thankfully, maybe she wasn't fully aware. I mean, that's what she's said. But it's like,
Speaking to France 24, first of all, tell us a little bit about your group, Nutut.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us. Nutut is a collective that got created in 2018 to basically import the hashtag MeToo movement in France because, you know, was having a very hard time to at home.
Oh boy.
And every year
I forgot about
we
this.
organize massive protests against gender-based violence.
Yeah, and tell us a little bit, we hear the music behind you. Can you give us a sense for how many people are on hand?
Yeah, I forgot about this. Hold on. I'm going to get this to where they fix her mic. There we go. Like a minute later. I think that it's good from here on out.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
We're still expecting a lot of people. I'm hopeful that we'll reach at least 100,000 protesters all around the country. That's the numbers we're expecting. We're expecting a very massive protest this year.
And Maya, when you look at the problems confronting France, what would you like to see the government do to try to address these issues?
I mean, our claims have been clear for the past, few decades. Feminists are asking for prevention measures to be put in place. We're also asking for measures in order to guarantee support for survivors of gender-based violence, as well as an adapted budget. We're at least for...
Yeah, those seem pretty reasonable. And hopefully France decides to get on board with all that. Sadly, currently, the neoliberal government, Macron, is not doing a ton about it at this moment. How about Macron honor the wishes of voters? We just got done with him not doing that. Remember? You remember, PB? I know it feels like it was a long time ago, but do you remember this summer? Oh, God. Remember him not respecting the will of the voters? It's not his thing, I wish it was. It'd be lit. But no. Not now. Maybe later. Okay, let's go to Africa, where Sudan has, of course, been dealing with a horrifying internal civil war, although it's not completely internal because there are multiple external governments involved to some degree, funding or aiding with weapons or money, and yet there has been essentially zero food and aid going into the country by way of by way of international aid organizations, which we've been talking about, that being horrifying considering the vast number of people. If you thought there was a lot of people in Gaza right now starving, well, that number is somehow dwarfed by the number of people that are facing impending famine in Sudan. But finally, the first aid convoy has made its way into Sudan in literally months. Sure, that will solve it. One aid convoy, that's it. Wrap it up, people. BBC.
Now, moving on to Sudan, where the first aid convoy in months has reached Zamzam camp. The camp in North Darfur is home to hundreds of thousands of people displaced by the conflicts between Sudan's army and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces. The aid convoy was organized by the UN's World Food Programme and comes as famine was declared in the camp in August. Well, let's speak to the acting country director in Sudan for WFP, Alex Marianelli. He's talking to us from Port Sudan. Thank you for joining us on BBC News. Is it credible to think that it's taken months for UN aid to get to Zamzam camp, which is suffering with a famine right now? Why has it taken so long?
Great question. Well,
it's extremely complicated. There was a lot of rain in September that ended, but we're talking about a country where it takes about 3 weeks to go from the place where we load food to reach those places. So a very difficult journey across multiple conflict lines, and in a country that's facing a catastrophic hunger crisis.
I was going to say, he's listing off a lot of stuff, but was taking a really long time to get to the fact that they have to cross multiple conflict lines. And in some cases, at least at some points during this year and during this conflict, aid has just been completely barred from entering. Right? Regardless of their willingness to cross those lines, they were just not allowed. So, you know, it's a multifaceted situation, undoubtedly.
The population of Sudan needs food assistance, and we're trying to cross that entire country to get into Zamzam. So the challenges are immense in terms of access, negotiating our way through all of those checkpoints. Desperate communities, many of them are armed, are holding those roads. And those are essentially the reasons why we haven't been able, until yesterday, to reach Zamzam with World Food Programme trucks.
And what kind of aid is going in now, and what kind of help can it provide to the people who are in that camp?
The aid that we got in yesterday is essentially a small amount. It's enough food to feed 10,000 people for a month. To give you a sense, we need to feed 180,000 people in that camp alone.
So by that math, it's enough to feed those people by, for what? If it's for enough, it's like half a month. It's like not even a half a month. It's like what is it? My brain just broke. What's 5? Like 6 days or something like that? I can't do the math right now. It's breaking me. It's not a long time.
The relevance of this is we've unlocked a door. We've managed to get in for the first time. We've managed to negotiate our way into Zamzam. We have the food. It's in Chad from Adre. This is where this convoy came from. So now we will be sending scaled food aid. So to me, the relevance is we've unlocked the door into Zamzam after trying indeed for months. And optimism that we'll be able to follow this up very, very quickly.
Yeah. Now we get into the fact that, you know, ceasefire talks essentially haven't happened. There were attempts at it earlier this year briefly, but one of the sides didn't even show up and claimed that the other side was committing too many war crimes, even though they've both committed war crimes and they both need to stop with them. Right, and you know, it needs to come to an end. The ethnic cleansing, all of the famine, because much of it doesn't need to be happening right now. There is, of course, a drought that's also been happening in Sudan, at least had been happening until those rains that they've been talking about, which was causing crops not to grow. But much of it is avoidable if this conflict wasn't going on, right? I mean, first off, aid would be able to get into the country. Wouldn't be a problem. Now, unfortunately, Russia has been funding some of this. If I understand, the DRC has been funding some of this. It's a clusterfuck. And actually, I think Rwanda got involved in some of this shit, but I don't think it... Whatever. The point is it genuinely needs to end. And hopefully that will soon. Now let's go back to Europe and talking about Germany here. First let's talk about this as it looks like workers at VW factories in Germany have voted to go on strike starting in about a week. So if you're planning on buying a VW, well...
Labor representatives voted for limited strikes at Volkswagen's German operations, starting in early December. The vote on Friday comes after talks over wages and plant closures failed to achieve a breakthrough. It marks a further escalation between Europe's top automaker and its workers over mass layoffs, pay cuts, and possible plant closures. Drastic measures the company cannot rule out in the face of competition from China and cooling demand. According to IG Metall, Germany's largest union, the bargaining committee voted unanimously for the strikes, the first since 2018 when over 50,000 workers took to the streets over pay. Volkswagen has demanded a 10% wage cut for German workers, while also threatening to close plants in Germany for the first time in its 87-year history.
People love it when you cut their wages. Jesus Christ. VW's not making enough money? I mean, what the hell's going on here? We're not going to leave Germany, though. Let's go here, because Germany, I think this was footage from a couple days ago, but this was, is this the foreign minister? Whatever, one of German government representatives came out to speak at a press conference where they said they would not be altering their decision on providing Taurus missiles to Ukraine. Oh wait, I don't think there's even...
Der Bundeskanzler war darüber informiert.
The Chancellor was informed of President Biden's yes
von Präsident Biden zur Lieferung der
to the delivery of the ATACMS. And as you can probably understand, it also very closely conditioned to support Ukraine, especially in the Kursk border region, for example. And no, this has no impact on the Chancellor's decision not to deliver Taurus missiles.
The ballistic missile that hit the Ukrainian city of Dnipro this week was the most powerful one yet.
Sorry. I need to grab a drink. I'm hoarse over here. Okay, I'm back. There's been a lot of discussion of the just like culinary things in chat today. Like, I don't know when it started, but it's out of control. Okay, people. All right, let's go continue talking about the Ukraine situation. This was France 24 English from about 18 hours ago, earlier on Saturday morning. Putin vows that Moscow will continue testing its new combat missile in Ukraine.
The ballistic missile that hit the Ukrainian city of Dnipro this week was the most powerful one yet unleashed by Russia. A type of weapon normally designed to carry nuclear warheads. This time it did not have a nuclear payload, but the message to Ukraine and its allies was clear.
We consider ourselves entitled to use our weapons against military facilities of those countries that allow their weapons to be used against our facilities. and in the event of an escalation of aggressive actions, we will respond decisively and reciprocally.
The intermediate-range Oreshnik missile is considered experimental. It's believed to have a range of 3,000 to 5,500 kilometres and be capable...
By the way, this thing affects me, people. It winds up, I believe, leaving the stratosphere and gets into low Earth orbit. So, you know, I could be in the way of one of these things at one point.
Of flying at hypersonic speeds of 2.5 to 3 kilometres per second. Russian President Vladimir Putin has now said he intends to ramp up production and continue testing the missiles in combat.
He wanted to send a political message, a reminder that if he wishes, the next missile could be equipped with a nuclear warhead. We're obviously not at that stage of escalation.
The Oreshnik launched this week covered just a fraction of its maximum range, but its full range would cover all corners of Europe.
No country, including the United States, is capable of intercepting this type of ballistic missile. But they are...
Yeah, it's a little concerning. Okay. Now, let's go here. To Australia. Wait. Nope, just an Australian newsroom. Sky News. Let's talk about, you know, we've been talking about Donald Trump all fucking stream. Might as well not give up now. Sky News, 13 hours ago. What does Donald Trump's win mean for Ukraine?
I don't want reality.
Let's find out.
In his victory speech, Donald Trump said he's the man who will stop wars and make the world a safer place.
Immediately,
so
if not sooner.
What does this mean for Ukraine?
As president-elect, if I win this election, the first thing I'm going to do is call up Zelensky and call up President Putin, and I'm going to say, you gotta make a deal. This is crazy.
And I know how to make a deal.
Ukraine has been at war with Russia for well over 2 years now. And neither side has appeared willing to open substantive negotiations.
Well, Trump has said he'll finish the war in Ukraine in a day, but he hasn't said how. All he has said is that he'll make a deal.
He's gone as far as saying that if he'd been president, the war in Ukraine would not have happened.
If Trump was president, it wouldn't have happened. Putin would have never done it. I said, don't do it, Vladimir. Don't
do it, Vladimir.
I said, Vladimir, we're not going to do that, Vladimir.
The way he says it, it's hilarious.
We'll be able to bring the war to a swift end.
There's nothing that can heal this problem overnight.
I guess that's foreign policy. So glad we get 4 years of this. Oh my god. And maybe that'll work. You'll just say, you know what? That's it, boys. Go back. You go back to your country. You go back to your country. That's it.
Ukrainians fear any deal that's offered will involve giving up land that's already occupied by Russia in exchange for the end of the war. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance reflects the view of many Republicans that it can't be an endless war with unlimited spending.
Now, I wonder what it would cost to maintain a buffer zone. Because that's one thing that has been floated around. I think Donald Trump himself said it. Or one of his, at least, very close advisors said something about the desire for a buffer zone in Ukraine, I guess. I mean, maybe would it also include Russian territory? I find that hard to believe that would happen in a Trump presidency, even though Ukraine is technically on Russian soil right now.
We are not, as a Republican Party, behind unlimited, unaccounted for aid to Ukraine without any goals in mind, without any sense of where the money is going and what's going to be accomplished if we continue to support Ukraine.
Then there's the issue as to whether Putin will even agree to a deal. Trump's opponents have accused him of trying to ingratiate himself with Russia's president.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it before. I was kind of alluding to it just now quickly there. But yeah, I mean, the buffer zone would require the enforcing of a zone across an entire piece of territory. Who would do that is also a question I've asked time and time again. Would it be Russia or Ukraine? Because that'd be weird to have a buffer zone maintained by one of the sides of a conflict. So you would have to think it would be someone else. Would it be NATO? Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine that? I mean, that's the literal thing that Vladimir Putin said was the context for all of this. Oh, wait, no, was it Nazis? I can't remember. It was something like that.
At the expense of what's right. Then there's also this awkward interaction between Zelensky and Trump when the Ukrainian president went to visit him in the United States before he was elected.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's the thing, Jerry. The U.S. would be the U.S.? Would it be like the United States? Is that any better? Is that what? I mean, because here's the thing. Vladimir Putin, of all people, knows that presidents are fleeting. They're a fleeting existence, right? One year you got this guy, next year you got that guy. And there's no way, even with Trump in power at the moment, unless he declares the dictatorship in full, would Donald Trump ever, would Vladimir Putin ever consider that to be a deal that would be acceptable? A U.S. strip of land in between Ukraine and Russia might as well be NATO. NATO might even be better. I don't know. The UN?
And I also have a very
UN peacekeepers? Interesting.
States before he was elected.
We have a very good relationship, and I also have a very good relationship, as you know, with President Putin. And I think if we win, I think we're going to get it resolved very quickly. I really think we're going to get it resolved.
I hope we have more good relations.
Here's a question. If the UN peacekeepers come in, does that mean that Russia has to start sticking to humanitarian international law, and B, do they have to pay for any of the war crimes they've already committed?
Oh, I see. Yeah, but it takes two to tango, and long before January 20th.
Sorry, I got distracted. We got to listen to this blunderous, wildest press conference here.
United States before he was elected.
We have a very good relationship. And I also have a very good relationship, as you know, with President Putin. And I think if we win, I think we're going to get it resolved very quickly. I really think we're going to get it resolved.
I hope we have more good relations.
We're going to have. Oh, I see. Yeah, but it takes two to tango.
Two to tango. Three of us actually. We're going to be dancing.
I would take the presidency. I think that we can work out something that's good for both sides.
Yeah, okay. Let's go to this. I think this is the last of our stories on this situation, ever developing situation. Also Sky News. Just for fun.
Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin has promised to scale up production of a new hypersonic missile that hit Ukraine last week. He says Western defense systems aren't able to stop the missile, and no other country has anything like it. It all comes amid warnings of a wider conflict after Ukraine used British and American missiles to hit targets inside Russia. Let's get reaction from military analyst Sean Bell. Good to see you, Sean. President Putin then saying he's got a lot more of these missiles, and he is prepared to use them, but they're still not fully formed. They're being tested, aren't they? They're not the real deal at the moment?
Yeah, there's some interesting conversation backwards and forwards, isn't there? The Orishnik missile, it was an experimental missile. The Americans said, he's only got a handful of them. Putin's therefore said, no, I've got loads of them. It is a pre-production model that they've got. The question is how many they built. You don't run a production run until you've ironed out the wrinkles. It does appear they may have between 6 and 10 of these missiles. So we might see another one launched again. Going from from a test to a production, though, is a whole set of new challenges. You need a whole load of bulk technology. The sanctions are really having an impact there, unless China, of course, helps out with it. The main two issues, though, actually, from a warfighting perspective, are one of which, tactically, how does President Zelensky deal with this new threat? And the second one is the threatening rhetoric from Russia. There's been lots of focus on this 3,100-mile range, basically saying, look, West, you're in most of Europe is within...
Damn, that's a big range.
...range of this. And
when you do it that way, when you show me the circle that it would effectively cover, it's quite disturbing.
I have to remind the viewers here, just, for literally decades, both America and Russia have had thousands of missiles capable of carrying ordnance halfway around the world. There is absolutely nothing new about this. The reason it's happening now is Putin's trying to up the ante, threaten the West, because he's trying to prepare himself for a negotiating position early next year. And the more the West is scared, the more the West just wants the war dealt with. It might well be he gets all sorts of palliatives that are involved, and such as sanctions being lifted, etc. So he's definitely...
Yeah, he's certainly hoping for that. Oh, if you get those sanctions lifted, oh boy. Get all those Russian billionaires excited. I mean, he's got a bunch of stuff that's been sitting all over the place. They seized one of his yachts. They seized his wife's house. They've done a bunch of seizing, actually. Whoops. The sanctions don't seem to be doing anything anyway. I mean, PP's making a fair point on that. The effectiveness of these sanctions, it seems to be, I mean, just today, in the last couple days, we've talked about two different stories involving both UK and US goods winding up in Russia and North Korean weapons. I mean, what are these sanctions doing exactly? All right, let's a few more stories in Asia before we go to the Middle East. Wow, it's been a long stream today. 7 hours long. Phew. If only I could extend the day further out here in low Earth orbit so I could get some extra sleep in between these long streams. Sadly, I cannot. Let's go to Laos. If you haven't heard about this story, pretty crazy. But I think at least 7 people, I think all women, died from exposure. Not exposure to, well, just having drank tainted alcohol, not even actually alcohol, fake alcohol. It's essentially rocket fuel. I guess this could have been our space story, technically, although that would have been a little crass, I think. But I mean, that's genuinely what this shit is. Let's go here. An Australian teen has died after drinking tainted alcohol in Laos. Oh, this was before the other ones died. They were rushed to this hospital in Bangkok. Bianca Jones was the first to succumb to the poisoning on November 21st. She was unconscious ever since she was picked up from Laos, and never regained consciousness from then, even as she had received medical care. She died today at 9:36 a.m. The physician who did the initial examination on her said methanol was found in her body. It is poisonous and cannot be consumed. No kidding. Bianca's friend, Holly Bowles, died the next day. Okay, there we go. They were among 6 victims who succumbed to alcohol poisoning in Laos. An American, a Briton, 2 Danes, and also died in separate incidents in Phang Bien. Jesus Christ, the town is popular among young foreign backpackers. It is believed methanol was used as alcohol in mixed drinks at disreputable bars. Well, yeah, of course, it'll fuck you up. I mean, drinking literal rocket fuel, that's going to get you fucked up. It'll be similar to being drunk. But the effects, obviously, the after effects, clearly, literally deadly.
This is every parent's very worst fear and a nightmare that no one should have to endure. All Australians offer them our deepest sympathy in this time of heartbreak.
Countries like New Zealand have since updated their travel advisories to Laos. Probably smart. Maybe bring your drinks with you. All right, let's go to this. To Hong Kong, which is now hosting. I told you we're trying to have a little bit of fun Saturday. Now, of course, there's been many difficult stories here. But here's one, kind of fun. Hong Kong's hosting a new tournament, a fast-growing sport called Hyrox. Interesting. Tell me more.
Run, ski, run, push, run, pull, run, burpees, run, row, run, carry, run, lunge, run, and 100 wall balls to finish. This is Hyrox,
I love the way they
the
decided
fastest growing sport in the world. And for the 4th time, Hong Kong is hosting a Hyrox event. Michael Malley is a Hyrox pro. He competed in the first 3 Hyrox races Hong Kong hosted, as well as events in Seoul, Taipei, Beijing, Singapore, and the World Championship in Nice, France. Overall, Malley has done 20 races in the individual, doubles, and relay divisions. This year's Hong Kong event will be his 21st Hyrox race, and he will be chasing a world title again next year in Chicago.
So you would meet a lot of people that actually day-to-day have a job but still want to compete in some form of sporting event. So you really get that vibe when you're in a Hyrox event of having a lot of people watching you, cheering for you, while competing in something that requires a lot of functional fitness, which means you have some goals for your training on day-to-day basis.
Malley and his mixed relay partner in Hong Kong's first Hyrox event inspired teacher Kim Wells to take up the sport.
I went to the expo center and see like everybody there celebrating and the energy is so high. I remember watching her and Michael together and just being like, oh my gosh, they're so strong, so powerful. So I was really, really impressed.
Wells is doing her first Hyrox race this weekend, and she's enlisted a personal trainer to help her prepare.
It tests a lot of your strength, but it also tests your endurance. So then as a trainer, I need to be able to train them to get over that mental fight and be able to like endure the whole 8-kilometer run and 8 different stations and be able to finish the whole race.
About 6,500 people have registered for this year's Hyrox in Hong Kong.
Seems fun. Seems fun. Sort of a, competitive but inclusive environment. I love that. Because how is this different than CrossFit? Hush. Okay, we don't. I don't know. I can't actually quantify how it's different than CrossFit. I don't think it is technically. At all. It's just a different name. Okay. And they're having fun. It's a different place. It's not in America. It's in Hong Kong. All right. That's the difference. Different but same.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Okay. Now let's go to Tokyo in Japan. And talk about an interesting tradition in Tokyo. I guess it technically exists not just in Tokyo, but this is, I found, just fascinating. Just watching the burpees made your knees ache? Well, then in a way you got a workout just now watching the stream. So you're welcome.
Keys, wallet, phone. Did you forget something?
Well, if you're in Tokyo, there's a good chance it's wound up in one of these bags. This is the giant Lost and Found Centre in the heart of the city, staffed by 80 police, running since the 50s. Even lost pets are handed in, but they're kept elsewhere.
Because it's a living animal, you can't just put them in storage. So police officers look after them with great sensitivity.
If objects aren't claimed from local train stations or police within 2 weeks, they're brought to the warehouse where they'll patiently await their owners for 3 months before they're sold or discarded.
If someone comes to the police box saying they've lost something, the person who lost it will write out a report and it will be registered. If the description...
What the fuck? Where the fuck are the trash cans in Japan? I don't think they have them because I don't think anything turns into trash in Japan. I think once you get done using something, it just sort of like a transformer. It just turns into some new thing. You know, this is fascinating. The world of Japanese lost and founds, enforced by police officers. Important stuff like balloons.
If someone comes to the police box saying they've lost something, the person who lost it will write out a report and it will be registered. If the description matches, the item will be returned.
The number of lost things is only increasing as tourists come in record numbers and gadgets get smaller. Incredibly, 4 million found items were handed to police last year, and 70% of lost valuables were returned to their owners.
I think it's a national character trait. Japanese citizens have a strong sense of duty to report and hand in lost property.
The warehouse's
It's an entire warehouse of umbrellas. Now that's civic duty. I mean, wow. I wish we could get like 10% of this vibe in the United States. This is insane. I honestly think this might be going a little far. At this point, I think maybe I don't know. So, I don't, is there another system? Like maybe these could be utilized at some point. Maybe some sort of a grandfathering out, if you will. You know, it's there for a certain period of time. maybe a couple years, and then say, all right, that's probably enough. But I do like the vibe a lot. Yeah, you're right. It's a little pathological. It's a little much. And the fact is Japan has a housing crisis right now. So in a way, it's almost like these umbrellas are taking up somebody. Whatever. I was trying to keep it positive. And keep it happy. Little fun for the weekend, because you know it's already technically Sunday fun day in some places, and I'm sensitive to that fact. All right, let's go to Australia once again. Not Sky News though. Let's go to CBC from 10 hours ago, because Australia's got a plan for social media.
Australia is looking to outlaw anyone under the age of 16 from using Facebook, X, Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok.
What? Social media has a social responsibility. We know they can and should do better.
I noticed YouTube got left off that list.
Responsibility. We know they can and should do better to address harms on their platforms. That's why we're making big changes to hold platforms to account for user safety.
The proposed social media ban was tabled earlier this week in Australia's parliament. The government says it aims to protect children from harmful content online. It comes in the wake of several high-profile cases in Australia involving children as young as 12 who took their own lives after their parents said they were being bullied online.
We have strong regulatory.
YouTube has educational material on it. I would think so. And yeah, I was only merely pointing it out because, that means we are left off the list. Not that honestly, no kids watch this show, so it's not like it affects us actually, but I was just sort of gloating about how YouTube's better than everybody else, I guess.
Frameworks like the Privacy Act and the Digital Identity Act that exist and are coming into force. I think the key is how do we apply those in a way that protects young people online, protects everybody across social media interactions.
The bill is expected to go to a vote as early as next week. If the legislation is passed into law, social media companies will have 1 year to figure out how to prevent Australian kids from having accounts.
And now the next 7 minutes is filled with copium about, well, not quite, I wouldn't call it copium, more hopium. But basically, CBC anchor, the one who's talking right now, and a tech expert talk about how they might be able to keep kids off of the apps. But of course, that's going to be easier said than done. And they do kind of get into that because let's be real. I mean, I think many of us, maybe not all of us, or even, I don't know what, we have a varied audience, but I don't know who's watching right now. But I know that some people, certainly many people in my audience, were probably kids at one point while the internet existed. And, I don't think any of us have forgotten how easy it is to just say you were born at a certain year. Just remember what year you got to write down for all of those sign-ups on the internet, right? And so that can be, potential sort of pitfall to this whole plan. But, we'll see how that goes. Now let's go to the Middle East. All right. Let's start off with this. If you haven't heard, somehow, I would find it shocking that anybody in this audience hasn't heard this yet. But I figured we'd start it off with this in case you haven't, because it's technically kind of recent news. Maybe you've been under a rock for the last 2 days, and for that I don't blame you. It's totally fair. But good news, the ICC has actually issued arrest warrants for both Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. Let's go here to the Associated Press from 2 days ago to Benjamin Netanyahu reacting to the news. Whoops. Yeah. This is a black day in the history of nations. The International Court of Justice in The Hague, which was established to protect humanity, has today become the enemy of humanity. This biased court has decided to issue arrest warrants against me and the former defense minister. Wait, sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. Sorry. I got distracted. Oh, God. My former defense minister, Yoav Gallant. On the fundamentally unfounded accusation that we have allegedly committed crimes against humanity, while the truth is completed be the opposite. This is moral bankruptcy. It violates the natural right of democracies to defend themselves against murderous terrorism. This is the anti-Semitic standard that has one goal: to deter me from exercising our natural right to defend ourselves against enemies who are rising up against us to destroy us. The state of Israel is accused of genocide while we are working to defend ourselves against an army who is trying to commit genocide against us. We are accused of deliberately harming civilians while we are doing everything to prevent harming civilians. And this is against an enemy who is hiding behind those very civilians. You're accused of starving a population, while we are bringing in hundreds of thousands of tons of food to feed them. And this is while Hamas is looting the food and starving the residents of Gaza. Okay. So yeah, there's war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu coping about this recent arrest warrant. Here's Karine Jean-Pierre, lawyer to Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm sorry, White House press secretary, to do the same.
Let me just say, because this is the first time I've had an opportunity to speak to this at the podium, so let me just say more broadly that we fundamentally reject the court's decision to issue arrest warrants for senior Israeli officials.
Why is that?
We remain deeply concerned by the prosecutor's rush to seek arrest warrants and the
rush. The ICJ said they were probably committing genocide 8-9 months ago. Literally 9 months ago, they were saying that's when we first started streaming, was 9 months ago, during the time that the ICJ was saying that Benjamin Netanyahu was probably committing genocide. And now 9 months later, after that genocide has been televised on literally every single news media station, every single, social media platform, why are they rushing? Why are you guys rushing over there?
Immediately, if not sooner.
Can't you just give it some time?
We remain deeply concerned by the prosecutor's rush to seek arrest warrants and the troubling process errors that led to this decision.
Errors.
The United States has been clear that the ICC does not have...
They filed the papers wrong or something? What the fuck are you talking about?
That led to this decision. The United States has been clear that the ICC does not have jurisdiction over this matter. You've heard us say this before. Whatever this prosecutor might imply, there is no evidence, none, between Israel and Hamas. There's just none.
What?
In coordination with partners, including Israel, we are discussing certainly those next steps, what that's going to look like. And to your question about...
yeah, what are those steps going to look like? Probably continuing to ignore just the basics of U.S. law, let alone international law. Just trying to figure out how to avoid that, because it's it's one of those things. She's reading. Yeah, I noticed she's reading. I noticed reading that press briefing. Can't vary from that line. Must toe the line. Wouldn't want to vary from that. Wouldn't want to acknowledge reality. That would be that'd be too much. Too much, man. All right. Now, because of course that arrest warrant is just a black day in the history of nations and a complete farce of, what was it, justice? I can't remember all the words that were just said. But because of all that, Benjamin Netanyahu has decided to stay the course, especially in Lebanon. Let's go there, where multiple medics recently killed, according to Reuters. This is from yesterday.
After evacuation orders in southern Beirut were issued on social media, Israeli strikes turned this multi-story building into dust. At least 5 medics have been killed as rockets continued to batter southern Lebanon and the outskirts of the capital on Friday. Israeli ground troops have also clashed with Hezbollah fighters in the south as Israel's intense military campaign against the Iran-backed armed group fails to relent. It has tempered hopes that a US envoy could reach an imminent ceasefire. A US mediator said earlier this week that a truce was within our grasp after visiting Beirut. They then travelled to meet Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu before returning to Washington, according to the news outlet Axios. Hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah escalated dramatically when Israel ramped up its strikes in late September and sent ground troops into Lebanon in October. Their troops have pushed deeper to the edges of Hayam, a town some 4 miles from the border. Lebanese security sources told Reuters Israeli troops have also advanced in a string of villages to the west. They said Israel was most likely trying to isolate Hayam ahead of a major attack on the town. Israeli strikes on 2 other villages killed a total of 5 medics from a rescue force affiliated with Hezbollah, the Lebanese health ministry said. More than 200 medics have been killed by Israeli strikes over the past year, the health ministry said.
Yeah, they keep doing that. It's weird. It's like, what's it called?
Illegal.
A war crime? Let's go here. Yeah, 'cause that was from a day ago. But you know what? They didn't give up on undoing all these strikes. By the way, it's honestly a beautiful region. The parts that aren't getting bombed, also the parts that are getting bombed too, but they just become slightly less beautiful, I guess, after the bombing for some reason. But yeah, Israel hasn't given up for the last like 24 hours.
Hello, thank you for joining us. I'm Catherine Biarahanga. We start in Lebanon, where Israel has carried out a powerful airstrike on central Beirut overnight. Lebanese media said an 8-story residential building collapsed after being hit by several missiles. Local reports say 4 people have been killed and more than 20 injured. Search and rescue efforts are underway. Eyewitnesses say explosions shook the city. Israel's latest attack comes despite renewed efforts for a ceasefire. Since the escalation of the conflict in September, Israeli airstrikes have killed several top Hezbollah leaders in Beirut. Well, let's cross live to Beirut and speak to our Middle East correspondent Hugo Bashega, who's at the scene of that strike. Hugo, tell us what's happening there.
Yeah, Catherine, so this is the site of this massive Israeli attack that happened overnight, and hours later there's still a massive operation here to remove the rubble. A search effort is also underway. Just moments ago we saw a second body being removed from under the rubble, and this is a densely populated part of Beirut, the Bastard district here in central Beirut, and as you can see there is a lot of damage in nearby buildings, which gives us a sense of the scale of the attack that happened here. This attack happened at around 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was felt and heard all.
Now, one thing about this that I find, and I know it shouldn't be, but because of the reality we're living in, just bear with me on this one. In a way, I am relieved by these stories. Why, you might be asking. You might be thinking to yourself, geez, StreamLord, that sounds really stupid. Why would you be relieved by apartment building getting bombed? Because the fucking BBC is on the goddamn ground, and the actual world has to watch it live, even more so than they ever had. You know what I'm saying? Because in Gaza, there was already no reporters in Gaza, aside from Al Jazeera. No one was watching Al Jazeera to begin with, and once this all happened, you know what I mean? Like, there's only a certain group of people that are watching Al Jazeera, right? But you put it on BBC, all of a sudden you can't ignore it, right? You got reporters on the fucking ground next to the building that just got bombed. It's going to get reported on immediately in the midst of the rubble. And, hopefully people will stop fucking ignoring all of this. I don't know. Maybe I'm just naive.
It's not the first time that this part of Beirut has come under attack, and there is a huge crater over there where this attack happened. Several explosions were heard as a result of this attack that happened here in central Beirut. And this happens as we've seen more efforts for a ceasefire here in this conflict. We saw a U.S. envoy come here to Beirut, had talks with senior Lebanese officials to try to reach a deal to end this conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. But a massive attack here.
I support that. I support that. PB is right. 100%, 150% right. Piers Morgan should use that journalism degree and go to Lebanon and report on this very important moment in history, rather than doing these idiotic fake debates that he does on his program, in which he's actively participating in them while claiming to be the moderator at the same time. Be a journalist, my man. Get in there. So you can see your comrades are here. Your countrymen on the ground.
Happened with no warning, and again the indications here, the scale of this attack suggests that a senior Hezbollah figure was the target. We haven't had any reaction from Hezbollah yet. There hasn't been any kind of comment by the Israeli military, but again a massive attack hitting central Beirut.
And Hugo, how does this attack fit into the picture of what we've seen in terms of the conflict over the past few weeks there in Lebanon?
Yeah, we've seen that there has been an escalation in this Israeli campaign against Hezbollah. Not only here in Beirut, we've seen that the southern suburbs of the city, a place where Hezbollah is based, it has been repeated.
That's what I'm going to do, actually. That'll be my new first Blue Sky post. You'll be starting a petition to get Piers Morgan to leave his very important YouTube channel to do an even more important thing. To go to Lebanon and report on this horrifying situation. The time calls for it, and sometimes when the time calls for it, you just have to grab life by the horns, and you gotta get down there. You got a Blue Sky? Well, you can follow me on Blue Sky. I also now have a Blue Sky. You can find that Blue Sky account in my goddamn bio on YouTube now. GalacticStreamLord. .bluesky.gl or whatever it is. We're not done. Neither is Israel. That is a huge fucking smoke cloud. And we haven't talked about it a lot, but there has been accusations that Israel's been using depleted uranium warheads, which are quasi-nuclear weapons. Now, there has not yet been any actual substantiation of that, which is why we haven't been talking about it, but clouds like that make me think some things. Yeah, depleted uranium weapons. I mean, they're against the Geneva Conventions. In no way should you be using those. And I'm not saying that that's what that is. There's no way for me to verify any of what I just said. But I remember I heard one report earlier, and I have seen no verification of it. But you see devastation like that, and stuff like that just sort of comes back to the front of my mind is all. Let's go here now to a hole in the ground in Lebanon. Probably the very hole caused by that strike, I believe. It looks like ground zero. Am I wrong? Is it not giving off serious ground zero vibes right now? This is horrifying. This isn't the capital city of a fucking United Nations Security Council country. How much longer can this go on until the entire world order collapses into literal mayhem? It was not going to help Donald Trump. Let's go here and talk about that a little bit. And that vehicle, the vehicle we're going to use to talk about that is going to be settlers. And what kind of settlers, you ask? Well, probably guessing it right now. Israeli settlers.
The Israeli settlement of Shiloh is perched in the highlands of the occupied West Bank. Jewish settlements such as Shiloh have recently seen rapid expansion onto land claimed by Palestinians. And Jewish settlers are optimistic that incoming U.S. President Donald Trump will help them realize a key goal: the annexation or absorption of the West Bank into Israel, despite Palestinian objections. Yisrael Medad is a Jewish Israeli activist who lives in Shiloh.
I think that we're still in a process of getting both the American administration, the United Nations, and other people to realize that our rights extend to Judea and Samaria, and eventually
Oh my God.
we'll be able to have sovereignty here.
That's the West Bank. Never
Since
forget
conquering
that.
the West Bank from
Hashtag never forget that Judea and Samaria is the West Bank.
We'll be able to have sovereignty here.
Since conquering the West Bank from Jordan in a 1967 war, Israel has not officially annexed the territory. And Palestinians, Israeli peace activists, and previous U.S. administrations have hoped the West Bank would one day become part of an independent Palestinian state alongside Israel. One Palestinian activist said the expansion of settlements had left Palestinian villages in the central West Bank surrounded. He said much of the expansion was happening without formal approval from the government, telling Reuters, quote, "Areas across the center of the West Bank are under the control of settlers now." According to analysis from the Israeli non-government group Peace Now, which
It's a travesty. But yeah, Donald Trump represents the hopes and dreams of Israeli settlers. They hope that he's going to come in and annex the West Bank for them and declare that that's totally fine. I mean, everything they've been doing says as much, that that's their plan. I mean, feels like Joe Biden was planning on doing that had he had gotten a second term.
of settlers now. According to analysis from the Israeli non-government group Peace Now, which tracks settlement expansion, at least 43 new settler outposts have been established over the past year. That's compared with an average of under 7 a year since 1990.
I ignored your compliment. What did you say? GSL is very pretty? Oh, why thank you. That's heartwarming. I appreciate that.
Most countries consider the West Bank occupied territory and deem the settlements illegal under international law. That position was upheld by the UN's top court in July.
Illegal.
At the same time, violence by Jewish settlers against Palestinians in the West Bank has escalated, drawing international condemnation and U.S. and European sanctions. It is difficult to see how the next Trump administration could balance Israel absorbing the West Bank with preserving Palestinian dreams of statehood. One of the diplomatic achievements of Trump's first term in office is what are called the Abraham Accords, a deal that normalized relations between Israel and 4 Arab nations. And Trump may likely want to expand the accords to include Saudi Arabia. But Riyadh rejects Israeli claims to sovereignty in the West Bank. Former U.S. Mideast envoy Dennis Ross told Reuters, quote, "There is no way the Saudis will think seriously about joining if Israel formally absorbs the West Bank."
Oh God, I don't even know what are we gonna do these next 4 years? We're just gonna watch this happen. What's the plan? I wish I had a plan. Sorry, people, I don't quite yet. Honestly, still sort of coping a little bit with the results of the election, let alone having a plan. Kind of hoping we can crowdsource a plan. See, that's the true testament of a leader, being able to delegate. I don't know if you knew that. Write that down.
I recognize Judea and Samaria as part of Israel.
Oh, God, Mike
But many
Huckabee.
figures in the incoming Trump administration, particularly those on the American Christian right, are explicitly sympathetic to Israel's settler movement. They include Christian evangelical Mike Huckabee, who Trump named as his next ambassador to Israel. Many American evangelicals affirm what they say are ancient Jewish claims to the land, which they call by the biblical names Judea and Samaria. Near the settlement of Shiloh is an archaeological site that some identify with biblical figures such as Hannah and the prophet.
Good God. How great. Yeah, I better get the Old Testament involved. Even though there's clearly some passages that sort of fly in the face of everything you're doing. Breathe, Streamlord. Your plan is to avoid the U.S. Good plan, good plan. Now make sure to also avoid any countries that might be on the potential bombing list. Just a word of advice. Or maybe one of those ones that's going to sink under the ocean. Last one. I forgot to give you this. You deserve this. For having gotten through this fucking stream. 8 hours long. Basically went all day. All day Saturday. Galactically. Galactically inclined individuals. That's what you are. Alright. Channel 4 News to wrap up this discussion of settlers in the West Bank. I'm sorry, we started early today. I put a notification in Discord. You know, I put a notification in Discord. We were starting early on this Saturday, just so we could include some of the people who go to bed earlier and or are in different time zones. You know, that sort of vibe. Because we do the such late streams. I mean, we are still. I mean, it's nearly 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Come on. Come on, we're not even done. We'll still have an after stream, don't worry. We're not even really done.
بمرق نوعين من السيارات لوحات صفراء ولوحات خضراء السيارات الإسرائيلية
Israeli oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I'm sorry. They're let's try this again. I have to read subtitles for you.
لوحات صفراء
Yellow plates.
ولوحات خضراء
Green plates.
السيارات الإسرائيلية
Israeli cars are yellow.
تتحرك بحرية.
They can move freely in the land.
ممنوع أسوقهن.
It's illegal for me to drive them.
السيارات الفلسطينية خضراء.
Palestinian cars are green.
ممنوع يطلعن من الضفة.
They can't leave the West Bank.
إسرائيل تحكم باللونين.
Israel controls both colors, of course.
عالم كامل مبني
An
على
entire world built on division.
إنسان أخضر.
Green
إنسان
man.
أصفر.
Yellow man.
Well, a little earlier, I spoke to Basil and Yuval and asked them what they thought Donald Trump's re-election would mean for the West Bank.
Immediately, the West Bank basically were more afraid from Trump being elected, and the people that he's like giving them the rules, such as the ambassador to Israel in Trump administration, who says there's no West Bank, there's no occupation, these are Jewish neighborhoods, not settlements. So this is like denying our rights, denying us as a human beings on this land as a Palestinians.
There's a great moment in the film where, as you remember, Yuval turns and he says, the reason I'm doing this, I think to you, Basil, it says the reason I'm doing this is because if we film this, America may stop it. America may take notice. What are those hopes now, Yuval?
I am very much afraid, honestly. Like, I'm afraid for the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza, who, according to the UN, are at risk of being killed in the north and are being ethnically cleansed. I'm afraid for the Israeli hostages that, are not being released and there is no pressure to release them. I'm afraid for the West Bank. I mean, the entire Area C, 60% of the West Bank, under these 4 years of Trump, I mean, Palestinian villages in that area, like Basil's village, like Masafir Yatta, will just be erased from the map. This is what the settlers want to do.
The ICC, International Criminal Court, indicts Benjamin Netanyahu over events in Gaza, and in the West Bank, no such indictment. What does that tell us?
It's very important step, but it's also very late, because all the work that we did in the past year, documenting the occupation and showing it to the world, and we wanted to release the northern land. But before it, we did so much work shouting out for the international community to take action, to do steps, not to condemn the occupation and the settlements in statements that are published on social media and here and there. This needs to be done by political actions in order to achieve for a solution for everybody in this land.
The film moves tellingly from the Israeli army
if you're not aware,
committing...
for whatever reason, I'd find it shocking that most people watching the stream wouldn't be aware of this, but the United States is the main and essentially only only country really blocking any of that from happening at this point, aside from Israel themselves.
The film moves tellingly from the Israeli army committing violence in these villages to Israeli settlers doing it. What does that move, that change, tell the world?
Yeah, I think today in the West Bank, it's really, you see settlers who become soldiers. After October, many of the settlers became the soldiers themselves. And you really see them, I mean, it's very clear, that the work together is very, very tight. And in a way, when the Israeli military destroys a school in the community of Masafir Yatta, or when an Israeli settler comes from an illegal outpost with a rod and beats somebody up, the goal of both actions is to prevent a Palestinian state. That's the truth. That's why it's being done.
Sure. Now, the IDF, of course, would say they're not acting illegally, but this is an extraordinary friendship. I assume you are friends through all this. How has that friendship withstood the challenges?
So I think we both realize how unjust the situation is. And if we want to have a future, we have to deal with these issues. We cannot just imagine we'll build a big fence and everything will be okay. No, everything is not okay.
Final word to you on that, Basil. I guess, your very friendship must give everybody perhaps a crumb of hope in this bleak situation.
It doesn't give a hope. Today, very hard to speak about hope. We can be friends, and people can reject and oppose the occupation, and Palestinians and Israelis. And unfortunately, Yuval comes from a small minority as Israelis who's opposing the occupation and apartheid and the crimes of the Israeli army committing in Gaza in the West Bank. But we all don't have power. We are powerless today. For that, we are hopeless. And for this, and we have a reason to stress that the international community should intervene. Today, without an intervention of the international community seriously to stop these crimes, it will not stop. And we are here, we are friends, we share the same values, we are doing the work that we can, doing all our best to try to get out of this situation. But we are really left with no power on our hands to do something.
Gentlemen, it's a remarkable film. Thank you both very much for making the time.
Thank you very much.
A powerful, perhaps bleak message, but an important one for sure. Well, we got through another one. It was incredibly long and difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Well, that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gone Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Technopoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Monoip, Nadia, Choky, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped to produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. And so can you, for just a few... Wait, hold on, what's that? Just $1.50 a month? My god, that's a galactic steal.
Are you not entertained?
Only a few short days. Take advantage of that galactic discount. So get in there while you still can. I think I see enough ones to get this puppy going.
Tax proposal.